Good morning. It's a slow morning today. It's kind of nice, actually. We're going to start in a few minutes. We've got some technical issues. Speaking of which, because of these technical issues, I need to know if Blake Allen is here. Blake Allen. Leslie Ann Williams. Good. I'm going to talk to you, and I need to talk to Blake, but I don't see. Okay. Crisis averted. All right, I think we've got the majority of people here. So let's go ahead and stand and pray. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from the evil one. Amen. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome. Day 2 of 6 for the FORMA Symposium. This is wonderful. All right. I don't have a lot of announcements today at all, which is great. So just lunch will be in here again, same time. And we got some pastries in the back. Some of you saw that already, if you haven't. So yeah, lunch was a little late. It's worth it, I think, to do that, but I knew that was a lot. So we got some pastries for today, so to hold you over, hopefully. Wonderful. I want to do some giveaways. I neglected my duty yesterday. I'm sorry. I forgot to do them. in the afternoon. I meant to do that. So let's do that now. Hopefully most of you guys are still here. All right, we got 2 giveaways this morning. One is this beautiful red. Is that the color? Red? Okay. Hoodie from the Circe Institute. Greg Wilbur. Thank you. That is actually a secret bribe for him. And next up is a copy of Andrew Kern's book that was reviewed last night beautifully. Thank you to the reviewers for doing that. Unless the Lord Builds the House. Ada Bianco. I did that on purpose. There's 60 of her name in this. We'll do more giveaways as well this afternoon. I won't forget, I promise. Matt's also getting another book right now. Did you guys hear the joke about the moth that went to the doctor? I'll tell it another time. He's back. Nice. Okay, we'll do a Latin package. It's Latin for children, Ubi Est Mater, which is a story by a Circe apprentice, Renee King, in Latin. And then ABC Latine, it's the ABCs in Latin. I never pronounced that correctly, but Buck's not here to chastise me, so this is great. Mark Hayes. Wonderful. We'll do more giveaways this afternoon. Thank you all. That would be cool. I got to check with Joe Wysocki and Tom, but I think Belmont's going to give away free tuition. 4 years this afternoon. Okay. All right. Enough fun, guys. Get serious. Greg Wilbur. He's an amazing man, one of the kindest people I've ever met. He's the founder of New College Franklin, which, given the nature of this conference, is actually perfect because they're one of the few colleges, schools, universities that really does take the quadrivium seriously. He's a composer, an author, and a great speaker, so please join me in welcoming him to the stage.
So I've been coming to Circe conferences for, 10 years now? I've never put my name in the giveaway bowl. And I'm registering yesterday, and they say, write your name down. It's like, okay. So this is, I'm 1 for 1, so this is good. That's a good sign. And I needed that boost, I think, since I lost my entire paper 10 minutes ago and just recovered it. So I don't quite have all my edits from last night, but we'll give it a go. So 18 years ago, we started the project of putting together New College Franklin. And one of the distinctives from the very beginning is that we wanted to give due diligence to the quadrivium, a full year to each of the disciplines. And that was part of from the very beginning, along with the great books, along with a theological foundation, aspects of the trivium worked through, but giving a full year to arithmetic, geometry, harmonia, and cosmology, which I'll explain this afternoon in my talk about regarding music, the difference, why we call it harmonia as opposed to music, because there's a difference, in anticipation, and it's the same thing with astronomy and cosmology. But, where do you begin in terms of pulling together a quadrivium curriculum? How do you work that through with original sources, what's the goal, what's the purpose. And so thus began a lot of years of study and refining and reading and trial and error, and a lot of opportunity over the last 16 years to put this in practice in the classroom and to see the effect that it has on students and their development. We've had some wonderful talks over the last day. My talk's going to be a little bit different because I want to fill in some of the historic gaps, and I'll be reading some quotes from various thinkers and authors in the origin of the quadrivium. And as somebody mentioned yesterday, and one of these things about conferences is I can never remember who said what at some points. I just remember the thing, which is okay, I think. Somebody said yesterday that, even in the ancients, there's a conflict of ideas and how they're thinking about it, and the settling into the four, and which order, and some of the purpose, they're a bit at odds. So some of the things I'll be reading don't necessarily agree with each other, but I think that's okay. I want to emphasize, too, along the way, the intent, why it was important to various authors. Once again, though, as somebody mentioned yesterday, there's a difference between Plato talking about the ideas of the quadrivium and actually looking at a quadrivium text that's actually doing it. So that you keep that in mind, too. This is more along the lines of who's thinking about this and what is their purpose in doing so. I believe, and this is more of an intuition type thing, with the renewal of classical education, especially in the interest of the last few decades, there's been a lot of attention given to the trivium, as you well know, and less so to the quadrivium. Although there's been a little bit more interest, obviously. I mean, we're here, right? A lot more interest in the last few years, but it's almost been as if we can get the trivium up and running, and then we'll consider the quadrivium later on. I think that has the potential. I think it has had the effect of a different trajectory of what classical education should be, because we have not unified all seven and presented those as a whole. And they're the seven liberal arts because they speak to one another. And they interact with one another, and to just focus on part and not the other, and to add that in later on, we suffer from that lack of unity and that lack of cohesion. So a brief history of the quadrivium and some of the intent, and I want to talk about a bit about the demise of the quadrivium, and then various aspects of where we are, some of the hurdles that we have, and some of the projects that are happening. It's an appropriate place to start with Plato. In History of Education and Antiquity, H.I. Moreau identifies distinction in the development of education with Plato. As we well know, the difference between the idea of gymnastics and music, and then the later aspects of the liberal arts. There's this interest then in the immediate practical results. We talked to some about that yesterday, which I thought was very helpful. What is the difference between the thinking aspect, the philosophical, and the practical, and both of those were necessary. Moreau writes that Plato's criterion was not success but truth. Hence the supreme value of true knowledge based on rigorous demonstration, of which the prototype is geometrical truth, the example given in the Meno. And this theme occurs throughout his work. He regarded knowledge, the science of the good, as the prerequisite, spiritual nobility, even if he did not identify the two. And of course, in the Republic, in the famous myth of the cave, it proclaims the liberating power of knowledge, which redeems the soul from the uncultured state of illiteracy. The early education was the preparatory development of the mind and the body while ingraining good habits to them. Matt Bianco did a wonderful talk at the Cersei Regional Conference in Georgia in 2023, talking through the various aspects of the intent of stages of education, from gymnastics to music, and then the liberal arts, the natural philosophy, moral philosophy, and to theology as well. If you get a chance to listen to that, it's very helpful. One of the things he talks about is that with regards to gymnastics, it wasn't just physical activity, but also diet and fasting. It was a disciplining of the appetites. So it's not just the matter of moving around and being active, but it is a disciplining of the appetites in much the same way that the study of music was a disciplining of the affections. It was learning to know what is good and true and beautiful because you are participating in and being active in that. The point was to promote moral discipline. You know, that's that virtuous moral aspect, the ethical aspect to what education was intended to be. His injunctions were to follow the old ways, as he says, in the innovations and disintegrating tendencies of modern music, which were supposed to encourage all manner of degeneracy. It's an old argument, but still a valid one, I think. Prior to Plato, mathematics had been reserved for later stages of education rather than existing at every stage. He added the exercise in arithmetic to the study of numbers, the measurement of lengths and areas and volumes to geometry, and basic knowledge for calendar use in astronomy, which is a whole other rabbit trail. If you look into aspects of quadrivial study of astronomy, how much of it was centered on calendaring, figuring out dates and how to figure out the passage of time. They were, as Moreau says, they were copied from Egyptian practices. The mathematician, in that we have papyri that show the same type of mathematical exercises from the Egyptians. He recognized that the function of these mathematical studies was not simply to provide technical training, however practical that might be, but had a deeper function. No other subject in the respect was comparable to it. Mathematics awakened the mind, developed its speed and liveliness and memorizing powers. It was a testing ground for those who would one day be prepared to study philosophy. It was a preparatory aspect in that regard, but in and of itself, it had its own value. He'd followed it was talked yesterday, the traditional Pythagorean quadrivium of arithmetic, geometry, astronomy, acoustics. It's important, I think, to remember, too, that when he's talking in the Republic in Book 7 about the cave, the allegory of the cave, it's in the context of mathematics that is the main instrument for the conversion of the soul and the interior information that will awaken it to the true light of day and enable it to contemplate not the shadows of real objects, but reality itself. And so with the allegory of the cave, it's the mathematics, it's this program of study that moves us towards that. With Aristotle, he was more concerned with a pure division of the sciences than with the liberal arts. But as liberal arts, they're ordered in scientia, demonstrative knowledge. He considered astronomy, optics, harmonics to all be more physical, mathematical sciences. In a text written in 1906, Paul Abelson, The Seven Liberal Arts, he creates a survey of the liberal arts in the medieval era. He wrote that historically the cycle of the seven liberal arts in the Middle Ages was an outgrowth of the ancient Greek and Roman systems of education, that from the Greek and Roman course of study modified by the introduction of Christian ideals of education, the curriculum of the Middle Ages eventually was gradually evolved. He states that in Greece, it would appear that until the period of Alexander the Great, there were only 3 or 4 preparatory studies in the curriculum: letters, music, gymnastics, drawing. With the growth of knowledge, more subjects like dialectics and mathematics were added to the curriculum, and in that way, gradually, there came to exist in free Hellas a cycle of studies which were considered the minimum of liberal training for the average free man, although the number of these was not definitely defined. At least 6 of the 7 subjects which later constituted the quadrivium were regularly studied. The Roman scholar Varro, in 116 to 27 BC, was a contemporary of Cicero and Caesar, and he sought to create a system of education based on Greek ideas, but in which Roman and not Greek literature should be the basis. He himself wrote treatises on grammar, rhetoric, dialectic, geometry, arithmetic, astrology, music, medicine, and architecture. With Seneca, from BC 2 to AD 65, he did not limit the liberal arts to 7, but rather an indefinite number. He speaks of grammar, music, geometry, arithmetic, and astronomy, and medicine as liberal arts, but he plainly considers rhetoric and dialectic as higher studies, and thus a part of the study of philosophy. The Romans' character made them reject a lot of things that were not practical in nature. They were rather practical in nature. So the contemplative aspect, as opposed to the practical, was more of their concern. Therefore, the study of mathematics, in which the Greeks delighted in the contemplative, was reduced to a minimum in the Roman course of study. It's only as practical studies that Quintilian advised the study of geometry, arithmetic, and astronomy. The 4th century, then, may be taken to represent the period when the curriculum of the pagan schools in the empire assumed kind of their fixed character of the course of the 7 liberal arts. Augustine of Hippo encouraged the use of, quote, elements of the pagan curriculum in Christian education. And he himself wrote multiple treatises on the disciplines of the liberal arts. And as Abelson puts it, his influence was potent in committing the church to a recognition of the arts as suitable subjects for Christian study. His whole concept of despoiling the Egyptians, that we can take the spoils of the pagans and use for our own purposes, which is also a decent reason to go trick or treating on Halloween, to that and to meet your neighbors. What other time of the year can you actually go around and knock on your neighbors' doors, right? Sorry, that was a free aside. Okay. Although not the originator of the liberal arts curriculum, he more than anyone else made possible its general adoption by giving it a Christian foundation. He presented the ideas in his soliloquies that every liberal art is inseparable in the soul, and the liberal arts are truth. In his words, he wrote, "For regardless of whether geometrical shapes are in the truth or the truth is in them, no one doubts that they are contained in our soul, that is, in our intellect, and that because of this, even the truth is forced to be in our soul." Later he wrote, "And when we are reasoning with ourselves or being questioned adeptly by another about certain liberal arts, the things that we discover nowhere else but in our soul. And discovery is not a making or a begetting. Otherwise, the soul would be begetting eternal realities through temporal discovery. And indeed, it often discovers eternal realities. For what is as eternal as the principal ratio of a circle or anything else in the arts of this kind? It is understood that this principle was not non-existent at some time, nor was it ever not about to exist. It is obvious as well that the human soul is immortal and that all true principles are in its hidden recesses, even though it may seem that the soul does not possess them or has lost them either through ignorance or forgetting." That's one of the points that he makes in his book, De Musica, that in hearing music, there's various aspects of music, but ultimately it leads us to the understanding of divine number, that it leads beyond what we hear, the experience of that, the memory of that, to something that's beyond that, that is the controlling factor, that the influences and provides the formation, the foundation for that. Marcianus Capella, about 1410, 429, his allegory, The Seven Liberal Arts, codified further what was already present. He didn't add a new understanding, but added allegorical sense to it. And of course, he ends with music as well. The big question about where does music fall? Is it third or is it fourth? One of the fascinating things, one of the things I talk to my students about is the necessity of thinking about knowledge not always in lists. When we put things in a list, we automatically think hierarchically. One follows another. So even when we think about the quadrivium as arithmetic, geometry, music, and astronomy, that gives us a certain connotation because of how we think with our minds, in that sense of progression. It's I think more helpful to think of it in terms of music, almost in a cruciform shape, music, arithmetic, music, geometry, astronomy. Because you've got this connection between arithmetic and geometry going this way, but you also have this connection between arithmetic and music in that they both deal with the discrete, while geometry and astronomy deal with the continuous. But you also have this connection here between music and astronomy. If you're trying to think through curricular ideas, it's very difficult to decide whether a certain text or idea should be taught in music or whether it should be taught in astronomy. You start talking about the music of the spheres or the intent, it gets a little fuzzy as to where those points are. And I think we don't necessarily, obviously we have the start in the beginning and end of a course, so we do have a hard and fast beginning and end. But there's something artificial about that as well. They're speaking to one another, they're overlapping. There's a beautiful and intentional fuzziness, I think, that they are, there's an overlapping of ideas. And to divide those becomes problematic at some points in time. I want to spend a little more time on Boethius, but going slightly out of order here, I want to mention Cassiodorus for the standpoint of he was the first Christian to use the term 7 liberal arts. And he grounded that in from Proverbs 9:1, wisdom has built her house, she has hewn out her 7 pillars, as biblical proof that the number of the liberal arts should be 7. And he explains the significance. It means that this time Christian leaders admitted the necessity of incorporating secular studies into the Christian curriculum. And since these secular studies have been definitely 7 in number for over a century and a half, reasons were to be found from a Christian standpoint explaining scripturally while their number was divinely sanctioned. So with Boethius, we have the idea of the quadrivium itself. With Cassiodorus, we have this biblical justification of 7 as 7. So with Boethius, he starts with the metaphysics as the first science that determines the nature of things that are. And based on these varying kinds of things, names certain sciences for them. He writes an overall explanation of the quadrivium in book 1 of his book on arithmetic. Boethius says there are 2 kinds of essence. One is continuous, joined together in its parts and not distributed in separate parts, as a tree, a stone, and all the bodies of this world, which are properly called magnitudes. The other essence is of itself disjoined and determined by its parts, as though reduced to a single collective union, such as a flock, a populace, a chorus, a heap of things whose parts are terminated by their own extremities and are discrete from the extremity of some other. The proper name for these is a multitude. Again, some types of multitude exist by themselves, as a 3, a 4, a tetragon, or whatever number, which, as it is, lacks nothing. Another kind does not exist of itself, but refers to some other thing, as a duplex, a domitium, a sesquialter, or a sesquitertial, or whatever it may be, which, unless it is related to anything, is not in itself able to exist. A ratio, it's larger or smaller depending upon what the actual numbers are, but the relationship stays the same. Of magnitude, some are stable, lacking in motion, while others are always turned in mobile change, and at no time are at rest. Now, of these types, arithmetic considers that multitude which exists of itself as an integral whole. The measures of musical modulation understand that multitude which exists in relation to some other. Geometry offers the notion of stable magnitude. The skill of astronomical discipline explains the science of movable magnitude. In his book, Mathematical Theologies, David Albertson has a section that speaks of Boethius's advancements, the fourfold way that leads the mind to wisdom, that being the intent there. Among all the ancient men of authority who, following the lead of Pythagoras, have flourished in the purer reasoning of the mind, it is clearly obvious that hardly anyone had been able to reach the highest perfection in the disciplines of philosophy, unless the nobility of such wisdom was investigated by him in a certain 4-part study, the quadrivium, which will not be hidden to a just and penetrating mind. For this is the wisdom of things that are, and the perception of truth gives to these things their unchanging character. He states further that the quadrivium has a moral function of purifying the soul. Boethius' term, quadrivium, builds on the Pythagorean tradition of the moral crossroads, of the figure Y. The Boethian quadrivium is likewise a convergence of 4 ways that lead to the moral perfection sought by Pythagoreans and echoed in the 4 virtues. Early medieval Christians even spoke of a quadrivium virtutum, the virtuous aspect of the fourfold path. Boethius' new term reintroduces the Platonic theme of mathematics as mediation between the world and God. This quadrivium, he writes, is the mediating way by which we bring a superior mind from knowledge offered by the senses to the more certain things of the intellect. He further says that if a searcher is lacking knowledge of these 4 sciences, he is not able to find what is true. He who spurns these, the paths of wisdom, does not rightly philosophize, and indeed has already shown contempt for philosophy. This is the context which can be known about God the Creator and his creation. Thus, arithmetic is the highest science because it is the blueprint of creation. From the beginning, all things whatsoever which have been created may be seen by the nature of things to be formed by reason of numbers. Number was the principal exemplar in the mind of the Creator. He set forth a careful path of Christian theology regarding divine numbers, especially in the Nicomachean sense. Albertson writes, in the Boethian corpus, God's numbers are not the sacred decad that provide the basis for arithmology. Rather, it is arithmetical science itself, as the content of the mind of God, that provides the basis for the other quadrivial sciences. While Boethius never stipulated this explicitly, the theological implication should be apparent, is the difference between naming God the supreme decad and naming God the supreme mathematician. A few more other names bear mentioning. Isidore of Seville gives a definition of the quadrivium in his etymologies. Mathematics in Latin means the science of learning, which contemplates abstract quality, he writes. Something that we investigate by reasoning alone, separating it by means of the intellect from matter or form. There are 4 types of mathematics, namely arithmetic, music, geometry, and astronomy. He says that arithmetic is the study of numeric quantity in and of itself. Music is the study that is occupied with the numbers that are found in sounds. Geometry is the study of size and shapes. Astronomy is the study that contemplates the course of the heavenly bodies and all the figures and positions of the stars. Hugh of St. Victor also gives numerous concepts with regards to the quadrivium and adds to that the context of the mechanical arts as well. One of the things I think that's significant about Hugh's work and Bonaventure following along after Hugh is the idea that the purpose of these studies of learning was to push back the effects of the fall. These are the gifts that God has given us to reclaim and push back the darkness, and to take aspects of dominion over creation, to tend and care for the earth. So he writes that the arts of the trivium are needed to illuminate the verbal surface of the sacred writings as of non-sacred, while physics and the arts of the quadrivium are uniquely needed to illuminate the meaning of scriptural things, which allegorically interpreted lead to truth, tropologically interpreted lead to virtue. Once again, that idea of virtue. Similarly, he says the other 7 are called liberal either because they require minds which are liberal, that is, liberated and practiced, or because in antiquity only free and noble men were accustomed to study them. He picks up on Boethius' division, maintaining the immobile and the mobile, almost verbatim, with the example that I read before of Boethius. John of Salisbury, from about 1110 to 1180, he explained the liberal arts belonging to men who are free, or they liberate man. He says that the rules of the quadrivium have unveiled the secrets of all nature. That's his end point. Those to whom the system of the trivium has disclosed the significance of all words, or the rules of the quadrivium have unveiled the secrets of all nature. They're called arts because they strengthen minds to apprehend the ways of wisdom. They are called liberal either because the ancients took care to have their children instructed in them, or because their object is to effect men's liberation. The demise of the quadrivium, and we've hit on some of this already. Albertson says that if we examine the general condition of the schools of Europe in the Carolinian period and later, down to the intellectual revival of the 13th century, we can easily trace an unbroken record of continued interest in mathematical studies in the all-famous monastic and cathedral schools of Europe. Anne Moyer wrote an article called The Demise of the Quadrivium and the Beginning of the Scientific Revolution, Boethius in the 16th Century. Not in 2002. Not surprisingly, her context is the demise of the quadrivium in the beginning of the scientific revolution. But she does an excellent job of talking about why and how things fell by the wayside. And some of it's very subtle, going back to the idea of even allowing space for classrooms, that kind of concept. She begins by saying the medieval scholars, for their part, had recourse not only to that biblical phrase in measure, number, and weight, but also to other textual authorities to the divisions of their curriculum. They could refer to Boethius in his textbook, stable since the 11th century of the quadrivium, that mathematical portion of the liberal arts, including arithmetic, geometry, music, and astronomy. The quadrivium was not only the only classification or approach to mathematics in medieval Europe, but it was an important one and one with a long life. That life effectively ended around 1600 in her estimation, owing not only to intellectual factors, but also to institutional ones. One of the first changes came in the area of arithmetic. In late medieval Europe, in Italian cities, the children of merchants studied business-oriented computational arithmetic. Remember, this is a time of great mercantile trade. Right? There's spice trade. There's ships going in and out. You needed a way to keep track of your various stores and supplies and what you're trading. So the practical aspect of computational math became much more important. I think it's interesting to note that all those aspects of mercantilism, translation, language, trade, spices, thievery, are all aspects of the worship of Mercury. Do that what you will. But I think it's fascinating. All those things are kind of interrelated. Incidentally, the internet is also associated with Mercury, and so is Red Bull. But Red Bull gives you wings, right? Yeah, it's. You can look these things up. I don't suggest you do, but yeah. But so that began the use of the Hindu Arabic numbers as well. So they generated their own textbooks for computational techniques, including arithmetic, geometry, and basic algebra, organized around story problems. It was presented as something useful and practical for merchants and had little or no connection to philosophy. Thus, the textbooks came to form an educational tradition both distinct from Boethian arithmetic and more advanced than the algorithm manuals of basic computation that had served as the introductory practical text before. By 1500, algebra itself had begun to develop fairly quickly among these teachers and students as a particular division of mathematical study. This general approach to mathematics seems much more familiar to us than that of Boethius. As well, she emphasizes the historic moral component of the quadrivium. She says the quadrivial text then offered some simple general precepts about the order of the world that seemed to be borne out in more advanced scientific studies of the heavens and of medicine. The quadrivial pedagogy of the
All right, this one works. I'm sorry about this, Dr. Wilbur. About 18 years ago, So the pedagogy shifted then from the introductory instruction as opposed to building character and moral fiber. Some specific examples of this. Vincenzo Galilei brought about significant changes in the visual arts and music by limiting the categories of the quadrivium in favor of, quote, evaluating quality and offering interpretive insights. Moyer further writes that by 1600, most music theorists had begun to distinguish between the art of music and the science of sound production and perception. They ceased to make significant use of Boethian analytical categories, even changing their terminology for interval names from Boethian terms to vernacular ones, for example, from diapason and diapente to the octave and the fifth. As far as algebra was concerned, practical mathematics and computation required pre-university training, which helped to push quadrivial studies out of their role as broad introductory subjects in the arts courses. Studies of arithmetic and collateral topics were coming to serve less as a part of a broad general introduction to liberal learning and more as a set of skills. Quote, for example, the continuing curricular reforms at English universities moved arithmetic from its role as an introductory study to the end of the undergraduate program. Musical studies showed signs of similar gradual specialization from the later 15th century onward, with the increased awarding of bachelor's degrees in music, a specialized degree which would be distinct from quadrivial studies. As late as 1565, Oxford University still used Boethius as a music text in the arts courses, but there were growing signs that music instruction was changing as well. The professor said the students were bored by it. They didn't quite get it. Their obligation to lecture them, they weren't responding. And there was a lack of student interest. And so, even as we learned yesterday, they reduced the amount of musical study to 2 hours per term, one of which was to go to attending a musical performance. And that was the entirety of a liberal arts education with regards to music. Furthermore, Boethian terminology of like ratios and proportions were discontinued and replaced by vernacular terms appropriate to practical arithmetic, but lacking the philosophical implications of the old Latin terms. Boethian arithmetic thus did indeed suffer gradual displacement. The old quadrivium dissolved as music lost a meaningful role as a mathematical discipline. Newer fields like algebra crowded in the equally new practical fields like cartography, along with some branches of natural philosophy, aligned themselves as related disciplines. There were positive effects to this for sure, but the idea of the fundamental order of creation was leaving, the guiding of the soul to knowledge, contemplating those things which were divinely created and ordered. So, as I mentioned a moment ago, what happened to the realm of moral education? There's always that sense of transmission of information, but also the formation of the student. And as I said, that retained itself somewhat in the idea of the humanities. Moyers writes that the characters of the students of the next generation would be shaped by their readings of Cicero and Livy, not by their contemplation of the mathematical proportions taught by Boethius. And while these readings are important, I don't think that's the same thing. That's not the same type of moral formative education that was intended in the context of the quadrivium, of the contemplation of number and the understanding of number. It moved from the idea of cosmological significance to basically a hollowed out curriculum. No longer was this a path to knowledge of God, but was instead a path of preparatory studies and of techniques. So with regards to that, I mean, where does that put us? Because I know, the desire is, okay, how do we do this? Where do we turn? But what are some of the difficulties that we face? I want to highlight a number of the areas that I see that need answers or some sort of agreement. And I think it's not, as in the past, there was various ideas and concepts of intent. So I don't think we'll ever have complete agreement. Anytime anyone says to me, even about somebody being classically educated or they come from a classical school, it's like, well, there's classical and there's classical and there's classical, and it's not all the same thing. There's not one complete branding that encompasses it all. And I think that's going to be true with regards to the quadrivium. But what is it that we're aiming for? And there are different paths and different intents with regards to that. So there's well, let me go through some of these difficulties, and I'll get into some of those particulars as well. As I said earlier, the decades-long separation of the trivium and quadrivium, I think, is based more on a more fundamental misunderstanding of what classical education is as a whole, and having that broader, encompassing, holistic approach of understanding why they should talk to one another and how they should complement one another is going to be essential. Another difficulty we face is the attempt to map the current accepted scope and sequence of mathematics onto the curriculum, onto the quadrivium. We have this idea of, the scope and sequence. We have a concept of the quadrivium. Can we just squeeze these in a particular way? Akin to that, too, number 3 is state standards for graduation and college entrance expectations. As we talked with the Committee of 10, there's an expectation with probably in all of your states to be a high school graduate, you have to take certain math classes and certain science classes. And the homeschool umbrella program that we used in Tennessee did not consider astronomy to be a college-bound science course, and expected the regular sequence of algebra, geometry, algebra 2, et cetera. I was able to get around that because they did accept, also non-college preparatory, the idea of integrated math. And so in homeschooling my daughter, we did an integrated math approach, which allowed a lot more flexibility to be able to incorporate some of these ideas while still following those things necessary to pass the all-important college entrance test and the expectation of colleges. The only ultimate solution I see to this is basically to jump the system and to prioritize not just what is necessary from the state's perspective for graduation, but what we want to do to be able to educate our own children. With the growing increase of small colleges and opportunities of higher education that's willing to accept those things which are more non-traditional, that doesn't necessarily limit a student to be able to continue on to higher education. It's a different path. That's in some ways, a bold choice in various ways. But other than that, ultimate reform, but we're talking about things that have been in place for 125 years and 135 years, and that's not so easily gone up against. I think, and this is one of the areas in which I think the trivium has benefited, because you can take a rhetoric course and call it writing on your transcript, or literature, or history, and your content can be, you can think more in the trivium mindset, and it fits more easily the categories of expected graduation requirements. Quadrivium does not. If you put music down as your 3rd year of mathematical studies, people are going to wonder. They shouldn't, but they're going to wonder, yeah. Number 4, I think also the idea of the relegating of virtue formation to the humanities. That becomes more of an intellectual pursuit than an interwoven one, more epistemological than ontological, more analytical than necessarily intuitive or formational. I think there's a difference between illuminating things and seeing things versus receiving. And I think there's an aspect of the quadrivium which is a receiving or listening to or an understanding of the things that God has made. When God speaks, in Romans chapter 1, when Paul says that, that God's invisible attributes have been known since the beginning of creation and the things that he has made, that means more to me than just mountains are majestic, God is majestic. I mean, I think there is a divine aspect of number and creation that is interwoven into the things that he has made that gives us an understanding of who he is. And part of the quadrivium purpose is to learn that and discover that and understand that through the mathematical arts. I think there are multiple paths there. I mean, it can become very philosophical and less mathematical. It can become very mathematical and less symbolical. It can become symbolical and less practical. There's a lot of different ways in which that can be emphasized. And I think actually it needs all of them in conversation with one another. Those are not necessarily mutually exclusive, but finding a way in which all of those things can be done and done well. This was said yesterday, which I appreciate, the need to expand our understanding of logos beyond meaning word to include the idea of ratio, of reason, that we're dealing here with the idea of proportion, of relationship, that is more than just words. We've become much more centered on the idea of word as opposed to the idea, the understanding of relationship, of ratio, and having that balance, I think, is appropriate. I think also the idea of weighting the quadrivium is more preparatory than intrinsically valuable. These are not necessarily just a stepping stone to something else. It does lead on to theology and philosophy, but they in and of themselves have intrinsic value, and to treat them as such, and to enjoy that part as you move on from there as well. Number 7 is the agreement on what it is for, which would then determine the context and the focus. And that deals also with the idea, is it preparatory towards something else? Is it, which leads to the understanding too, if it's just an old version of mathematics and we have new aspects of mathematics, then why not just teach what we know now? Or is there something that's important about what they were doing and how they were doing that is distinct from modern mathematics that needs to have a place alongside with modern mathematics? The analogy that I've used in the past is with regards to the trivium, especially with regards to literature. Augustine was classically educated, but he never read Shakespeare or Dante or himself. He did write it, but but we expect our children to be classically educated like Augustine, but read another 1,500 years worth of material. You have to pick and choose. How do you make those decisions to include what has happened post Augustine in our curriculum? I think we're facing a similar type of thing. We recognize the value of what he had learned and how he learned it and who he was as a scholar and a thinker. Part of that being the mathematical arts that he studied. So what is the intent of the mathematical studies of the quadrivium? And how do we then include, and what do we include with regards to the advancements in the studies that have happened since that time? The other thing, too, number 8, is the attention to arithmetic and geometry at the expense of music and astronomy. Now, as a musician, maybe this one is just more personal, but there is, I think, an easier entrance point between arithmetic and geometry with regards to traditional understanding of mathematics. And so I think those get a little more attention, and we're always not quite sure what to do with music or astronomy. Part of that, I think, we have a confusion about what music and astronomy are supposed to be. I'll talk about that a little bit more this afternoon, of the term of music and how it has different roles, and the quadrivial role is different than our common usage of the idea of music. But it's typical, maybe this is unfair, but when a text comes out, an article about the quadrivium, I generally turn to the music section first to see what they have to say there, to give me a sort of understanding of how I can understand their approach to the rest of it. And number 9, regaining the philosophical, theological, moral, intellectual components of the 4 disciplines in conjunction with one another. I think it's important to have that sense. Now, the other thing that's an interesting aspect, quadrivium is kind of cool right now, but it's cool in all sorts of unhelpful ways. I found a journal article called "A New Trivium and Quadrivium: A Desire to Reunite Humanities and Science and Engineering." And the article says, today's conflicts between the views that the humanities hold of science and engineering and the views of science and engineering hold of the humanities weaken the very core of our culture. Their cause is lack of integration in today's education among subjects that hark back to the medieval trivium and quadrivium. A new trivium is needed to provide every educated person with a basic understanding of the endeavors and instruments that help us address our world and shape a new morality. The humanities, in the noblest sense of the word, to civilize, science to understand nature, and engineering broadly defined to encompass the kindred activities that modify nature. Integration of these endeavors is urgent. It involves, in turn, an intimate interaction, the biosoma of biological organisms, society, and machines, a new quadrivium. No domain can any longer be considered and learned in isolation. So it's an interesting redefining of the purpose of the humanities and the quadrivium. As such, even well-meaning institutions who have a desire to study the quadrivium often give it short shrift It's more of a historical study, a social science type of study, and not an integrated whole. All of these questions are why I'm glad that we have a room full of people like this, and that we can wrestle through some of these ideas that not only from the theological, philosophical, but from the advanced mathematical perspective of what does it look like to recover this, and why, and what is it that we're missing, what have we been missing in the moral and ethical formation of our students by the neglect of the quadrivium, and what benefit will our students have as we reunite that to the trivium, and as we move forward in this endeavor to educate our children and to train them and equip them in the wisdom and knowledge of the Lord. Thank you.
All right. Well, 10:01. This is great. We will start this panel on time. We'll do one like 10:16. All right. Thank you.
Does this one have a battery life attached to it? I think so.
It's about to die.
It is about to die. Okay. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
All right, just a 5-minute warning. We'll begin in about 5 minutes. Is Blake Allen here? Blake? Not in this room. All right. Good to know. No, this is fine. Okay. Thank you, Blake. Okay. Did you pass them out okay already? Okay. Excellent. Do it.
I get to moderate. That's why I'm gonna critique everything you say now, Doug. No, Philip Johnson's gonna fill in for Blake.
Anybody else have handouts?
young? Is Blake not well? He works with you? Is Blake up at Templeton? No. Sorry? Good morning. Welcome to the first panel discussion. This will be a lot of fun. We have four scholars, four insightful people who are going to present to us some balanced, controversial, and interesting, that's too vague a word, and stimulating approaches to the quadrivium. And I'm intrigued by the titles, but I'll let the speakers say those to you because I get to introduce the speakers. And the first is Leslie Ann Williams. She's a professor of great books from Memorial College. And if you look in the, I think you know that in here are the bios, pretty extraordinary experience, scholarly background. And so fun to read that. And I'm bitterly jealous. And so I don't know how to take it out on you except to say, well done. Looking forward to listening to you. And then second presenter is Junius Johnson. How many languages did you tell me you know? Is it 14 or 12? 12. Oh, you better get working. Junius knows 12 languages, teaches Latin and a number of other things. And he's written a book called The Father of Lights, which is subtitled The Theology of Beauty. I mentioned that right now because I've been hearing people talk about it and saying really great things. So Junius, well done to you. Looking forward to hearing you this morning. He's going to tell us that everything we think about the quadrivium is irrelevant. And then Douglas Jones. Douglas Jones is both a good writer and a good editor and a wonderful reader. And so he's taking his reading skills and he's going to evaluate Stratford Caldecott's book on the quadrivium. And Doug, looking forward to hearing that. And then finally, Blake Allen, unfortunately, has caught a fever and will not be here this morning. But happily, Philip Johnson will be filling in for Blake. Now, Blake is working on his PhD, fourth-year PhD student in mathematics at Baylor. And so he will be, well, Philip will be reading his paper about the, I looked at algebra. Is algebra the eighth liberal art? Can't wait to hear that one. So with that, I'll turn it over to Leslie Ann, and welcome. Thank you for being here.
Let's see. I think y'all can hear me if I don't hold it, or do I need to hold the mic? I have to hold it. Okay. I'm learning to coordinate because I now need glasses. I've reached that time in my life, and I just have to embrace it. So we'll try to do things. So I'm a medievalist, and medievalists have pretty pictures. So my slides don't really tell you much, but I just wanted to make sure that you had them so that you could imagine what we're talking about here. You know, we've been talking a lot about the order of the quadrivium, and that's been something that has been on my mind for a while. I'm so grateful to be in an audience like this. As a medievalist, you would think there would be more people interested in the quadrivium, but I actually find that there are very few who are interested in the quadrivium. Oh, there are very few who are interested in the quadrivium, and so it's exciting to be in an audience that cares. I started my interest in the quadrivium because I was interested in the relationship between time and eternity and the way in which time mirrors eternity. It isn't just a opposite, right? So with this slide we have here, I just want to draw your attention to something. We talk about the orders of the quadrivium. I'm going to be talking about the orders of the quadrivium, and we mean different things by it. Sometimes we mean pedagogical order, right? Like what order are we going to teach our students in? And then there is what we will talk about today, which is essentially ontological order, which is rooted in creation. What comes first and from which we can derive all things. But one of the things that I love about this piece right here, I don't know if you can see it, but it says poetas and magistri at the very bottom there. And you'll notice they are looking at the 7 liberal arts, essentially dancing. So I want you to imagine the circle not just stationary, but moving like Harry Potter, right? And so this is our ideal, right? Because when we teach as teachers, we want to be able to hold these 7 liberal arts in our minds. And when we create as poets, we use the 7 liberal arts, right? And so with that, I'll just begin here. In C.S. Lewis's, I cannot see you guys, that's so hard. Okay. In C.S. Lewis's Out of the Silent Planet, Dr. Ransom writes a letter. I am now working at the Platonists of the 12th century, incidentally discovering that they wrote damnably difficult Latin. In one of them, Bernard Sylvestris, there's a word I particularly like your views on, the word euiarsis. So the work alluded to by Dr. Ransom is Bernard Sylvestris's Cosmographia, a 12th century Latin prosometrum about the formation of the world into a universe or a cosmos modeled after the Timaeus. So prosometrum is essentially what Boethius writes in the Consolation of Philosophy, right? The alternation of poetry and prose. So this work was dedicated to Thierry of Chartres, another 12th century Platonist, and I will be arguing today that it is a prime example of 2 quadrivial models rivaling for prominence, the Boethian and the Capellan. These models disagreed over how the quadrivium prepared a person for theology. And I really appreciate Alec Bianco yesterday and his point that Pythagoras made. And I never made that connection before, that essentially Pythagoras saw number as the goal of theology. And actually, that is the distinction that Plato makes, right? We are thinking of quadrivium as preparation for philosophy. So I just thought that was great. And they did so in large part because of the differences over word, including logos, number, harmony, and imitation in the creation of the universe. While neither Thierry of Chartres nor Bernard of Sylvestris are household names today, maybe in your household, but not most, they made significant contributions to the field of mathematics and poetry. As David Albertson has demonstrated, and Philip Johnson has shown us a little bit yesterday as well, Thierry of Chartres was crucial for Nicholas of Cusa's thinking on infinity. And as is recognized in the history of mathematics, Nicholas of Cusa's thinking on infinity strongly influenced Leibniz's development of calculus. So Thierry of Chartres is pretty important. We might not recognize that, but he is. Bernard Sylvestris was not only considered a great poet and teacher in his day, but as Jason Baxter has demonstrated extensively, quote, between Dante and the composition of the Cosmographia, there was over a century of poetic practice imitating Bernard Sylvestris. Even after Dante, Boccaccio himself copied the Cosmographia by hand in a still extant manuscript and refers to Bernard in his commentary on Dante's Commedia. So these 2 people, these 2 12th century philosophers we've never heard of, stood against the tendency in their day to focus on disciplines like logic to the exclusion of the other liberal arts, favoring the old-fashioned view of all 7 liberal arts as the progression and preparation for wisdom. Thierry was particularly articulate in this matter, and John of Salisbury comments, he was very intimidating, right? Because we have it as an ideal that every teacher might be able to teach all 7. He could teach all 7, and that scared everyone. I mean, that was just, people didn't, they couldn't, he looked down upon people who couldn't, but everybody else was amazed. So philosophy for Thierry, as it was for Boethius, the integral comprehension of the truth of things that are. Knowledge may start with images and integumental coverings, what a medieval word, but as one ascends to full knowledge of the true nature of things, one begins to realize that most philosophical and theological language, even his own use of mathematics to discuss the Trinity or Plato's use of the world soul image, is, quote, only hints and guesses, hints followed by guesses. At the heart of each of these quadrivial disciplines is universitas. Universitas, I'll roughly translated the whole, but also in this conference, you've heard it, harmony. Only through the study of universitas of the world can we, quote, beget a noble nation of philosophers. There is good reason to believe that Bernard Sylvestris respected Thierry's stance in the matter. In 1147, 1148, Bernard Sylvestris dedicated his poetic masterpiece to, quote, Thierry, by true proclamation of opinion, most renowned of teachers. This poetic work subject was Universitas, the creational foundation for the wholes existing in the universe. In making his dedication, Bernard does not even ask for, quote, approval from Thierry, merely, quote, judgment and correction. Bernard claims to have, and I quote again, dull wit, not adequate to the difficulty of the subject matter he's undertaking. Now, a good medievalist cannot read these claims without humility, thinking about the humility typos, right? You know, Anselm does this, so as classically minded people, I hope when you see someone say, you're so wonderful and I'm so horrible, you don't just automatically think, oh, they really are horrible. Typically that means, you know, they're bowing, they're kneeling. It's a respect culture. Bernard is a slightly younger generation. Thierry is slightly older. And so I want you to hear this dedication as, yes, he respects Thierry. If he's not being not genuine, but is it possible maybe he's about to slightly criticize him too? That's my claim, is that he is. So they were both on the same team, but as I will claim today, they worked from different quadrivial traditions. As Michael Massey observed as long ago as 1974, quote, when we look at the allegorical representations of the liberal arts, we find a discrepancy between the emphatic statements by Boethius on order in the De Arithmetica and the traditions of the artists. So we have Boethius on the one hand, and we have the tradition of the artists on the other. He observed a startling contrast between what he calls the Boethian textual tradition, which was taught in the school of Chartres under Thierry, that valued arithmetic as the highest quadrivial art. So, and the Capellan iconographic tradition, in the sense of originating from Marcianus Capella, that put music as the highest of the quadrivial arts. The quadrivial tradition can be seen in the incarnation portal of the Cathedral of Chartres, and this is where I've got a couple of things. So actually, the next slide, so Thierry saying, but the creation of number is the creation of all things. This is very Pythagorean, right? And he believes it, right? And so we want to once we can contemplate number, we can contemplate the whole world. Next slide. So this is the incarnation portal at Chartres. Thierry actually had an administrative function at Chartres. Bernard somewhat associated with them. And this seems to have been built in Thierry's lifetime. And here's a puzzle Michael Massey gives us. Next slide. So we're going to look just at this part right here. So all the way around the archivolt, we're going to have the different 7 liberal arts. Next slide. So down here, don't think about music and rhetoric as being, you've got the trivium and quadrivium. There's no connection in terms of ordering here. It's just, look, you've got music allegorical there with Pythagoras underneath. You know, he's studying the discipline. And then you've got rhetoric. Oh, then you have rhetoric with Donatus underneath, right? And not rhetoric, and which is interesting. You'd think that would be grammar, but I'll think about that later. He asked this question. Maybe Thierry had a hand in this, but you'll notice it's not this order that is here with music as the end of the quadrivium is not what's in his Heptateuchon, and it's also not what's in his own works. But he doesn't really have a reason. Michael Massey doesn't have a reason for this discrepancy. He doesn't give a plausible explanation why there would be two preferred traditions among the two groups of people. And I would like to suggest here today that the issue is whether number alone is the primary universitas that prepares the student for the study of theology, or whether there might be a creational ground to see a special union of word and number in the discipline of music as the ultimate preparation for the contemplation of God. So let's think about these two different traditions. I've got some of this on your handout here, and I actually, I'm going to deal with the Boethian one first, which is at the bottom of your handout. So the Boethian tradition was mediated from the Neoplatonists, and you can see it in Proclus. So Proclus says, arithmetic then studies quantity as such, music the relationship between quantities, geometry magnitude at rest, spherics or astronomy magnitude inherently moving. So if you look in Boethius's De Arithmetica, and you can see this on your handout, I kind of summarized it for you. Essentially, the idea is that those who are studying the quadrivium are moving from living in the world of the sensible world, think the divided line, and things you can see with movement, and then you start to see movement and then rest, and then music gets you to things that can be heard but not seen, and then finally arithmetic, quantities as such, helps you to think abstractly, kind of removed from the intelligible world. And so the idea is abstraction within the Boethian tradition. And so what Thierry did, and we won't go into a great deal of detail on this, but one of the things is he took that Boethian idea and thought about what it would mean when we think that God is both unity and Trinity. So he took that in a Trinitarian direction. So although the quadrivial order expressed by Boethius is it's frankly one of the more common ones. When I was an undergrad, what does that mean? I have 2 minutes? What? Okay, I will. I'll keep going. Although it's more common, it's not the only one available. So Marcianus Capella was the vehicle in the Middle Ages for the quadrivial order that placed music as the pinnacle of the quadrivium, and he follows Aristides. And Aristides, I think, gives us a very nice explanation for why music might be considered the pinnacle. He says, quote, music provides a paradigm for the order of the soul in the universe. And so Matheson observes this, that essentially it's the reason for the force of music is mimesis. So because of the natural attraction of the soul to something that is like one or other of its parts, the mimetic arts may affect the soul on earth for better or for worse. Mimesis in music is not simply imitation of things, but imitation of life itself, capable of raising the soul once again to the harmonia of the universe. That is why it's the most powerful art, as Aristides Quintilianus observes, quote, since it makes its mimesis not through one sensory perception, but through many. So there's actually value in sensory perception at the pinnacle in this model. So this idea of music is actually not foreign to Boethius. We find it actually in his Fundamentals of Music, which influences Bernard and was a standard work read by most educated men until 1255. And in this work, he identifies 3 kinds of music: the cosmic music, so the music of the spheres; the human music, so that's going to be the music in our bodies, that the kind of careful tuning that we have, but then instrumental music, but it's the instrumental music I want to focus your attention on here, because it's this instrumental music, the way Boethius approaches it, that shows the difference between Boethius and Thierry and Bernard here. So he defines a human musician into 3 classes: the instrumentalist, the poet, notice the poets in here, and the rational judger of music. He says that the instrumentalist is no greater than a, quote, slave, because one does not need the faculty of reason in order to produce music upon an instrument. I won't comment on that. The second class of poets are presumably higher than slaves, but Boethius remarks that even poets can create songs by instinct rather than reason. And the third class of musician is the one with the ability to judge rhythm, melody, and composition. Since this class exercises reason in their experience of music, they alone should be considered worthy of esteem. according to Boethius. Boethius's negative characterization of both human instrumentalists and poets may seem harsh, but he's not alone in this, and we won't talk about that. But I do think that it's important to see that the inclusion of poets within the class of musicians continues. For example, Dante confirms in the Convivio that when the writer of a good canzone will be indebted to 3 of the 7 liberal arts: grammar, rhetoric, and music. It's the denigration of Boethius's denigration of poets and Thierry's implicitly that Bernard seems to be taking issue with. The Cosmographia, that title is actually, it means universe writing. And one of the things that he does throughout this poem is he actually calls God auctor a lot. In fact, he has Silva, unformed mass, that infinity we were talking about before, seeking form, that is seeking number, in order to make it whole. And so there's this implication here that God is an author, God composes through music, and that Bernard imitates God in his creation of poetry. So he authors it. So the strategic emphasis of Bernard's Cosmographia upon God as the writer of music, that is, God as poet, gives us a plausible reason for the 2 quadrivial traditions. Those craftsmen who made music and art may perhaps prefer a quadrivium that places value upon their own vocations as an imitatio Dei. Just a thought. They may even think that in the Christian tradition, where the creation of the world happens willfully and not as a result of some sort of fall from contemplation, the creative arts are particularly high forms of imitation. Further, although initial creation cannot begin without arithmetical distinction like 1 and 2, sameness and difference, life itself is not possible without time. In other words, without cosmic and human music. So, in conclusion, Thierry and Bernard shared so many assumptions in common against the grain of the world in which they were living. They believed that the correct order of the quadrivium in education reflected widespread theological assumptions about the order of creation. They believed that the path of philosophy ought not to be shortened for mere exigency's sake. And yet Bernard, with all deference to Thierry, could not ignore his own personal gifting in poetry because God himself was a poet. And those who write poetry well imitate God. In other words, for all their commonalities, the long-standing rivalry between the poets and philosophers could not wait for less turbulent times. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My talk is called Decentering Number, an investigation into the objects of the quadrivium. And so what I want to do is I want to think outside the box. And hopefully that'll be cool, but if you're very uncomfortable and you don't like it, don't worry, the box will still be there at the end and you can crawl back into it. Okay, it's fine. The classical understanding of the quadrivium, as we've seen yesterday and today, is predicated upon one thesis. Namely, there is one object of the quadrivial arts, and that object is number. This thesis has 2 parts, that there is one common object that all the 4 quadrivial arts are about, even if that's modulated differently in each of the arts, and then the identity of that object is its number. I want to challenge both parts of that, and I want to be really clear up front. I've called this decentering number because this isn't about toppling number, right? This is not an argument that we've screwed everything up all along and it's just irretrievable and we've got to junk the whole thing and start over. Rather, it's an argument that there are other approaches to the quadrivium that should be set alongside the number tradition that we've been talking about here this weekend. So please don't hear me saying number's bad, music isn't number, stop it. I'm not saying that. So I want to start just assuming that there is a common object, and I want to interrogate for a moment number's claim to be that common object. And here, and I'm indebted to Leslie for this, there's a distinction. We have to be clear what type of number we're talking about, because the Pythagoreans' understanding of number is not the same as our contemporary understanding of number, right? For us, numbers are abstract entities that describe relationships and structures in the world, both intelligible and physical. But for the Pythagoreans, numbers are not something that measure the world. They are the fundamental structures of the world. Though not themselves physical, they are capable of inherence in, and therefore instantiation in, sensible matter, which would include not only extended bodies, but also sound. Now, given the fundamental disagreement about the nature of number between ancient and contemporary mathematicians, one way of proceeding would be to argue that the way to recover what is missing is to return to ancient conceptions of number in order to rescue the quadrivium from a mathematical reduction that renders it incapable of doing the work it was originally conceived to do. This does not seem quite right, however. I personally have always felt that something was missing even in the ancient account. It is always felt that something urgent in reality is being elided. And it comes down to the fact that I think the primary locus of the existence of music is in performance and not in contemplation. In this connection, it is interesting that the ancient conception of the quadrivial arts consistently failed to place sufficient value on music as performed and encountered in performance. This failure is not limited to just a few thinkers. It is near total. Augustine, Boethius, Hugh of St. Victor, among so many others, struggled to find much meaningfully good to say about what Boethius calls musica instrumentalis. To be sure, Augustine feels its power, which he feels he must resist if he is not to be distracted by the beauty of music during the moment of worship. For Augustine, the physicality of music seems to be part of the barrier. As performed, music is one of the material things of the world that seeks to overwhelm the soul with its force and displace the rule of reason. Music as a quadrivial art, by abstracting from performance, also abstracts from the physical, rendering music purely intellectual, thereby erasing the conflict between the physical and the spiritual. But such a harsh opposition of the physical and the spiritual has much more to do with Plato than the incarnation. And even in the hands of a theologian as great as Augustine, it is not a Christian but a Platonic doctrine. Hugh and Boethius fare better only insofar as they are not forced to try to explain away the physicality of the musica instrumentalis. Nevertheless, while they have brilliant things to say about musica mundana and musica humana, they almost seem to get bored when they come to the musica instrumentalis, contenting themselves with the briefest of characterizations. It is music made with instruments, before moving on. All of this is a symptom of the insufficiency of number to account for the transcendent qualities referenced and accessed in musical performance. It is perhaps the boldest claim I wish to advance that the privileged point for understanding and interpreting the phenomenon of music is the musica instrumentalis and not the musica mundana. Now, this is offensive because it seems to flip the order of reality on its head, declaring the lower to be higher and vice versa. And as we all know, if you do that, chaos is coming in. But that's only an appearance. If we take off the mantle of Plato for a second, hanging it ever so reverently on a shelf, and put on our cloak of Aristotle, +5, the situation will look quite different. Musica instrumentalis is the primary substance, the actually existing particular. Musica mundana is the secondary substance, a universal that is real, but only in the particular. What is primary is the individually existing thing. Yes, this corresponds to ideas in the mind of God, but the musica mundana is not meant to be the divine ideas, but rather the created instantiation of divine ideas. Musica instrumentalis is not a shadowy expression of the musica mundana. Musica mundana is a metaphor for the spiritual and transcendent intellectual and affective truths that musica instrumentalis makes present for us by giving them a contingent physical form. Now, given this approach to the nature of music, I do not think that the best path lies in restoring the ancient view of number. Rather, although I think the ancient view of number was richer than the contemporary one, and able to ground reflection on the other quadrivial arts that was closer to reality than the contemporary one could, nevertheless, it still comes up short precisely by reducing all things to number. the modern conception of number has clarified what was always lacking in treating number as the one object of the quadrivial arts. Okay, now an objector might say it's all very well to want to make something other than number fundamental, like sound, for example, but sound just is number. So unless you can prove that it isn't, you're really only daydreaming. Well, I am afraid I cannot prove that sound is not only number. However, it is worth pointing out that no one has proved that sound is number either. They have only asserted it. The numerical description of the sound wave is evidence offered in support of the claim that sound is number, not a proof or even an argument that it is. So in the spirit of equal access to argumentative modes, I will make a counterclaim. This is a big one. It is not that all things are number, but rather that all may be described by number. This is as much as to claim that the Pythagorean concept of number is analogical. It is not that numbers are the fundamental reality themselves, rather they are metaphors that represent the fundamental reality. Okay, so if that's true, then the reduction of all things to number would rest upon a fundamental category error. The specific nature of that error is that it mistakes epistemology for ontology, or even more specifically, the measure for the being of that of which it is the measure. In the same way that age is not just a number, only the young think that, but it's a reality that would not be altered if we numbered differently or did not number at all, so sound is not number, but is measured by number. Figure is not number, however much it is expressible in terms of number. Number is not primary, but secondary. It is not fundamental reality, but a way of describing and expressing fundamental reality. And it's worth adding as a plausibility enhancer for the claim that number is a measure rather than fundamental being, that it was always hard to understand exactly what it is that exists so long as all was thought to be number. Indeed, it seems very hard to speak that way at all without descending into equivocation. For at the very least, since 1, when applied to the number of objects on the table, references no physical thing, but rather an intellectual one, the concept 1, and 1 as the unity that is the actual item on the table, since that 1 must either be physical or produce physicality as an emergent property, it hardly seems possible that 1 describing the number of items on the table and 1 as the constitutive number making up the item can mean the same thing. Skippy. So I have this other, I don't have a clear term I can use for what I think the fundamental object of music is, because all the terms, pitch and harmony and those other sorts of things, first of all, we're so used to thinking about those in terms of number, and so it's going to be confusing. Second of all, I also don't think any of those is the thing. I don't think music is primarily about pitch. I think pitch is an expression of the thing that music is primarily about. So I'm going to make up a new word. And the word I'm going to make up is aureme. That's A-U-R-E-M-E, the smallest unit of intelligible sound. Now, what does the aureme's claim to being the common object of the quadrivial arts look like? If number is not the common object, maybe the aureme is the common object, and we need to rethink everything in terms of number. You notice how much the word harmony has come up this weekend? I think that concept harmony is not a numerical one, but a musical one. And so I think that when you talk about harmony in the quadrivium, you're doing what I'm saying we need to do more of, which is discussing the mathematical arts in terms of a non-mathematical entity. That is to say, whatever the object of music is. I know, it's weird. Okay, so Pythagoras is said to have had a mystical experience, or at least an arresting epiphany, hearing the sound of the blacksmith's hammer striking the anvils. And of course, he understood it in terms of number because he's a devotee of number. But what would Bach or Mozart have understood it as, had they been the ones to have that experience? Right? And not the historical Bach, who was formed in his understanding of music by the entire tradition that came from Pythagoras, but a Bach who had never had that whole tradition, but was still the musical soul that he was. How might he have experienced that? Might he not have seen in the monochord, not that number is the basis of music, but that the aureme is the basis of number? Number is but the schematization of the fundamental phonic reality. Arithmetic, therefore, is a discourse that abstracts from the actual sounds and reflects on them in numerical symbols, thereby allowing us to understand a different mode of the way the aureme fundamentally is all things. Geometry might thus appear as but a visual analogy to the fundamental resonance of the aureme, tracing out the shape of sound rather than ratios. Astronomy might then be the dance set in motion by the reverberations of the modulations and layers of the Orim. In this way, pre-modern cosmology would be shown to be more deeply true than has been allowed for many centuries. The music of the spheres would now be seen to be about music, not math. Rather than resting on a bed of number, the universe would rest on a bed of song. And arithmetic itself might be best described as the measuring of musical periods. Where now we speak of continuous and discrete quantity, we might instead speak of melody and caesura. Now, to some, it might seem that there's a certain loss of rigor, but this is short-sighted. In reality, a great deal of work has been open to us. For now, we will have to redo all of our work in arithmetic, geometry, and astronomy, describing their characteristic discussions in terms not of discrete, continuous, mobile, etc. number, but rather articulation and tempo, ornamentation and cadence, and because music is not primarily or only classical, improvisation. There is enough material here for an intellectual quadrivial tradition at least as rich as the one number has produced. And I will add that for me, a universe built on the Orim rather than on number more easily explains the inclusion of freedom, and particularly of free will. The number universe is constantly haunted by the shadow of determinism. Perhaps this is simply the human desire, innate in us since Eden, to abrogate responsibility, but perhaps it is because number-based descriptions of reality inherently tend to the closed formulaic expression. Okay, however, I don't want you to do what I just said. I don't want you to replace number with the Orim as the common object of the quadrivial arts, because I don't think there is a common object of the quadrivial arts. I think they each have their own proper object. How does that make sense then? What about all this stuff you guys are saying about how they interrelate with each other and we can't have unity of knowledge if we don't tie these things together? Because each of their common objects relate to one another in an important and specific way. And I'm going to turn to the philosophical notion of simplicity to explain this. Simplicity, in one sense, is to not be composed of parts, but in a more robust and meaningful sense, simplicity is to be such that divisions within the substance do not isolate segments of the substance from itself. Think about divine justice and mercy. If God is simple, then justice and mercy, although notionally distinct, are not really different things. And that means that what so many of our colleagues in the world want to say, which is that God's justice is at odds with God's mercy, is actually a whole bunch of nonsense. A justice that is justice and is not divine justice, and vice versa. I think that's the kind of relationship that holds among the objects of the quadrivium. That number and the Orim are related to one another by a relationship of simplicity, which means that they don't stop being what they are. They're notionally distinct, and nevertheless, they're unified in what we might call coherence, or our Greek friends might call a perichoretic dance. Okay? So that's the thought there. Now, just a word at the end about the payoff of this view. I'm going to skip ahead to right here. Okay, so yeah, there's this notion, we've talked about this a lot too, and I think it's right that we have, that, what do we do about STEM and the humanities and the trivia, quadrivium and blah, blah, blah. I think it's to recognize, which some of you have said, and I appreciate that the division into STEM and humanities is procedural, and it's run its course. It's stopped being useful. And I want to name what the real distinction is that we're talking about when we talk about STEM versus humanities. We're talking about objectivity versus subjectivity, okay? And so long as we are enslaved to a scientism that demands that everything be objective in order to be formalized in all institutions of higher learning by Max Weber's landmark lecture in 1917, Science as Vocation, we will gravitate to STEM as showing us the way the world really is and relegate humanities to the realm of wishful thinking or mere opinion. But the notion that the only objective is knowledge is a contradiction in terms, because knowledge is a mental state that must belong to some particular mind. It is inherently subjective. So let me end by this. Let me say that study that embraces the STEM without humanities would be unable to account for meaning. It would have to stop at the level of mere fact. A study that embraced the humanities apart from STEM would be detached from reality, forgetting that all meaning is the meaning of something. It would treat meanings as the things themselves and so drift further and further from reality, losing meaning by losing that of which it is. If you want to see an example, theory. In contrast, genuine human knowledge, by which I mean knowledge that is genuinely human, is the fusion and interpenetration of the objective and the subjective of the dispositions of STEM and the humanities. Okay, so this is the proposition that I think unlocks a path to richer reflection on the quadrivium and also to reintegration of our curriculum, and that is that there is no common object of the quadrivial arts, but there is the union of simplicity among their objects. Thank you.
Thank you, Junius. Junius and I will be tackling this subject. I told him I wanted to steal his word decentering and footnote him. I'm going to be giving sort of a decentering talk as well. Maybe to place my talk in the context of a lot of our discussions is to raise at least two sort of oppositions before us at first. So I want to talk about the quadrivium, and the quadrivium has traditionally, as we've been hearing, been shaped by sort of the soul of Platonic thinking, and I'm going to want to push against that. I'm going to want to argue on the side. I'm going to be talking about a specific thinker on this, but I want to be thinking of Plato and Aristotle within a Christian context where we appreciate Plato and Aristotle as beginners of a conversation, in the same way that we think of Homer as the beginner of a conversation, but we don't take Homer's worldview and use it to structure our education. Take them as beginners of that. So I'm going to be leaning against Platonism in favor of something called personalism, or at least a more maligned group, the nominalists, and defend that. The other is an assumption, and I won't deal with this directly, maybe it can come up, but there seems to be an assumption here that the quadrivium how captures human rationality. I want to resist that too. I want to think about, as important as mathematics is, and I think it should be part of our curriculum and so forth. I know Plato thought so. Plato thought it captured human rationality. But I want to think of mathematics more on the term of chess, right? I love chess. I've been obsessed with it. I play about 20 games going at a time on my phone. But I don't think chess captures human rationality. It's not a good picture of the soul of rationality. And I think mathematics is important, especially in the impersonal realm. But I think we're misguided if we think it gets the soul of human rationality. Certainly we use rationality when we're doing mathematics, but for example, we wouldn't take the rules of chess and put them into the quadrivium as a universal curriculum, right? I think we'd see that as odd, and I sort of want to argue that I think that's what we've done with mathematics, as important as it is. For example, if you want to understand the parables of Jesus, you don't need geometry, right? You need rhetoric. You need the ability to understand irony. You need to be able to understand all sorts of things, and mathematics is important, but not for understanding the parables at that moment. Anyway, that's a longer, bigger discussion, and maybe we can get into it. I'm coming at this, I was motivated by my talk, which is called Incarnational Quadrivium, because I've been a long-time amateur woodworker. I've been building furniture for 30 years or so, and in the past 3 years I've turned to guitars and ukuleles, and been trying to get far from mastering it, but trying to grow in my skills there. Built about 30 guitars now, and still not close to where I want to be. And I'm also a literature teacher, and been watching how I learn things in both fields. And it seems like my learning in the woodworking and guitar is much richer and quicker and just a different quality altogether. And so part of the reflection on that is the basis for that, for this talk. I do want to talk about this book. This is the late Stratford Caldecott's book that influenced many of us, The Beauty for Truth's Sake. And he produced a rich body of reflection on educational and theological themes. So I want to interact critically but appreciatively with his proposals and then use his framework to sketch something different. I think he produces or recommends to us a Platonic Pythagorean approach, which I think is wrong-headed. But I like the goals of it. All right, let me summarize since others have summarized what the quadrivium is, I'm not going to go into details on that for the sake of time. But Caldecott specifically has these things, and I'll number these 1 through 7, right? Western education is fragmented, and he wants us to know that the nominalists, the high late medieval nominalists, Occam and Abelard and others, are the ones who are responsible for that. Those are the guys I want to defend. 2, education is fundamentally about unifying principles, he'll argue. 3, beauty is the central form of unity. And this is going to be where I agree with him the most. I do think the quadrivium should be shaped by beauty. 4, he's going to argue this thing called poetic imagination grasps some essential forms. And then 5, within that, symbols more than any other mere sign connect us to these forms, these sort of timeless forms. And then 6, numbers are very special symbols connecting us to the cosmos. And 7, after numbers, church liturgy is necessary to educate us to growth and poetic imagination. So what I want to do is, basically I want to argue why I think his Platonic Pythagorean vision fails, but that he's pointing us in the right direction. And I think my comments here will interact with a lot of other claims that have been made here. And again, we can agree to disagree or think about these some more. Number 1, the one contradiction or one tension within his vision, within Caldecott's vision, is some claims about poetic knowledge. This is the first area. He introduces his whole treatment of poetic knowledge to overcome the various failings of fragmenting modernity. His ongoing complaint about the nominalist tradition is that it makes knowledge and meaning arbitrary. That's a key word. He contends that contemporary education tends to the elimination of meaning, right? So here's part of the trick that's going on in a sense. He says you have to avoid arbitrariness. I'm going to accuse him of being arbitrary in the end. I'm going to accuse him of being a nominalist in the end. So to overcome this subjectivism, Caldecott recommends the method of poetic knowledge. And as a poetry teacher, I'm all in for poetic knowledge, but I don't think he gets there. He describes this as an inward or intuitive grasp of the world, which through non-scientific aims enables us to grasp a universal, a timeless gestalt. He describes this method of reading symbols as a way of passing from the visible to the invisible. And so how do we get this poetic knowledge to work? He says he offers 2 stages. A, an awakening of the poetic imagination, and then B, you use that poetic consciousness to meditatively examine symbols which give up their universal gestalts to us. When these come together, here's a quote from him. Knowledge by connaturality or participation that finds within the self something that corresponds to the object, thus leaping over the barrier between the self and the other. So a person gazing at the stars, even if he cannot measure them in the way demanded by scientific knowledge, may be led to a part of himself in which those great distances and holy fires are felt to exist and possess a meaning. This is a traditional, in a sense, with some qualifications, a traditional Platonic approach to knowledge. He says this line as well, more than the sum of its parts, the figure is the appearing to us of an infinite depth that cannot be fully revealed in time. So these are timeless objects. Every symbol is a kind of gestalt in which a universal meaning can be glimpsed. Eventually, every created thing can be seen as the manifestation of its own interior essence. All right, he's going to go on and describe this. My basic complaint here is that he doesn't give us the details to do this, and yet it's crucial to his argument that he gives us the details. He doesn't do that. That's going to be my complaint there. Let me go on to number 2, the failure of Platonic meaning. Remember, the big selling point of Platonic view of meaning and knowledge is that it beats relativism, right? That it beats the sophists. That's its selling point, okay? That you've got these eternal meanings that we can all connect into, and that's how we can preserve knowledge. And I want to suggest that that doesn't work. Nominalism historically came to a dead end in the period of the nominalists. It gets revived every century or so, but because it doesn't accomplish what it aims to. Because ultimately, let's say we've got this intuition of a Platonic form in our meditation, then what does the teacher do? The teacher has to go explain that to some students, or teach it, or lecture about it. And so we take that timeless thing and we bring it into our subjectivity. We bring it into the flow of history. We bring it into the vagaries of language. And so you end up getting back into that stream which the Platonists think pollutes meaning. And so ultimately, Platonic meaning is not going to get us any further than nominalism. I think both have to find ways of preserving knowledge. A third complaint I have about Caldecott's is that it tends to be a staring backward, right? If you're a Platonist, you tend to have this sort of backward look. And there are all sorts of quotes from Caldecott where he's constantly having us to look backward. And my basic worry here is a Trinitarian one, if I can, very quickly. That within a Trinitarian context, that we cannot have this sort of prejudice toward the past the way the Platonists do. Right? Within a Trinitarian context, we know, drawing on various theologians, which I won't go into, we know that, in a sense, the mission of each person of the Trinity has a particular focus. Right? The mission of the Father as the source, origin, right? As he's tied with the past. We know that the work of the Son is today, is the present, and especially the work of the Spirit looks toward the future, perfecting creation. So in a classical Christian context, we can't just be looking backward like the Platonists or at the present. We have to be always looking at three and not privileging one over the other. The biggest complaint that I have for Caldecott is his impersonalism, right? And it's a complaint as well, right? If we can understand the Christian vision within the triune God, reality is personal, right? Not impersonal. The Platonists see ultimate reality as impersonal. Right? Ultimately, that's what they're trying to get away from. They think they can be saved through timelessness. But within the Christian view, it's personal, and that's our ultimate reality. And he creates impersonal things, but ultimately, it's personalism. And if you look at Caldecott, and I think some of our discussion here, when we start talking about the divine nature of number, we start making the divine mind impersonal. And it becomes this of the personal, the impersonal. And I think that's a wrong direction to go. So those are some of my objections that I have. Excuse me, I need my glass of water if I could. Some of my objections to Caldecott. Thanks. But what I want to say constructively is let's assume that Platonism fails there. What would a personalist view look like? And one of the big things I want to lean on here is someone that Caldecott also leans on is Hans Urs von Balthasar. Von Balthasar is a personalist, but what's at the core of von Balthasar is not number or impersonalism or Platonism, but what we get at the core of a Christian quadrivium, I would argue, is love, right? God is love, ultimately. We need to shape and reshape the quadrivium in terms of love. And von Balthasar very simply, very in a complicated way, through volumes and volumes that I don't pretend to be an expert in, but let me give you sort of three ways of thinking of something like truth, beauty, and goodness within a Christian context. We sort of let the Platonists take truth, beauty, and goodness. But in a sense, we have to retranslate those in terms of love. So goodness is love, of course. Love is the selfless gift of self, given and received. Truth is love unveiling itself. Truth is love unveiling itself. Beauty is love made visible, audible, tactile, and so forth. And so if we're going to rethink the quadrivium, which I'm advocating, I think we need to do it in this personalist direction and using love and truth, beauty, and goodness as expressions of God's personal character. And in short form, what I think that leads us to is a revival or a reconciliation of the servile arts. with the liberal arts. And part of this comes from, if we're trying to use the quadrivium to think about the mind of God and the mind of Christian theology, then creation and incarnation would be our number one tools for thinking about this, rather than number. And particularity in particular. So I want to think of, if we were to rethink the quadrivium and the quadrivium in terms of creation and incarnation, then I think the servile arts, right? So here comes the woodworking, here comes the welding, here comes the cooking back into the quadrivium as an expression of what a Christian quadrivium might look like. Now, of course, all those things involve number, but it's not number at the center, and they all involve mathematics as well. So let me close with this, and there's a lot more we can talk about perhaps in discussion, but the summary of aspects of what I'm arguing for, that divine love is the fundamental source and telos of the entire curriculum. 2, truth, beauty, and goodness are personal expressions of divine love. 3, the servile and liberal arts should be integrated with a focus on self-giving. 4, the pursuit of beauty should involve discipline in craftsmanship, analysis, and intuition. 5, creation and incarnation should motivate the curriculum more directly, transforming the material order. 6, immersion in the experience of aesthetic replication moves students deeper into the practice of beauty. And 7, while not neglecting the past or present, the Spirit's focus on creativity leads students into an embrace of the future and the new. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Well. Some challenges, and now we have another challenge. So I'll do my best to channel Blake. I'm sure his version of this would be more suit magisterial. This talk somewhat came out of a conversation that he and I were having about. I said last year's FORMA there was the discussion of it, and it might be good to take up the mantle of the inclusion in it. Details that I didn't is that my intrigue in algebra was elicited because somebody on the internet, whose last name might have been Bianco, in the spirit of reject modernity, embrace tradition, which I can get on with, said we should teach arithmetic, which I'm also good with, and not algebra. And I was like, So thank you for Bianco for inciting us always and ever. And so to Blake, I posed, what do you think of algebra, and giving an apologia for it. So if you can hear Blake in a better tone, follow along, please. You should have a handout on the table. Can contemporary mathematics be reconciled with the classical quadrivium? Whether we examine linear K-12 school curricula in the U.S., which try to impose a hierarchy upon loose clusters of topics, or the research triumvirate of analysis, algebra, and topology, attempting to govern a splintering professional discourse, the need for a robust disciplinary foundation presents itself. While we cannot retreat to a world lacking the profusion of present-day developments and perspectives, neither should we untether ourselves from the tradition which made many of these advances possible in the first place. The task set for classical educators by those circumstances is this: to reckon with the contemporary mathematical landscape in light of the commitment shaping our distinctive educational enterprise. And if you're following along, we'll skip around a little bit. The quadrivial categories underwent many challenges in the European Renaissance, but perhaps none more sustained and direct as that stemming from Francois Viette's introduction to the analytic art. His purpose was to create a science of correct discovery in mathematics, superseding both arithmetical and geometric methods. As Jacob Klein has elaborated upon, Viette drew upon Diophantus's arithmetical methods, together with Pappus's paradigm of analysis, to create a discipline he sees as realizing his vision of one science, mia episteme, which gathers all mathematical knowledge into one. The introduction ends a powerful challenge to the rest of mathematics. Finally, the analytic art, endowed with its three forms of zeitetics, poristics, and exegetics, itself the greatest problem of all. nullum non problema solvere. Forgive me. While this claim is fascinating to consider on its own terms, our primary interest will be its pedagogical implications, which reverberate from Viète's time into our contemporary discourse. This avenue was opened just prior to the introduction's 1591 publication by the decorated mathematician Guilherme Gosselin, who in 1577 introduced algebra into the university curriculum, spoke of it as the eighth liberal art, and called it the divine art and the queen of the science. Can algebra be reconciled to the traditional liberal arts, or does it subsume them in its aspirations to universality? In what follows, I will establish that no conflict need exist between these modern creations and the ancient quadrivium. This is the case because algebra is the arithmetical language of form. By arithmetical language, I mean an organized system of discrete signs and terms generalized from those used in arithmetic. By form, I mean the ordering principle or arrangement of a given thing, whether it be an equation, a curve, or some collection of mathematical entities. Algebra is therefore a way of addressing the form of mathematical entities and their relationships in an arithmetical mode, whether the objects themselves are discrete or continuous. Look briefly at a timeline of the arithmetical language and jump to the pre-Viète era. While many interesting studies have been conducted regarding prefigurations of algebraic thought prior to 800 AD, what is most important for the present purpose begins with Al-Khwarizmi's The Book of Restoration and Opposition. Though the author describes his work from the outset as concerning arithmetical and geometric problems, the method is decidedly arithmetical. Many of the problems involve what we now write as quadratic equations, whose solutions are established by both arithmetical and geometrical means. However, the attention to numerical characteristics of the problem at hand distinguishes even Al-Khwarizmi's geometrical figures from the abstract Euclidean tradition, which was also well known in the Arabic-speaking world of his time. In 1145, Latin edition of the book transliterates rather than translates the title, coining the term algebra in the sense understood in the West. The Arabic term, again, forgive me, al-jabr, which is restoration, indicates the transference of negative terms to the opposite side of the equation and denotes the combination of like terms. In Al-Khwarizmi's work, these are clearly arithmetical processes which attend to the form of equations, even when the quantities involved may represent geometrical realities. Perhaps the best primary summary of the progress of European algebra in the intervening 400 years is Girolamo Cardano's The Great Art, or The Rules of Algebra, published in 1545. Cardano declares his work to be a most abstruse and unsurpassed treasury of the entire subject of arithmetic, clearly locating his work within our familiar liberal art. Indeed, the era of algebra preceding Viète's 1591 work may be characterized as concrete, calculational, and centered on equations. In reading Viète's work in this larger context, it is not surprising that we find it to possess inherently numerical characteristics, with an object that is its generality, notwithstanding, arithmetically determined. So now we move on to the era of algebraic geometry. One of the reasons of Viète's introduction is not that it's not more commonly read, is the foundational role it played in enabling René Descartes' famous geometry of 1673. Though it has been said that this work reduced the methods of geometry to calculations performed on numerical quantities, Descartes himself saw his notions of adding and subtracting lines as introducing arithmetical terms into geometry for the sake of greater clearness. This project of geometry was fittingly geometrical, but the method decidedly arithmetical. In particular, Descartes drew on the equational vision of algebra still dominant in his time, insisting that all points of those curves, which we may call geometric, that is, those which admit of precise and exact measurement, must bear a definite relation to all points of a straight line, and that this relation must be expressed by means of a single equation. Today, these curves are called algebraic precisely because points on them satisfy an algebraic equation whose attributes are intrinsic to the curve. One example of the fruits of this method is a classification of curves by the degree of the equation involved, namely the largest sum of exponents involved in a single term of the equation. By reforming ancient results, Descartes realized that straight lines were only of curves of degree 1. The conic sections, such as the circle, ellipse, hyperbola, and parabola, were curves of degree 2. And in 1695, Newton classified 72 species of degree 3 curves using novel algebraic transformations and equivalences, giving an early demonstration of the power of Descartes' approach. While geometry was never absent from early algebraic developments, the second period particularly emphasized the insights algebraic methods could bring to continuous magnitudes. Skipping to the era of interpreters. Just as Leonhard Euler became the inheritor of Newton and Leibniz's calculus, so too did he receive and transform the algebraic tradition. Many of his early works elaborate what later became known as number theory, and his vision of the calculus centered around an especially algebraic version of the function concept. Most pertinent to the present discussion is his Elements of Algebra, published in 1770. In his first chapter, Euler says that in algebra, we consider only numbers which represent quantities without regarding the different kinds of quantity. At first glance, this seems to limit algebra only to numerals, but he immediately clarifies that arithmetic treats of numbers in particular and is the science of numbers properly so called. This shows, together with the content of Euler's work, which does not limit itself only to calculation regarding particular numbers, that Euler sees algebra as the arithmetical way of speaking of any of the kinds of quantity appearing in mathematics. In fact, he defines algebra to have this foundational role in mathematics by contending that the foundation of all the mathematical sciences must be laid in a complete treatise of the science of numbers and in an accurate examination of the different possible methods of calculation. This fundamental part of mathematics is called analysis or algebra. As hinted by the title's reference to Euclid, Euler's Elements lives up to this expansive vision, weaving together elementary number theory, the solutions of equations, whether quadratic, cubic, or quartic, roots, logarithms, proportions, infinite series, and much more. Skip to the era of structures. The final epoch of algebra includes much of contemporary discourse, but its foundations are interlaced with the previous era's insights. This structural era was touched off by a particular discovery, the young Niels Abel's corrected attempt to solve the quintic equation by radicals. In 1824, he announced that such a general solution, which had been found rapidly in the 16th century for the cubic and quartic, was not possible at all. Évariste Galois brought Abel's result into systematic theory of the unsolvability of algebraic equations in 1831, but Galois' sudden death delayed his work's reception into the broader mathematical community. His investigation hinged on permutations of the roots of equations, and when studied as a collection, became the paradigmic example of a mathematical group. Examples of groups include rotations, translations, reflections, and permutations, and each is equipped with a multiplication or composition that conjoins two members of the group, a concept which seems inseparable from the first rudiments of calculation in Bourbaki's view. Equation theory motivated the group concept, and considerations of number and divisibility gave rise to other more complicated algebraic structures. Detailed descriptions of these more exotic structures, fields, rings, and many more, exceed our present scope, but the clear emphasis of this era is on the properties of collections of objects rather than on the individuals belonging to them. Groups have become the standard expression of symmetries of an object or arrangement, while ideals within rings offer factorizations of prime numbers in strange domains. Skipping down, in light of our view of algebra as the arithmetical language of form, it is thus the formal character that receives the most emphasis in the contemporary era. The arithmetical character is evident in the notation and some of the methodology, but these are seen as secondary by many contemporary practitioners. In any case, the structural approach to algebra by the last century and a half of innovators continues to underscore the depth of our view. Some pedagogical reflections. So what implications might this perspective have for contemporary mathematical pedagogy? First, knowing algebra's true character can help balance its role in the curriculum. Since it does indeed participate in the quadrivial arts, especially arithmetic, its inclusion can be guided by the same principles that govern classical education's existing focus on the liberal arts. In particular, educators need not concede, explicitly or otherwise, to the formalizing despair so often tied up with contemporary algebra, whose contemporary practitioners often believe that it has become necessary to change mathematics from a system of meaningful propositions into a game of formulas, which is played according to certain rules. Rather, meaning, and particularly participation in the divine life, is imminently present in the mathematical arts, even in algebra, and can be rightly taught as participating in the formative ends of classical education. Just as the ends of algebra instruction can rightly be seen once its role in the tradition is clarified, this vantage allows for better discernments regarding which elements of its vast subject matter might best serve these ends. Euler's Elements is an exceptional guide in this direction as he builds up the elementary arithmetic alongside divisibility laws, powers, series, and even hints regarding infinite quantities. His text could easily be used as the primary reference for students as young as 12 or younger who are ready to step beyond simple arithmetic, and also contains material that will proportionally challenge older students. As another example, topics under the heading discrete mathematics are also members of the algebraic tradition. A gentle introduction such as Oscar Levin's text, Discrete Mathematics, an open introduction, can often provide an accessible inroad to arithmetical themes for students whose academic trajectories take them outside the standard mathematics hierarchy. As contemporary set theory is also largely algebraic, an introductory text such as Richard Hammack's Book of Proof can also be put to good use in our vision of algebra. So in conclusion, as we've seen, testimony from the history of algebra in the West supports its identification as the arithmetical language of form, an actualized potential in the traditional liberal art of arithmetic. This expansive definition of the discipline accounts for both its computational and instructional aspects and locates it as an important, but not all-encompassing item for the inclusion in classical curricula. It is my hope that the short survey can provide a better acquaintance with this valuable art and another avenue for attending to the one who has ordered all things in measure and number and weight. Thank you.
What a great time to be alive. I wonder if it was providential or deliberately designed by, well, providential by God or providential by the organizers, but the sequence took us from the moment of Boethius and then that high point of the 12th century, and then we all just experienced what do you call a bubble that doesn't pop and it can be pushed out, and an uninflated ball, or what? Well, there was this thing that we were all just inside, and we felt ourselves pushing outward, right? Pushing and challenging the boundaries and asking just what's going on in here, and are there limits, and are we about to pop this thing, or are we about to bring some more into it? I felt like we just lived the century intellectually, sort of, and then got to watch it happen. So thank you. That was really fun. So, time for questions. We have until 4 o'clock. When does this session end? Is it? Oh, we have. Okay, we have 15. If you have questions, you better hurry up and get them in. Matt Bianco.
Yes and no. Right. So I think to the part about the physical, part of what's wrong with our treatment of this is that we divorce it from physicality, and we don't have that preparation in the gymnastic aspects of it. I think that's a very good, well taken point. My argument is not with Plato, but with Platonists. Whatever Plato may have thought about the physical, and in my reading of Plato, even if there are gesturings towards something more positive towards the physical, I don't think he gets there. And it all kind of comes down to, for me, to if you use the physical as a ladder to climb up to the spiritual, which is an image Augustine actually uses, what happens to the ladder when you get up there? Can you kick the ladder away and be done with it? And if that's the direction you're going to go, that's where I would part from you, right? But I'm less concerned about Plato's usage than later, especially Christian Platonist usage, which has demonstrably struggled to find positive in the physical. But as to the issue of, would that then, if we were to restore the gymnastic aspects of education to the study of the quadrivium, would that address my concern about number? It absolutely would not. Because I fundamentally, as a performing professional musician, I think Boethius has got it dead wrong. The notion that a performing musician has the sort of least profound encounter with music from an intellectual standpoint, I think is quite wrongheaded, because I think there's something else going on in music besides the incredibly beautiful and deeply rich semantically mathematical proportions and relationships that are there. All that stuff is there, but there's something else going on too, and I think that if we try to reduce reality to that one aspect, then we're not attending to all the aspects of reality.
I think it's interesting on our panel we have, I'm a Platonist. I'm a Christian Platonist. We've got a conceptualist, it's funny because we didn't, you're not mentioning the 13th century at all, but like 13th, 14th century, conceptualist, and then we've got our nominalist over here. And what I will say is, I think it's interesting. I do think one step is the gymnastics and the rootedness in the physical world. Another step is reading the Timaeus and not just Republic, right? Because the Timaeus is, and I think that's the reason why Bernard focuses on this, it's deeply imitative, it's deeply musical. But one of the things that your paper emphasized for me was that the quadrivial order that ends in music is more deeply Plato than the one that ends in arithmetic, which is something that I hadn't thought of. And in fact, between our conversations today, I'm almost wondering if some of our concerns are with Boethius even are Aristotelian. So if you take his De Anima, the kind of goal is to be, you're in the physical world, you are ascending, and then you're thought thinking itself, and then you're fully actualized as a soul. And that definitely is an idea that influences Thierry. But I do think if we are Christian and we are incarnational, there is this sense in which there's a goodness of being embodied, but no buts. But it should have, and it should affect the things. Now the question is whether there is a thing that is uniting these mathematical arts. I would say there is such a thing as number, and so, but that you can't. That actually, one of the reasons that I would argue for music as maybe the fundamental thing is we are supposed to be both seeing things in the physical world as we are being educated, but also creating things in the physical world. Maybe that brings you in, right? Creating things in the physical world through number.
Just quickly, there's so much more to say there, Matt. I think all the things you pointed to are great discussion starters. I just don't want the conversation to end with Plato on top. I mean, we joke about Christian Platonism, but now we're living in a world, right, where classical education is being sort of developed in India, in China, and so forth, where they're not directly connected to the Greek tradition. And so then they're starting to use texts, right? So you get a Christian, I mean, notice how weird this sounds. A Christian Taoism, a Christian Hinduism, Christian Platonism. I want to suggest there's something going on there that is odd. It should make us a little uncomfortable. But I do think, as a great conversation starter, Hinduism's great, Plato's great, and so is Taoism.
But that creates a certain relativism among the different philosophical systems. If you look at the historically speaking, there are Platonists who became Christian because the Platonism helped them become Christian, and that happened in the ancient world. It also happened in the 18th century. You take someone like Coleridge, who was he did not believe in the Trinity. You know, lots of people in the 18th century did not believe in the Trinity. But as he is studying Platonism, he says, oh my goodness, it is rational to believe in the Trinity. In fact, it's more rational than what's in Plato, right? And so if you think that there are some philosophical systems that are closer to truth, even if they're not all the way, then you can say maybe it's still worth teaching Plato today to people who are in other places. Maybe there's something to Taoism too that you might, but like there's a fruit there that said maybe some philosophical systems are better than others.
I would say that for me, I'm a Platonist when it comes to causality. I think participation is one of the great contributions Plato gave to human thought, not just Western thought, but human thought. I don't think the theory of the forms is his best work, but you know, it's interesting. The part of Plato that I'm taking issue with here is the part that he got from Pythagoras. It's actually, to me, kind of it's integral to who Plato is, but it's also borrowed into Plato. So I wouldn't call myself not a Christian Platonist, but I think that every Christian Platonist has got to ask themselves the question, where do you get off the bus? Because Plato is not a Christian, and Plato's system is not 100% compatible with Christian theology. And so, you know, some people are staying on the bus. Yeah, well, I'll explain it later. So you know, some people stay on the bus all the way to the last stop, like the gentleman in the back there, and some people get off sooner. But I think it's important that we think about why. And again, you know, in the classical tradition where Aristotle is incredibly important, it's always worth revisiting what are the parts of Aristotle that we want to keep and what are the parts that we want to jettison. Generally speaking, I'd rather read Plato than Aristotle, 100%. But I think Aristotle has some important corrections that we need to add in, especially on the nature of metaphysical entities. You want to add something?
No, I think the only comment is that I would note that related to Doug's point about the forms, I mean, I think to understand Plato, you actually have to see the Pythagoreanism in there, and particularly the forms are not really verbal. They're and it's not. If I say they're numerical, you might get the indication that you think they're quantity, but they're not quantity. They're not the Hindu-Arabic numerals 1, 2. It's a meta-mathematical, the one and the many, and that's what it's pointing to. And some of the later Platonists work this out in their Baroque systems, like Proclus. But it's a unity and multiplicity in their pairings together that kind of make that metaphysical hierarchy with the forms. But it's a long discussion.
And one of the things that people who study the physical nature of the universe and of the body, we're increasingly recognizing the role of something like, we talk about frequencies. We talk about kind of frequencies in the body, frequencies in nature. I think we have more scientific evidence to say that there might be a music of the spheres than ever before. And so I do think, but it's interesting, that is one of the things your paper did highlight for me. It is deeply embodied, even in the spheres, right? Like it's embodied in our nature, it's embodied in the physical world, and we embody it when we create poetry.
Thank you. Boaz. Oh, I'll just stay here. You can.
So the Tyrian Boethian model, and so this is where that circle comes in handy, right? And that circle's imitating divine simplicity, divine kind of, and so there's a way in which maybe one is primary, but there's a way in which once you get up that high and that engine starts going, it's almost starts to not matter. And I mean, it almost starts to not matter. And I'll say this, and I thought this was really interesting with our absent panelist here when he was talking about algebra and geometry. The thing that I didn't mention is in the ancient, and this, so you can read about this on my Medieval Institute blog, Notre Dame Medieval Institute blog. The ancient Greeks thought that geometry was the fundamental quadrivial art, and they thought that because of irrational numbers. They couldn't figure out what to do with them. And so they realized that arithmetic ultimately couldn't solve irrational numbers, but you could get around it with geometry. And so there's a way in which all of these disciplines absolutely feed into one another. We had astronomy and music, they feed into one another. And so from that perspective, we start thinking about, okay, we want to know what the absolute truth is. Yes. But God has called each one of us to appreciate certain aspects of his creation in special ways. I actually don't think we're all called to be Thierry of Chartres, knowing all the 7 liberal arts incredibly well enough to teach them. Like, the fact that scares most people should be an indication to you maybe you're not called to know all 7, right? Maybe some people are, but maybe not all of you are. I don't think I am. So, but that what that means is as we attempt to understand God through the disciplines that we know, that actually can change what we do in the world, right? And so Thierry could absolutely think about number, think about Trinity, think about unity, push the boundaries of mathematics and theology, and contribute to the world. And Bernard could think about music, think about, and just focus on that, and also make contributions to the world.
Thank you. Well, with deep regret, we're going to have to eat lunch. So let's, forgive me, we're eating lunch in a couple hours. Just stay hungry. We have one more session, don't we? So let's take a break for 15 minutes, and we'll see you at 12 o'clock.
I asked Blake to do the algebra talk, and he said, no, what I didn't tell Blake is the real motivation is because I saw on the internet in the last year somebody posting with the last name of Bianco to reject modernity, embrace tradition, which I'm on board with, teach arithmetic, which I'm on board with, and not algebra. And I was like, whoa. So you got a shout out. What's up?
Very minor, we can tell,
Yeah.
this is the incorrect there. Probably some copy paste.
Yeah.
This Alcabella is not this word. So I don't know if you just read it.
Yeah, I'll tell him.
I spelled it out, but I don't know if you want
Well, no, I didn't even try that when I was like, I'm just going to go for Al-Jabar.
Yeah,
How do you?
it's Al-Jabr.
Al-Jabr.
Yes, but this is Hasan. This is a completely different word. So I don't think he copied and pasted it, or he meant it. I'm not really sure, but this is not this.
Do you know the etymology of the sine function? Do you know this history? So the sine, trigonometric functions are all, they're chords in a circle.
Oh, right.
In the Hindu, it's actually the chord. We use half chords. If you put the triangle, it's a half chord. In the Hindu, their trigonometric system, it's mathematically equivalent, but they looked at the whole chord. So when it goes from Hindu into Arabic, whatever the word for chord is, it's the same 3 consonant root as the word for cavity or pocket. And the Latins mistook the Arabic for chord into the cavity pocket, and they translated it as sinus, cavity pocket. And so sine, it comes from sinus, which is a
I didn't know that.
Westerners struggle with Arabic.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so it's supposed to mean chord, and now it means cavity. Yeah, sinus.
Sinus, and sine and cosine, and then tangent.
Yeah. You know,
Anyway, I just wanted to show.
Yeah, I'll pass it on.
Oh, if you want to take a picture of it, that's fine.
Oh, you have the word.
Yeah, I
Wait, so
actually wrote it.
is the word, the Arabic is, this is okay.
Yeah, this is okay, but,
But-
this is the actual Arabic. So when he transposed, when he wrote this is a different Arabic. I'm sorry, I'll take my finger away.
Yeah, yeah.
So this is actually this. This is something else. Hisab is actually the Arabic word for mathematics.
Okay.
Because it means calculation. Hisab is like when you do calculation or something like that. Anyway.
See if I can. No. No. I need.
That was it actually. I was wondering where those words came from.
Yeah, and then cosine is like the.
Gabe. Okay. Gabe is in pocket. Misidentification of the new word. Oh, without. Okay. Gabe, in turn from Sanskrit. Sign, chord, bowstring. I never knew that. That's so interesting.
I mean, are these words even close, or do they just look close?
Well, the thing is, so Gabe, I can read the Arabic, but I can't read the Sanskrit. If there's a
Well, sure, yeah, but it's
Sanskrit.
this one and this one. This is what was mistaken. This is correct. This is what got translated and became sinus.
Well, the thing is, those
became
are
what?
two exact words. The thing is, because in Arabic, all you're dealing with, the actual letters are the same.
Oh, it's a vowel point
so,
issue.
So it's all these diacritics.
Diachronic?
Diacritics.
Diacritic.
It's the diacritics that are different. So it's the exact same letters, but it's those vowel markers, which are diacritics, that are different.
The sign, as in sign function, the original Sanskrit word is chord. It's the chord in a circle, and they translated it into Arabic, but it has the same consonants as the Arabic for bosom or pocket or cavity, which then became sinus in Latin, where we get sign. So the etymology is completely butchered.
So really what we want is chord.
Chord, because if you they come from a triangle being placed in a circle in their chord lengths. Our trig is half chords, but in the original Hindu formulation, they're full
So if you
chords.
look,
Yeah, nobody's looking for in search of the last pouch.
so if you actually look, the Arabic word, they look exactly the same, but for the markings
Yeah.
on top.
Yeah, see
So
that?
this
Yeah.
is jaib versus jib.
Well, I'm very pleased to hear that because it musicalizes it again. I would like to pursue a question about algebra, which would be simply this: if algebra is the eighth art, why not just make poetics, or why not just make architecture? You know, because the reason I say that is because these are arts that bring the arts together, right? And so they did make architecture and medicine, for example, a liberal art under Varro, let's say. And it strikes me that algebra is a magnificent thing, and we should study it, but that's not the same thing as saying it's one of the defining liberal arts that everything else turns on. And the other thought I've got that's the same thought, the other side of looking at it, is what Ravi Jain has said, is that what algebra does is it collapses geometry into arithmetic. It collapses the discrete into the continuous. And that seems to me something really useful to do once you've mastered the discrete and the continuous.
No, I think so. I don't think it's an eighth thing. I think it's either there's a way to construe it as a continuation of arithmetic or a generalization of arithmetic. This would be my first go-to. But then if it's doing that goal of taking the many and then giving a super category or that shows it's really one thing, how do you frame that? Do you say it's post-quadrivium and now we're in a higher metaphysical node, and so you don't put it as an eighth, you put it as a new tier, it's below first philosophy? I don't know. Yeah, I concur with your points.
I think probably I would think of it as a branch, as a main branch off the trunk.
Yeah.
And the way I would think of it is, in our day and age, everybody who's going to go anywhere needs to study it because you can't get into college, and so many of the professions depend on it. But in terms of knowing reality, conceptually, let's say, arithmetic and geometry are non-voluntary, let's say. But algebra, it gives you tools to extend your arithmetic and geometry And more than that, it's wonderful.
Yeah. Well, I
But
mean,
but not everybody needs to study it for philosophical reasons the way everybody needs to study arithmetic and geometry.
well, nobody studies arithmetic because they're not doing the philosophy.
Correct.
And I think the other thing that should be said within this is that when we study algebra and grid, it is not for these beautiful superstructures that generalize it that lead the soul into philosophy.
Right. It's for practical
Yeah,
application.
it's I have this problem. How do I solve it? Plug and chug.
I was having trouble
It's
following this
instrumentalist.
along because this is all very new conceptually for me. And it's like I said, I did engineering, and this is all like I feel like I'm gonna have to reread and go back and try to figure out these conceptual.
Do you have any more copies of that?
There's probably a few lying on the tables. I don't have them, but I'm sure someone has them. Yeah. No,
You're at Thales Academy.
I was.
Do you want this one? So that one. This one's just quiet. You have to hold it. That's not common. This one you can hold it here, but you gotta hold it more delicately. Rip it like a baseball bat.
To not cut in and out, even if we have to remind people to.
5 minutes. 5-minute warning. Clean up your stuff. Andrew Kern.
Space, but a separate aspect of the material.
Yeah, so when we talk about the dimensions, there's two aspects to it. There's how many directions there are, which you can just count. Right? But then there's also a question of measurement. How are you going to actually measure?
Is Lindsay Ann Scholl here? Good. Oh. Hey, Lindsay. Matthew Ogle here? Maybe. Jocelyn, are you here? Katerina? Weird. Yeah, I mean, he's got a couple minutes, but it looks like.
Do you know what he looks like?
I wouldn't read the whole bio. She's a Swiss master teacher, and she's currently in the curriculum development.
Katarina is a. This microphone is not as sensitive on where you hold it, but you have to hold it very close to your mouth. Yeah. And then I'm going to sit right there. And I'm going to hold up. If I hold up the 10, it means you have 10 minutes left. 5 means you have 5 minutes left. 2 means 2 minutes left. And over means go ahead, go sit. Ignore me. All right. Well, then let's get started. I just want to start out first by saying that I love you, Doug, and Junius, but only because Jesus said I have to love my enemies. All right. Welcome to our next panel. We have Katarina Hamilton, Jocelyn Thoma, and I specifically said I knew your name, and then Lindsay Scholl. Thank you. Okay. Lindsay is a historian, Roman historian, right? That's your area, right? And then Jocelyn, you're mathematics and business. Circe, apprentice graduate, so Circe, master teacher, and she's currently in our curriculum development apprenticeship. And then Katarina, art historian and beauty maker. I don't know. And this is our panel. We are missing our fourth panelist, but we don't know why. So Matthew Ogle, you are not in the building, are you? Matthew Ogle, are you in the building? Okay, then I guess we have our three panelists. And they are going to talk to us today about intuition and imagination. So Lindsay, you're up first. And then, let me see, you got the order? Lindsay, then Jocelyn, and then, right, just in the order you're sitting in. Good job.
I feel really short behind this podium. I'm actually here, as much as I love Roman history, I'm actually here because of the Sayers connection, as you can tell. Sayers had a very bombastic personality, and she literally exploded in my life about 5 or 6 years ago. And I've been enjoying her work ever since. And given the Sayers' mixed legacy with the Trivium, it's really great to be discussing her in a conference on the Quadrivium. So maybe set the record straight on a few things. As you know, Dorothy L. Sayers, one of the most successful English writers in the early 20th century, she was at root a wordsmith. During the golden age of detective fiction, the 1920s and the 1930s, she made her name writing detective novels starring the gentleman sleuth Lord Peter Wimsey. She also wrote BBC plays, stage plays, essays, translations, and even Christmas cards. She, of course, wrote The Lost Tools of Learning, and we're all familiar with that. It may be surprising to discuss such a prolific writer in a conference on the Quadrivium, but Sayers was a Renaissance woman. And I'd like to argue that those of us who are trained at the humanities, I am a history and literature instructor, and Latin, that we can find a workable, even exciting path into arithmetic, geometry, music, and astronomy through her work. And just as an aside note, arithmetic is not my strength. I think maybe it could be my strength in another decade, but I was actually almost fired from a job because I couldn't count pages. So my job was to count pages, and I couldn't do it. To learn from Sayers, we will consider first her education in the Quadrivium. Then we will briefly look at what she says about learning in general. We'll start with arithmetic. Possibly because of its foundational nature, arithmetic is the most difficult to track down in Sayers' academic history. An exam Sayers took to enter Somerville College, Oxford, was in arithmetic. The other was in algebra. The other two were French and German. Since Somerville College was named after Mary Somerville, who was a mathematician, it's easy to imagine that his qualifying exams in math would have been pretty robust. Sayers took more algebra while there, and one of her assignments was to calculate the sound, which I imagine is a fairly complex equation for a French major. Sayers does not refer to arithmetic in her published writing, but this is arithmetic is assumed rather than absent. Late numbers. She confirmed this in The Lost Tools of Learning, in which she places mathematics, algebra, geometry, and the more advanced kind of arithmetic under logic and a young person's education. Be taught not as a dark mystery or a special revelation, but as straightforward syllogisms applied to number and measurement. There is one fun arithmetic tidbit I have encountered in my research. Sayers had somewhere made a philosophical point that some people, to the detriment of rational thought, had formulated an equation where 2 equals 3. And a reader challenged her to produce the equation, which she did. And I had 10 copies, which happened to be 10 tables. So you can see a copy of the equation on your table if y'all want to figure it out over coffee or something. Indignant reader, she says, need not assure me that there is a fallacy in it. I have always somehow suspected that there might be. So it's not her equation. She's just copying it for somebody else. Regarding geometry, Of course, I could talk about The Mind of the Maker, but I'm not going to. I want to mention some other works. Sayers' own recount in her youth from her autobiographical novel, Cat O'Mary. In this scene, two characters attempt to unearth a tennis lawn buried in the grass. She says this: "Spring had been rainy, and the two iron sockets that took the net posts, together with the permanent metal corners of the court, had sunk out of sight beneath the close roots of the turf. After prodding about for some time, Mr. Lamas, her instructor, found one of the sockets. Measuring from the socket in which he took to be the right direction, he began to prod the ground again for the missing corner. Catherine, who is Sayers' depiction of herself, watched this series of prods extending in a direct line towards a mulberry tree. 'I didn't think it was so far this way,' said Mr. Lamas. 'You're going wrong,' asserted Catherine positively. 'You want to make a circle, not a straight line.' Mr. Lamas, whose natural intelligence may have been a little confused by the heat, queried this. 'It's Euclid,' said Catherine, and proceeded to enunciate the properties of characterizing the radius of a circle. Sayers even applies geometry to women's issues. In her essay, Are Women Human?, she objects to the often pointless search for the woman's point of view. When asked for the feminine perspective on writing detective fiction, she responds, 'Go away and don't be silly. You might as well ask, what is a female angle on an equilateral triangle?' When it comes to music, Sayers was conversant with classical music and was musical herself. While attending Oxford, she was an active member of the Bach choir, and she continued to enjoy Bach throughout her life. In her novel Strong Poison, Lord Peter asserts that Bach is good for the brain, steadying influence and all that. In fact, Lord Peter is one of the most consistent conduits of Sayers' in-depth knowledge of music. He can sketch an arpeggio with his right hand while asking about a murder suspect. At one point, Whimsy asserts that to express the infinite complexity of modern emotion, you need a scale of 32 notes to the octave, which, as one scholar has pointed out, is an obvious reference to the quarter and sixth tones favored by Czech composer Alois Haba. And if Whimsy knew about quarter tones, Sayers did. One more comment on music. Her most popular novel, The Nine Tailors, centers around church bells in England, specifically a 9-hour change-ringing marathon put on by the rector. Her research into this subject was so sound that she was made an honorary member of many bell ringers groups and vice president of the Campanological Society of Great Britain. Perhaps like the quadrivium itself, Sayers' interest in numerical studies culminates in astronomy. And I say perhaps, I just added the perhaps after this whole conference. When she passed away in 1957, she had translated and annotated Dante's Hell, Purgatory, and was working her way through Paradise. Anyone who takes Dante seriously knows how conversant he was with the stars. A look through Sayers' notes in the published edition indicates too. Is this cut in and out? A little bit more? Okay. I got you. Okay. In her volume of Hell, Sayers provides a 3.5-page commentary entitled Dante's Universe, in which she introduces a Ptolemaic system and the apparent motions of celestial bodies were also the real motions. She then breaks down those motions into 5 concerns of which the reader should be aware. And I'm not going to go into those concerns now, just showing how conversant she was in this area. In a personal letter concerning astronomy, and there were many of those letters, Sayers writes to the science writer and editor of Nature magazine, Sir Richard Gregory, describing her own background. "I am not very bright at it myself, I must admit, but nice old-fashioned books which did implant in me a few elementary principles about the real and apparent movements of celestial bodies. Nowadays, young people read a lot about atoms and electricity, but seem to hardly read when they see it. And having got it firmly in their heads that medieval people were a pack of superstitious fools, they are apt to dismiss all their perfectly good astronomical observations." There is so much more we could say about Sayers' quadrivium interests, which undergirded all of her work, from detective novels to writing to Dante. It's enough to point out here that knowledge of the quadrivium helped her to be both an accurate scholar and an in-depth creator. Sayers is consequently a model for us as we consider our own learning, and of course that of our students. There are many ways we could desire to be like her: hardworking with abundant native intelligence. But these qualities aren't always enough. Sayers shows us two more qualities we need to pursue honest, rich scholarship: mental leisure and personal confidence. The need for mental leisure is no surprise. Everyone in industrial nations understands the distractions of smartphones. Although I'm impressed we don't have a lot of smartphones on the tables. It's pretty. The second need, personal confidence, is easier to overlook and hampers us more than we think. Let's return to astronomy. It's Sayers' interest in astronomy that actually leads her to point out the need for mental leisure. In a letter to a friend and fellow Dante scholar, Barbara Reynolds, Sayers congratulates Reynolds on having read through Mary Orr's Dante and the Astronomers. This book is a 500-page monograph, and Sayers was impressed, both with her friend's accomplishment and the monograph itself. I am perpetually staggered, she writes, by the general excellence of the education which girls of average good breeding managed to pick up in the 19th century from governesses and parents, and the good, sound, solid work they managed to turn out. She then mentions two Victorian women authors, concluding that these women worked like beavers. They all wrote excellent English and knew at least two languages beside their own, with enough Latin to get on with. They asked all the questions there were in pages on pages of flowing Italian hand, and distinguished scholars set aside their work in order to write long, leisurely, thoughtful replies. I think leisure is one of the answers, she says, mental leisure. No examinations to get through, quiet, well-organized households full of books, long evenings when people read aloud and discussed what they read. Now, it's worth noting here that Sayers fits her own description of these writers. She knew French, medieval and modern, German, Latin, and eventually Italian. She wrote excellent English, perpetually asked questions, and scholars from across Europe, from C.S. Lewis to Karl Barth, wrestled with her work. Though she often pleaded overwork, Sayers passionately protected her own mental focus. She rarely traveled, and she frequently turned down writing and speaking invitations. But perhaps focus is more attainable in her pre-computer, pre-internet era. She didn't have to deal with the struggle against smartphones and the internet and email. On the other hand, she lived through World War II. She read Dante in a bomb shelter. She nursed a husband often sick in mind and body from shell shock. She kept a pig and chickens to sustain her household, and she counted her ration stamps. After the war in 1957, she gives a charming description of a domestic triumph. The new heaters I have installed in the library work quite splendidly. I realize now that I have been partly frozen ever since 1940 or thereabouts, when I had to put my old water radiator down for patriotic reasons. If Sayers managed to focus on her scholarship during her time, what are we doing to keep our sense of focus today? Most of us remember life before smartphones. We remember staring into the distance. We remember boredom. Our students may not. In his alarming expose, The Anxious Generation, social psychologist Jonathan Haidt lists attention fragmentation as one of the 4 harms caused to preteens by smartphones and social media. He recalls a Kurt Vonnegut short story in which a dystopian community forces individuals with a high IQ to receive a device that emits a raucous sound every few seconds. Thus, these high IQ individuals cannot think linearly and are kept on level with everybody else. How many of us have sat across from a student and seen their phone light up and notification after notification literally fill the screen? And what they do is they flip it over and they say, these don't matter. And another researcher, Johann Hari, points out that there's a cost even to this little shift. It's called the switch cost effect. Checking or even seeing those likes and hearts and LOLs slows down your brain and hampers your creativity because it keeps switching back and forth. There's so much more to say about preserving mental focus. We can talk about Sabbath, consumerism, and the exhausting drive to improve. Sayers did not address all of these, but she did see what was coming. Listen to this line from her 1953 poem entitled For an Evening Service, a poem addressed to electric light. We thank thee that thy speed incessant provides upon this whirling ball no time to brood on things unpleasant, no time, in fact, to think at all. If we could, by various measures, preserve our mental focus in order to delight in learning, there is still another obstacle we have to face, which is a confidence to learn. I haven't found a term that covers this problem. There probably is one out there. So I'll illustrate it with an anecdote. Several years ago, I began bird watching. It was a great joy to distinguish a bluebird from a blue jay. But it is more difficult to discern a sparrow from a finch. Ideally, I would have asked questions to pursue greater knowledge. What is the finch's habitat? Why is its beak so much larger than other birds of its size? But I'm not a naturalist, so I didn't ask these questions. Instead, I interrogated myself. Why am I doing this? Am I wasting my time looking for the little bird with a really large sound? And am I wasting more time trying to figure out if that little bird is a chipping, lark, savanna, song, or other marsh sparrow? Actually, it's almost always a wren, if you know anything about birds. Am I wasting my time another way? It's not as if I'm going to become an ornithologist. Why am I learning what thousands of people before me already knew? For lack of a better phrase, I'll call this hesitation to pursue my subject, or any subject outside of my specialty, my outsourced learning complex. I figure that someone else has done all the work of knowing, and if I were to start at my stage of life, I would be taking time from something more valuable. In short, I should learn from the experts, but not attempt to discover anything on my own. If Sayers was ever bothered by an outsourced learning complex, she never showed it. On the contrary, late in life, she began a task that had already been completed 35 times or more, which is her English translation of the Divine Comedy. She was familiar with several of these editions, including that of her contemporary Lawrence Binyon. Still, Sayers decided to do yet another translation. In a letter to a friend, she asks, "Why should I entangle myself in such a foolish piece of presumption? Who wants such a thing? Is there not Carey? Is there not Lawrence Binyon?" Still, she did it. And she believed she had something to contribute. Binyon was a quality translator, she said, but I think that my leopard is more prettily spotted, my loathsome worms warmier, and my whirlwind much more whizzy. Talking about hell. Sayers happily went down the well-trodden path if it was a road that she wanted to take. Some might call her work on Dante redundant, but it delighted her and benefited us. Her translation, The Divine Comedy, was one of the earliest publications for Penguin Press, and it is still in print and is used by several classical schools, including my own. I have used the epithet Renaissance woman in the title to describe Dorothy L. Sayers. She was proficient in words of almost every sort, yet willingly used the study of numbers. In fact, the quadrivium made her work richer and more accurate. We can be like Sayers, but we will need to cultivate at least two qualities: mental leisure and personal confidence. Thank you very much.
Hello. Cruel 3 in such an hour, beneath such dreamy weather, of breath too weak to stir the tiniest feather. Yet what can one poor voice avail against 3 tongues together? Invoking the creative power of 3, Lewis Carroll begins his fantasy, Alice in Wonderland. Who are these 3 muses? They are children of an Oxford friend who were eager to adventure with an animated and eccentric guide. Young Alice and Ina Little paddled the river with Carol on lazy summer afternoons. We meet an amalgam of schoolgirls their age in the character of Alice in Wonderland. Classically educated girls their age and of their time. From the start, Alice is lulled by her sister's Latin recitation. Has everybody noticed that? It's fun. Fancy words, important measurements, and geographic trivia float through her mind as she descends the strange and bottomless rabbit's hole until suddenly, thump, thump, she finds herself in a hallway with a 3-legged table, a golden key atop it. Now, the Reverend Charles Lutwidge Dodgson, a.k.a. Lewis Carroll, was not a simple man. But I do believe he had what Joseph Pieper would call the simplex intuitus, that simple vision to which truth offers itself like a landscape to the eye. He was a mathematician, a clergyman, a student at Christ Church College, Oxford, a photographer, a chess master, and a family man, even though he lacked his own, and a dear friend to children. Dodgson was a caring older brother within his childhood family of 12 and its extended household of servants, and the senior Reverend Charles Dodgson's pupils. He spent both happy and miserable years in two of England's elite schools. Dodgson knew well the connection, for better or worse, of education to a child's soul. In the summer of 1862, Dodgson and a friend rowed down the River Thames with three young daughters of the Christ Church College dean, Lorena, Edith, and Alice. Just as any real friend to children should do, Dodgson unfolded fantastic stories seeded from all of his interests, fields of study, and daily life for his little audience. Alice Little, age 10, did as any curious child should do and begged him to write them down for her. And new Alice gave way to a new wonderland and new author of children's literature under the pen name Lewis Carroll. That is his real name, Charles Lutwidge, loosely translated into Latin as Carolus Ludovicus, and then transposed to Ludovicus Carolus and approximated back into English. Carroll didn't do anything simply. And we love him for it. The little sister's childhood was, in fact, also the time of Charlotte Mason's. And as I have learned from Lindsay here, he also had an encounter with a baby Dorothy Sayers, which, this is such an aside, but it is really amusing to me because being a homeschool mother and having a variety of homeschool friends, that some of whom really like a Dorothy Sayers approach to classical education and some who prefer a Charlotte Mason approach to education, I have been searching out, like, what is this thing that they're both looking for? So I might say now that the thing that they have in common is Lewis Carroll. The classical education of Victorian England was in crisis, as many knew. On the one hand, reduced to a dry, methodical torment required of the elite class, and on the other, pressed toward a scientific and utilitarian bent not unlike our modern-day progressive schools. Both forces would compartmentalize and institutionalize education towards different ends. Mason, by contrast, believed education ought to be as much a part of life as birth or growth, marriage or work, and it must leave the pupil attached to the world at many points of contact. In the 9th chapter of Wonderland, an exasperated Alice defends her own fully human nature and the inner workings of her own mind to the Duchess in an exchange that would do Charlotte Mason proud. Thinking again, the Duchess asked, with another dig of her sharp little chin. "I've a right to think," said Alice sharply, for she was beginning to feel a little worried. Karen Glass's work on Charlotte Mason's relationship describes the shifting tides of Victorian education this way. The Victorians did not view themselves as quaint at all. They called themselves modern, and science and scientific were the buzzwords driving the thought of their day as much as technology and technological do in our own. They were modern, advanced, forward-thinking, and so disposed to shed the trappings of older times that a battle raged in the realm of education in Victorian England. Should education continue on the classical languages and literature as it had for centuries, it become more scientific? Now, I cannot vouch for the symbolism of I cannot vouch for the symbolism of Alice's table and key at the bottom of this rabbit hole, but to my imagination, the three-legged table is Carroll's subtle answer to the educational quandary of the day. It is the trivium, grammar, logic, and rhetoric, each taking a leg, steadily upholding the passage to an even larger, arguably stranger, physical world in the quadrivium. What had seemed a dead end became, for Alice, a portal. And here's how. Now we'll step into through the looking glass here a little bit. The Trivium's language lessons turn observation as Alice's looking glass, first to gauze, then mist, and finally the air we breathe. Pick ourselves up out of the armchair to see for ourselves how all of these subjects and predicates hold up. We compare and we categorize. Lewis Carroll's short work, The Game of Logic, begins with a grammar lesson. The world contains many things. These things possess many attributes. Whenever we wish to mention a thing, we use a substantive. When we wish to mention an attribute, we use an adjective. People have asked the question, can a thing exist without any attributes belonging to it? It is a very puzzling question, and I'm not going to try to answer it. Let us turn up our noses and treat it with contemptuous silence, as if it really wasn't worth noticing. But if they put it the other way and ask, can an attribute exist without anything for it to belong to? We may say at once, no. No more than a baby could go on a railway journey with no one to take care of it. You never saw beautiful floating about in the air or littered about the floor without anything to be beautiful. Now, did you? Carroll devised a tool for organizing the observable attributes of things, the Carroll diagram. The things which most interested Carroll were numbers, but not only. So, maybe you've seen something like this before. So we have along the top here, prime, not prime, the attributes that share a row here have got to be mutually exclusive. Prime, not prime, even, not even. Just negating the quality is the easiest way, or simplest way to make them, not exclusive. And then we have the numbers populated there. You've probably heard of a Venn diagram, whereas the Venn diagram highlights overlap in group sets. The Carroll diagram sets its groups side by side for a more open-ended comparison. Each group stands on its own terms. Each group, From Carroll's comparison scheme of attributes, we can begin to interpret the physical world from outside in and inside out by deductive and inductive reasoning. Now, I now know about abductive reasoning and retroductive reasoning? Is that the other one? So I'll have to think about that. I'll have to get my ducks in a row. Deductive reasoning moves from general rules to particular certainties. Imagine the negative space left after all the pieces of a puzzle are in place. Only one right answer remains. The attributes on a Carroll diagram give the numbers their marching orders, and we learn something about numbers. Inductive reasoning moves in the opposite direction, from particularities to a general, though uncertain whole. Imagine a box of puzzle pieces which you assemble to discover a mystery picture. Along the way, you might begin to form ideas or hypotheses about the outcome. As reasonable as they may be, none of your working theories about the picture is complete and comprehensive until the last piece is laid in place. The numbers sitting side by side in each box beg comparison in mimetic fashion. Right? You might ask a student, well, if if 4, 6, and 8 are even and not prime, what might that tell us about the idea of prime and even? They begin to paint a picture, at first gauzy, Alice might say, of what it means to be prime or even. Imagine if the attributes governing a Carroll diagram were more like the ineffable virtues of classical education: truth, goodness, beauty, or love. In such a case, sorted substantives in the boxes there would tell us something about them. For example, if art, music, and nature all carry the attribute beautiful, what is beauty? Okay, I can't finish here without reading to you the Jabberwocky, which I think is an example of Lewis Carroll spilling the Legos, as Andrew would say, and Alice's attempt to clean them up in a way that makes some sense to her. Carroll's poem, The Jabberwocky, and Humpty Dumpty's explication of it play with attributes run amok, and Alice's frustration at trying to sort them, digest them, find something intelligible within the words. The Jabberwocky is a messy pile of words. 'Twas brillig and the slithy toves did gyre and gimble in the wabe. All mimsy were the borogoves and the mome raths outgrabe. Beware the Jabberwock, my son, the jaws that bite, the claws that catch. Beware the Jubjub bird and shun the frumious Bandersnatch. He took his vorpal sword in hand, long time the manxome foe he sought. So rested he by the tum-tum tree and stood a while in thought. And as in uffish thought he stood, the Jabberwock with eyes of flame came whiffling through the tulgey wood and burbled as it came. 1, 2, 1, 2, and through the vorpal blade went snicker snack. He left it dead, and with its head he went galumphing back. And hast thou slain the Jabberwock? Come to my arms, my beamish boy. A frabjous day, calloo callay, he chortled in his joy. 'Twas brillig, and the slithy toves did gyre and gimble in the wabe. All mimsy were the borogoves, and the mome raths outgrabe. Alice says to herself in contemplation, "It seems pretty," she said when she had finished it, "but it's rather hard to understand. Somehow, it seems to fill my head with ideas, only I don't exactly know what they are. However, somebody killed something. That's clear at any rate." Alice begs Humpty Dumpty to sort things out for her, to make it comprehensible. And shouldn't we all take our lessons from an egg on a wall? "And what are toves?" Humpty says. "Well, toves are something like badgers, there's something like lizards, and there's something like corkscrews." Can you think of Humpty Dumpty's infernal answer spread across a Carroll diagram? Badgers, lizards, and corkscrews populate the boxes, but for which attributes? Alice leaves Humpty no wiser than she was before. All right. Need to finish, but I want to tell you that there are many interpreters of Alice that will suggest very psychological connotations to his work. And I think it's precisely because he was well studied in the quadrivium that it's the wrong approach to take. I think he was pretty well turned out of himself, and I think that that's what the quadrivium does. It turns us out of ourselves to creation and to God. And I would like to share with you my favorite verse from a hymn by hymnist Paul Gerhardt. Do people know him? My husband knows him. Great. We are Lutherans, Paul Gerhardt was Lutheran, so we sing him a lot, but I don't know how much anybody else does, but you should. All right. But I think this is a beautiful articulation of how splendor turns us out of ourselves. Now all the heavenly splendor breaks forth in starlight tender from myriad worlds unknown, and we this marvel seeing forget our selfish being for joy of beauty not our own. Thank you.
I guess I could just put my reading glasses on and call it.
I think you pressed the one button. Switch this one. Hold it high. Okay. My little son has decided now's the time to kick my ribs as hard as he can. So if I have to stop and breathe, then that's what's going on. At this point in a conference, there's this wonderful thing that happens where there's all these similar but different ideas that are floating around, and they start to echo each other. So my talk is going to echo and play with some of the previous ideas and really point them in one particular direction. You'll hear echoes, I think, a lot from the panel before. I'm excited to talk to the panelists about the way their ideas might inform mine here today. In the little time I have with you today, I would like to begin a conversation exploring the role of painting in classical curriculum, particularly within the quadrivium. My goal is not to offer the final word on the matter, but rather to enter a conversation that has been happening since antiquity and bring that conversation to the table today. Placing painting within the liberal arts is fraught with difficulty. First, because as we've already seen, no clean categorization of the liberal arts exists. Some general trends appear when considering ages within history, but even those only take shape amidst a plethora of varied opinions. We might say the ancient world divided the liberal arts into the theoretical, or those sought for their own sake and allowing one direct contemplation of eternal realities, the productive, those which result in an end product, and the benassic, those sought for pleasure. This general framework, mostly derived from Plato and Aristotle, was largely accepted until the 5th century. However, between the 5th and 13th centuries, many scholars, especially those in the Greek East, elevated the mechanical or the productive arts, of which painting was often a member, to the level of the 7 liberal arts, some even including them as an extension of the 7. Traditionally, the primary concern with the productive arts was that it ended in a final product, while in the case of the liberal arts, the final product was the free man who learned them. However, these boundaries were never starkly drawn. Even the liberal arts of the quadrivium could become servile if practiced for monetary gain, as we see in Seneca. It seems that as long as the art drew one to universals, taught virtue, and was sought as an end in itself, it could be a liberating art. So might painting be considered a liberal art, then, if it didn't end in a final material work? Or what if it does? I wonder if perhaps the way in which we approach painting is more problematic than painting is by nature, and I'm going to touch on that more later. While the liberal arts were themselves not clearly defined, identifying the relationship of painting to them was even more ambiguous. Thinkers from classical antiquity to the 17th century frequently debated the place of painting within the arts.
Some, like Aquinas, placed it definitively outside the liberal arts. Others, like Philostratus, Plotinus, and Augustine, considered it a semi-liberal art, arguing that it included both the intellectual realm of the eternal truth and the material realm. Those who placed it in the intermediary space often argued it developed virtue and led one closer to God. Renaissance humanists used Aristotle and Horace in a myriad of ways to argue that painting was a liberal art. The primary argument was that painting, like poetry, imitated nature while improving upon it. So you can think here of Dr. Williams' talk where she was talking about music and mimesis. Everything that was said about mimesis and music, they then applied to painting as well. That is to say, it moved above the defects of the particular as found in the material world to echo eternal ideals. In his famous treatise on painting, Alberti's Della Pittura, which is just on painting, argues that painting is both mathematical and material. He points out that each painting is composed of mathematical elements, lines, planes, points, etc. He asserts that both seeing and depicting nature mathematically on the paper are intellectual acts. Alberti, Vasari, and Ludovico Dolci also placed painting within the quadrivium by virtue of its parallels to poetry, which at the time was largely acknowledged as a member of the art of harmonia. By the 16th century, painting had been so defended that Ludovico Dolci went so far as to claim that all compositions, be they in word or image, are paintings. That scholars from antiquity to the 17th century have debated the role of painting within the quadrivium at least reveals the importance of the question, if not the necessity for an answer. We are left then today with a challenge to identify the right relationship between painting and the quadrivium. As I mentioned upon opening, I'm not going to attempt to answer this question to any degree of finality. Rather, I would like to open the conversation and offer some ways of approaching the issue. Before we can answer this core question, we must answer more fundamental questions. To that end, I'm going to lay out the questions we ought to explore and offer some opening thoughts. Now, these questions are quite basic, and many of them we've already discussed here today. But I do think that it's important to state them so that we know that we need to explicitly answer them, whatever decision we take on where painting stands. The first question that we have to answer is, what is the nature and purpose of the quadrivium? Now, this is too large a question. I'm not going to explore it myself here now, and we've already explored it so much that all I'm going to do at this point is lay out a definition that I will provide so that I can have something to reason from throughout the rest of my work. All I'll say is it's the four arts of the quadrivium are means of perception that allow one to contemplate reality directly. I'm trying to keep that pretty broad so it includes lots of different understandings of the quadrivium. Once we have answered question one, we must answer a second question. What is the nature and purpose of painting? I would like to assert that all art exists somewhere on a spectrum between the universal and the particular. Classical sculptors either used models that they considered most ideal, or more often combined attributes of various models into one work of art in order to depict the ideal. This ideal, they believed, rose above the material world of change and imitated eternal things, or universals, by embodying mathematical principles. This was the reasoning of the Renaissance scholar and reveals why they so often copied Greek statuary in their own paintings. And I believe there is another way that art can rise to the level of the universal, and that is through symbol. When a young child sees many particular trees, he begins to identify what these trees have in common. After countless experiences with the particulars, he draws from them the universal tree to draw a very simple tree. The verb repetition is intentional there. Yet that simplistic image reflects not one particular tree, but all trees, and therefore imitates not the unchanging material world, but the universal realm of permanence. This child has induced the universal from the particular, just as Aristotle describes the work of induction. We might look at primitive cave art or symbolic art as less refined, but regardless of the mastery of skill it requires, conceptually it demands a highly refined act of reason, one that you'll notice a 4 or 5-year-old is undergoing. So both symbolic art and ideal art imitate universals, thereby drawing the artist into relationship with ultimate reality itself, as the arts of the quadrivium seek to do. On the other end of art lies particularity. This art depicts a specific object in a particular time and place. The time of day determines the shadows, the location of the artist, the perspective, and the subjects, the manner in which the light moves through the painting. This mode of art requires mathematical precision, specifically of line, plane, and proportion. The artist seeking particularity must do so through number. Again, even in particularity, painting draws the artist towards a deeper engagement with number and reality itself. Once we have drawn near an answer on the nature and purpose of the quadrivium and the nature and purpose of painting, our third question to contemplate is which art might contain painting. As mentioned earlier, Renaissance humanists argued that painting fell under geometry because of its use of point, line, and plane. However, the more common argument between the 14th and 17th centuries paralleled painting with poetry, thereby considering painting amongst the art of harmonia. Before we can answer this question, we must first consider whether the term painting means the same thing today as was understood within the tradition. Until modernity, painting was understood as a two-dimensional representation of a three-dimensional world. Drawing, then, is the first component of painting. The artist must comprehend and capture three complex relationships: the ratios and proportions, or in Euclidean terms, the logos and analogos, within nature, the ratios and proportions between his own two-dimensional surface and nature, and third, the ratios and proportions within the frame of his canvas. In this sense, each painting is a mathematical equation. The analogical relationship binding nature and the artist's work must be one particular ratio. Again, in Euclidean terms, one logos. However, were the artist to create a two-dimensional imitation of a two-dimensional depiction, for instance, working from a photo, which is most commonly how painters work today, the ratio would be 1-to-1, or another discrete unit. The analogical relationship uniting the two artifacts would be so simple that they would require comprehension of only point and line, but not space. In this instance, it may be a very simplistic entrance into both geometry and harmonia at best. But when we think of painting as a two-dimensional representation of a three-dimensional world, the artist may use both arts of geometry and harmonia in the act of harmonizing their work with that which is imitated. That being said, it does not necessarily follow that using the arts of geometry and harmonia is the same as practicing the arts, as the distinction has traditionally been made between producing something with these arts and contemplating reality itself through them. I would like to suggest then that the next essential question is whether reality is best known through contemplation that transcends the material world, albeit by means of the material world, or through subcreation within the material world. So this was discussed in the previous panel. The latter being a mode of playing with the logos, with ratio, number, a sort of experimentation to know rather than contemplation to know. If the experimentation leads to production of a material artifact, that might, in this instance, be accidental rather than essential to the inquiry. I would like to suggest that given these circumstances, the two are set within a false dichotomy. We subcreate and we contemplate to participate with the logos and encounter reality itself, the byproduct of this relationship being largely, if not entirely, irrelevant. This leads to the fifth question with which we ought to wrestle. Should we demand the quadrivium be learned and practiced outside of embodiment or application? Our conversations so far this weekend have largely assumed an answer. But I want to bring up what I want to bring up here is to emphasize the importance of the answer to this question as it relates to painting. If painting has been placed outside the quadrivium because of its productive qualities, should all application of the arts of the quadrivium be excluded from the liberal arts? In practice, we haven't done this. We sing, we write poetry and dance at classical schools, and do so saying they are within the quadrivium. Aristotle did not exclude physical arts or monastic arts because of their physicality, but considered them lesser than the quadrivium only when practiced without a higher end in mind, as we see in his Politics. For this reason, he included gymnastics when practiced to submit the body to reason. We must determine our stance on physical embodiment in general before we can determine our stance on embodiment through painting in particular. I'll close with an easier question to answer. Where does painting, as taught in schools today, clearly not align with the liberal arts? Here I'll offer a few suggestions. First, when painting is mere self-expression, it no longer achieves the end of drawing one beyond himself and toward something higher. Second, when painting is taught as pure concept rather than the marriage of technique and concept, the idea becomes untethered from reality. This is the primary mode of teaching art today in schools. Third, when art is taught as a subject unto itself, an elective even, and the primary skill being developed is a vague sense of creativity or imagination, which few schools can even define, the art class is severed from its mathematical origins and even placed at conflict with them. And finally, when the highest end of an art class is an art show, the form of the class communicates to the student that the final painting is the highest end of their work. Perhaps this is fitting, in which case painting is unlikely to be counted amongst the liberating arts. If painting might be considered a part of the quadrivium, we would need to alter the way we approach it in schools. I do not believe I have come close to defining the relationship between painting and the quadrivium. Clearly, many questions need to be answered first. But I would like to suggest that it ought not be all or nothing. The tradition has included the semi-liberal arts, which might be a fitting place for painting. I think it most likely that whether painting is amongst the liberating arts of the quadrivium depends on the nature of the painting and the purpose and ends of the artist. Cicero, Celsus, Varro, Vitruvius, and St. Jerome all elevated physical and technical arts to the level of the liberal arts. May we then teach students of painting how to approach painting as a liberating art. Well, I've mostly asked questions today. I hope this paper begins a conversation that might bear fruit in the renewal, whatever fruit that might be. Thank you.
I would ask Dorothy Sayers what the female perspective is on these talks, but I might be thought a fool, so I won't do that. Yeah. Very, very good job. Very well done. That was excellent. Do you guys have questions? Yes, Mr. LeBlanc in the back.
Yeah, the way that we use fine art today is basically the same idea as the productive arts, so associating it as a semi-liberal art. Again, I think the problem is that we're saying the final purpose of this art is the painting itself, whereas what I wonder is, could we create something but not have that be the primary end, but a secondary end, more of an accidental rather than essential quality of the process. So yes, the common association of the fine arts with painting is basically, in most categorizations, where they talk about the productive arts within the tradition.
I'm so glad you asked that question. Although I've never heard of Peter Wimsey as a Beatrice, so that's cool. The thing with Sayers is she fires ideas. She's very well researched, but when she's like lecturing, she fires ideas out there. And the Lost Tools of Learning is from a lecture that she's kind of doing this thought experiment. And so I think she would be very, very surprised to see the seriousness. She'd be happy in one way and surprised in another way, that the seriousness with which we've taken the foundational aspects of the tree. She was a medievalist, so she knew what the education was. So I think that she would never have wanted to denigrate the quadrivium. I think just in that 11 pages? One little article, that wasn't her focus, and so therefore it kind of got shifted. And she was trying to expand the trivium, and I think in a good way, is like kind of like what we're trying to expand the quadrivium. But just because people have focused primarily on that one article, we have lost how influential the quadrivium was in her life and how she would want it maintained in education.
What a great question. What form would assessment take? Well, I don't want to assume that there ought to be an art class. Maybe there should be, but maybe there shouldn't. I don't want to make that assumption. I think we'd face the same problem with that we face any time we're assessing the liberal arts. If we say the end is the liberated human, how do we assess that regardless of the art that you're teaching? I think there's room to assess the work of art that's created, because I believe the class, I didn't get a chance to talk about this in the 15 minutes that I had, but I think the classical mode of teaching painting is realistic imitation of nature at the beginning. I think that there are other forms of art that can be brought in later once you've mastered that. But I think every student, by the time they graduate high school, should be able to create a three-dimensional space using basic mathematical principles and draw a person well, like be able to imitate reality well. I don't think that's something that takes talent. I think it's trained. So I think if we're approaching teaching painting appropriately, so what is a correct imitation of nature, then all we have to do to assess that is to say how close is what you've created to reality. Now, that sounds far more easy than it actually is to do. But I think we overcomplicate art, and we actually make it impossible to assess today because it's self-expression. Of course, there's no rules, but there are rules. I mean, I studied fine art in multiple different colleges, and took abstract expressionist painting, and I'm getting these grades, and I'm like, based on what? Can you please lay out all your criteria? And they can't. They simply can't. So I think that if we approach painting from a classical mode, we will actually find that it's easier to do assessment and simultaneously so much harder because we are focusing on the artist rather than the art ultimately. It was, let me get the exact words, but it was like perception of reality. The 4 arts of the quadrivium are means of perception that allow one to contemplate reality directly. And that's what I believe painting teaches. So if we are going to kick it out of the liberal arts, I'd like to know why, what grounds. Yeah, I'm glad you asked that. I was thinking about that with Dr. Jones' talk, how that was really laying a foundation for my talk, and I was like, yes. I do. I think that, as we've already talked about, the incarnation changes the way that we understand and relate with reality. And I think that if the answers to the questions that I laid out that are prerequisite questions for painting, if we answer those questions in such a way that it leaves space for painting, those questions will by necessity also leave space for other arts as well. Okay, I'm going to just off the cuff here. I'll probably have a better answer when I've thought about your question longer. I think that with painting, there's obviously you have to stop and observe for far longer than we typically would before we act. That's usually the primary thing I have to teach art students, especially students who think they're good at art. I can tell how good their artwork is going to be without looking at their artwork by watching them. Because if you look at what you're drawing and then pretty quickly look at what you're imitating and pretty quickly start drawing, you're just not going to get it. So training them to spend minutes, an uncomfortable length of time observing before they try to imitate is absolutely essential with any course in visual arts. And then also, I think and I didn't get a chance to go into this either, but one thing that I think painting could do is be incorporated into especially arithmetic and geometry classes, and not have it separate, but just have those math teachers teaching painting as well as, you know, a more intentional course in art. For instance, if we're asking the question, what is a point? Then we can think about a dot to dot, right? We're starting on a very simple level with students, but then move on to pointillism and have them create pointillism and contemplate, well, what is a point? What's interesting is when you create pointillism, you discover that you can't see the image without the point, but you can't see the point if you're you can't you can't see the image if you see the point, but you can't see the image without the point. So if we contemplate what we're doing and we ask these, well, what is this? These philosophical questions, then painting gives us a way to enter into that in a way that we can't do, or that's going to supplement very well the questions that we're asking in our other, I'll say subjects, but in our other arts.
Drama, I think, is maybe sort of a natural understanding of drama and how drama unfolds even in the physical world. I don't think the drama of Lewis Carroll's writing is separate from the drama that he saw in the world physically around him. And I think it really undergirded his sense of play with children. And I know that gets tricky. What is the role of play in education? But I think he did it very well. I think he knew how to use absurdity, how to deliberately break something and allow a student to display mastery by putting it back together in the right way. I've seen that idea play out really well in the ballet classes that my daughters take. Sometimes the teachers will, they're showing these positions and just how everything needs to be the right way. And then after they've set the types correctly, then she'll do it all wrong, and say, come and fix me. And they'll come and, they giggle. And I think the giggle is a sign of comprehension, a sign of recognition. It's not entertainment, right? It's different. It's a type of engagement. And I think he got it, I'll say. And I think Charlotte Mason got it in that way too, that there is a room for play, but it's something different than the unbounded elation that we sometimes try to allow in a classroom that just doesn't reveal anything useful to anybody.
Yeah, in Sayers' essay, I think it's Why Work, Sayers says, I would translate for her saying, figure out the job you need to do and do it well. So this has some problems with general education and general classes, because we don't want our kids to say, hey, that's not my calling, I don't have to do math. We have to have a baseline. I think she would want to allow some space for a student who is good at a particular area to be given space to pursue it and do it very well, and don't pass it off as Christian if it's not good work. So I think Sayers, I think she's like a Christian Ayn Rand or something. Like, she's just on that little area, but that do your work competently and don't be pulled into doing work that you don't care about. And that would be hard to transmit into education, but I think that's one of her big things, and that's the way that she preserves mental leisure. C.S. Lewis tried to get her to do some other writing, and she's like, no, I don't feel called to do it, I'm not going to do it. And she was not a mystic, but she just felt, I have my proper job, and I need to do it. And so I think encouraging our students in that area would help.
Don't let the comparison to Ayn Rand ruin Dorothy Sayers for you.
Yeah, no, that's just tiny. Yeah, forget it. Forget I said that. Can I ask a question? So this is for Katerina and Jocelyn. If you have any thoughts on this from Lewis Carroll, I'd be interested. Because Sayers says, and I don't know if I agree with her, but she says, look, look at my work, not me. So she would say, she was very uneasy about biographies about her, and because she knew they were coming. She's like, look, don't ask me about my perspective on things. Just look at my work. It's all there. And so she would possibly say that the product of painting is the painting, not the person doing the painting. And so I just know if you had any thoughts on that. And of course, if Lewis Carroll had any thoughts on that, I'd be curious.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the reason that Lewis Carroll chose a pen name for his fiction. He didn't want attention coming his way as a mathematician. So mathematical work is Charles Lutwidge, and Alice in Wonderland is Lewis Carroll for that very reason.
I'm going to think out loud here, which is always dangerous because I don't do that. That's an excellent question, and it might change a lot of my thoughts. I don't know. I certainly agree that for an artist, once they've created a work of art, that art is an entity unto itself. In other words, we can have the tyranny of the artist if we go to the artist and say, okay, well, what does this painting mean? And then the artist gets to tell you everything that it means, and they're the ones who have the final word. I don't think that's an appropriate relationship between the artist and the artifact that's created. So ontologically, there is a separation between the artist and that which they have created. I think that it's possible that what we're talking about with the liberal arts is more epistemological, that I'm talking more about how we grow closer to reality and learn and go through this spirit of inquiry through our art to engage with reality, more so than the final end product itself. I think that the two can be true simultaneously. Is that a bit of a cop-out?
Karen, is there a difference between what you're to connect it with this question here, or to help in thinking about the question? Is there a difference between the fine art as practiced by somebody who has mastered the art versus using it in a liberal arts sense where it's pedagogical?
That's what I'm wondering. I don't know for sure. I think in order to answer that question, I'd want to look at the tradition and see if that distinction has been made for other masters of their arts. Like once you become the master, are you no longer the student of that art? I don't think that distinction is made. I think that they're always the practitioner, always the student. So if I do make that distinction, I'd be the only one to make it, and that makes me hesitant. It could be. I just don't want to assert something like that right now. I don't know if I think there's such a thing as a master artist. I think every artist thinks they're not. And every artist is continuously wrestling with the tension between having seen something and being incapable of expressing it as they want to. Maybe Da Vinci or Michelangelo could tell me they don't feel that tension, and I would take that back. I think that every artist is continually wrestling with truth and continually wrestling with their inability to incarnate that truth perfectly. And that's where we are all imitating and seeking to imitate God. Only He can incarnate perfectly. I take it all back. Ask Greg. Greg. Yes, I think assessment of technique would be, I mean, you said there's going to be a sequence that they're going to undergo. That's quite a basic level. I think that by the time you're an artist, if you're going to claim to be an artist, you do need to be assessed by how well did you perceive reality and express that reality in this work of art, which requires a very wise teacher. And I don't know that we have those today. So, I mean, this whole thing is fraught with issues. But I think if it's just, here, I'm going to teach you this technique, I don't think that would be a liberating art or a liberal art. If it's simply technique, that would be, pardon? Yeah, so that comes back to the issue of what is the role of technique in the arts, and I think this is where in my talk I presented more questions than answers. I think that, again, if it's just technique, you're not an artist, but there is an essential aspect of technique within artistry, if that's a useful distinction.
The differentiation between technique and art is interesting because it reminds me of in graduate school in history, there were antiquarians and then there were historians. And antiquarians were the ones who could list all the dates, list all the events, make all the charts, maybe an equivalent of technique. But it was a historian who did interpretation and reliability and all of that. And so it seems kind of a similar idea. I want to take this because I have the mic to share another Dorothy Sayers quote. This is from Lewis, and I think it speaks to a little bit about what the responsibility of the artist is. And she says this. She says, "Look now, I've worried over this quite a bit, and I tell you what I make of it. You must not accept money, you must not accept applause, you must not accept a following, you must not accept even the assurance that you are doing good as an excuse for writing anything but the things you want to say." So I think what somebody back there mentioned truth and the artist is expressing truth. I think she would say that that the truth that you have discovered is a fairly important aspect of being an artist, which is maybe why AI isn't going to do any art.
Take our panel. We'll break for lunch. Same advice as last time. Start over there so the plates are in hand before you get your food. And let's pray. Christ our God, we ask that you would extend your right hand and bless the food and drink of your servants, the hands that prepared it in our community, the FORMA community, the Belmont Abbey College community, and the community here in Belmont, North Carolina. Bless the rest of this afternoon for us after this meal, and especially for those who are traveling home this afternoon, this evening, and tomorrow, that you would keep them safe as they return to their communities, which we pray also that you would bless. For your holy always, now and ever, and unto ages of ages. Amen. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We're going to begin. Hi. We're going to begin in about 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Is everybody here? We're going to go ahead and get started. If you can hear me in the other room, we're starting. If you're upstairs pacing, we're starting. All right. Gonna go ahead and I want to do a couple giveaways. Got a couple books I'd like to give away. Hopefully people are here still that put their names in. Okay. Unless the Lord Builds the House. It's a book by Andrew Kern. Heard of it? You want it? Let's see who gets it. Megan Shepherd. She left. Loser. Just kidding. Josh Bowman wins. No, he didn't. He left. Dr. Boaz Goss. Woo! Okay, wonderful. And next up, a book by Joshua Gibbs, Love What Lasts. What are you laughing about? Oh, really? That's amazing. Love What Lasts, How to Save Your Soul from Mediocrity. Have you done a review of it yet? Oh, I want to hear that. You might. Cara Weddington. Okay. I don't know if she's here or outside or gone. Phil Sloniker. Oh, Phil was here this morning. I think he left. Sorry, I'm really bad at reading handwriting. Rania Barley. Gone? Okay. You guys gotta stay, man. You guys are speaking to the choir. Wait. Jocelyn, you win. Thank you for staying. All right. Thank you all very much. Go ahead and introduce our panelists here. Handsome, lovely, beautiful. We have our panel on harmonia, whether you're Greek or Latin, yeah? Greg Wilbur from this morning, you know him, New College Franklin. Mark Hayes, a land surveyor. Susie Brooks, Veritas Academy. And Elliot Grasso from Gutenberg College. So please welcome them.
So my purpose will be to situate the proper and practical study of harmonia as an integrated part of the quadrivium and a necessary discipline for any liberal arts endeavor. I mentioned earlier this morning that whenever I see a publication on the quadrivium, I generally turn to the music section to see what they have to say. And it gives me some sort of idea of perspective of how they're putting things together. I think partly because there's a lot of helpful mathematical thought going into the arithmetic and geometry, but not as much overlap with musical experience or astronomy. We know it's important, but we're not always sure why. I've also had very well-meaning, well-educated people ask me point blank, why is music in the quadrivium? I just don't get it. And part of that is I want to explain, I think part of that, the reason, the different aspects of how music occurred in education, the different focus, and why we have that confusion. There's a difference, I think, between the early paideia aspect of formative education with regards to gymnastics and music, and I'll talk more about that in a moment, and how music situates itself within the quadrivium. I think the second reason, too, is that modern reduction of music to that which is primarily concerned with the emotions, with beauty and the senses, and thus relegated to the subjective movement of desires, and not more of an objective aspect of study. I've heard again and again, well, and then we have music, and that's where we understand issues of beauty. Well, that's quite a slight to those who teach rhetoric, because I think rhetoric is also very beautiful, and logic is also beautiful. And we put too much emphasis on music as beauty because I don't think we understand it as music in the context of the quadrivium. So I want to provide first a brief distinction between music as paideia and music in the quadrivium. That'll lead us to Boethius a bit, and then ultimately to Augustine and his definition of music in Book 1 of De Musica. Beginning foundation of Greek education, the realization of the human ideal began with gymnastics and with music. And in the educational context, gymnastics trained and equipped the body and appetites through physical activity, formed denial by fasting. It was a training of the appetites. Music, in contrast to gymnastics, trained the desires through the enculturation by the muses. The muses were the 9 daughters of memory. This is storytelling. This is who we are. Who are we as a people? And how do we know that? We know that through the stories of our mythology, through the stories of the stars, through the songs that we sing, through the hymns that we've written to our gods, to the dances that we have, to aspects of poetry. All of these are the muses. This education in the muses, in music, is that which tells who we are as a people. That forms the foundation, the affections, the loves of those things which are beautiful, leads to that ultimate desire of learning those things more deeply. But you've got the foundation there of having participated in and having situated yourself within these various arts, these various aspects of the muses. And they form the expression of culture, of stories, beliefs, values that you then took on to study the liberal arts, and then ultimately philosophy or theology. It's almost like a liturgical type formation. We do the same types of things. I mean, most all of us have the same food every year for Thanksgiving. We sing the same songs at Christmas. You know, we have our own traditions within our family. Sometimes families will say things like, well, we're Wilburs and we don't, or we do X, Y, Z. You know, we have that sense of who we are as a family. This is our story. And so I believe that education in the muses was that enculturation of who we are as a people, which is why you get statements such as, don't listen to that type of music because that will not make you like the type of people that you want to be formed into. There's a reason for that. There's an understanding of that, of the power of music. Yes. No, now it's not working. Wait. Testing. Okay, I'll talk louder then. All right. So in essence, then, what we're talking about with regards to this aspect of education is what we would call things like music appreciation, or music listening, music history, singing, the basic music skills of reading music, some aspects of music theory. So this is that's that part of, like, this is our story. This is part of our history. This is part of our culture. The formative aspects that those things would have. But that in and of itself doesn't encompass all of what music education would have been, especially within the context of the quadrivium. Those things are important. I threatened Junius in the hallway to call my talk Decentering Junius. But I think that there's actually agreement there. It's just a difference of emphasis of where. This is the early stage. It's developing who the child is before you move into the quadrivial arts. As mentioned earlier today, with the quadrivium and Boethius, in his Fundamentals of Music, written sometime between 510 and 520, he provides the 3 categories of musica humana, musica instrumentalis, and musica mundana, or in other words, the internal, the external, and the universal. Or in other words, the psychic, the ethical, and the cosmic. He says there are three. The first is cosmic, whereas the second is human. The third is that which rests in certain instruments, such as the kithara, the aulos, and other instruments which serve melody. The idea is that if you are not a person of harmony, you cannot harmonize things around you. If your life is in discord, you are not creating around you. And so there's that personal soulless quality which leads to the ethical quality. I'm not going to be in right relationship with you if I'm not harmoniously consonant within myself. The idea of even resolving discord. So there's a spiritual nature to that, an ethical nature to that, a cosmic nature of that, as expressed then through the mathematical formation, but also the participatory aspect of music. He continues his text in the tradition that borrows heavily from the Manual of Harmonics by Nicomachus, as well as a practical and theological foundation established by Augustine. And I believe that Augustine's approach in De Musica, written somewhere between 388 and 390, most likely the first work that he wrote after his conversion, incidentally. His intent was to write multiple works on the liberal arts. He didn't quite get there. But then Augustine's approach with De Musica firmly places the music as a study in the quadrivium in conversation with philosophy and theology. He intended this to be a two-part work. He only got to the first part, which is rhythm, but that doesn't matter because the ratios which pertain to rhythm are also the ratios that pertain to sound. And there's some really, really cool things to do with that. But it's essentially the same thing as he starts out in his text. But he begins then with the idea of sound in the ratio of the proportion in words. It's a master and disciple. It's a dialogue form. And he begins with two specific words, modus and bonus, meaning measure or bound or limit, and bonus meaning good, moral, or honest. Typical in fashion, he's introduced ideas so that he can use these later on. Then in this chapter 2, he gives us the definition, which in Bauer's translation, which is about the only translation that's available, which is hard to find an actual physical copy to, Bauer translates that as music is the science of mensurating well. Word that he's translating that way. Another version would be the science of good modulation. These translations obscure, I think, the full extent of his definition. The Latin phrase Augustine uses is musica est scientia bene modulandi. Music is the scientia, the knowledge of bene, thorough, right, correct, able, ethical, which he's already introduced that term for us. Modulandi, measure, which he's also introduced that term for us. In sum, then music is the knowledge of right measure. In a simple phrase, Augustine created a complex and multifaceted definition for music with implications and connections to the Greek philosophical tradition and the quadrivium. Most importantly, he introduced the importance of time and of silence. So there's in Euclid, in the elements, he begins with a point is that which has no part. A line is breathless length. A point takes up no space. But when you put a point on a line, you've created a boundary. You've created this side of the point and this side of the point. You've created a marker on that line. Aristotle applies that concept of time in his physics when he writes that a line is a continuous quantity, for it is possible to find a common boundary at which its parts join. In the case of the line, this common boundary is the point. Space and time also belong to this class of quantities. Time, past, present, and future forms a continuous whole. The past has happened, the future is yet to come. The present is ever moving. It has no part because it's constantly moving. But on one side of the present is the past, and on the other side of the present is the future, that which is to come. Provides, in essence, a marker. So returning to the beginning of De Musica, when Augustine says at the very beginning, what foot is modus, in the context of his definition of music, modus or motion or measure creates a time boundary or marker. In the Greek world, monochords help students to discern ratios and to hear which is harmonious. In Euclid's book on the monochord, or pseudo-Euclid's book on the monochord, which is called the sectioning of the canon. Incidentally, the monochord was referred to as a canon, the idea of law. And you see this is multiple instances in which the word canon is used in various literature, meaning that idea of the monochord as the marker of that, as the measure of that. I just lost. Here we go again. Okay. He writes in his book on the monochord, if there should be rest and absence of motion, there would be silence. If there is silence and nothing moves, nothing would be heard. If therefore anything is to be heard, it is necessary that there first be pulsation and motion. Motion creates sound. When sound is created, it creates a marker in time. When the sound ceases, it creates another marker. You have the beginning of a sound now. You have the end of the sound now. That is something that can be measured. Is it long or is it short? Who knows? You only know that in relationship to another sound. And so you have then the aspect of ratio there, of one sound to another, one tone to another, that creates the idea of how we recognize one sound to another, taking place within the context of time. These geometric relationships that Augustine talks about, and Euclid talks about as well, are not only qualitative but also qualitative. And there's a qualitative element to that. For example, you can quantitatively measure a particular frequency. So you have the frequency of middle C. You have a number for that. It is a quantitative measurement of that note. The context is relative. Because if the C is the beginning of the C scale, it has a different function than if it's the fifth of the scale of F, or if it's the leading tone in the key of D flat. They all have different functions, and how we hear that particular note changes because of the context in which it's in. All sorts of fascinating questions with regards to the relationship of tones and time, and also their context and how they're being utilized. We tend to start thinking about rhythm, but what Augustine is doing by starting with the idea of measuring of time, he's creating these tones by which we can then talk about the aspect of melody. That when Greeks are talking about harmony, they're talking more likely one note to the next, not one note above another. Now, it works both ways, but it's important to, they're dealing with a single line of music, so you've got that horizontal aspect and not just the vertical aspect that we think of when we talk about harmony. So Augustine's engaging ratio, measurement, time, the discipline, the practice of music, and I would love to have a further conversation with Junius on this. I believe that what Augustine is doing in De Musica is saying that there's an intellectual understanding of music, that the experiential aspect of hearing or participating in music gives further intuitive knowledge, which then leads back to your intellectual knowledge. So it's a complete circle of those things that picks up, I think, a number of the thoughts that we've been having this morning, especially, that those things are in conjunction with one another. So then, in conclusion, Augustine's Musica Essenantia Bene Modulanti directly places the study of music as a quadrivial art, encompassing the nature of time, that which moves from silence to sound through motion and measure, that which is governed by ratios in the senses, that which is heard and also numerically reasoned by the intellect, something which includes contemplation of the divine, an ethical study of the affections of the heart and rightly ordered loves through ratio, and that which conforms the soul to rational order. Music education, the Paideia sense of enculturation, history, and appreciation can be seen as an additive to general history and culture and a pursuit of for those who are gifted, particularly in music. But music, as expressed by Augustine, becomes a core part of essential studies for all students. And its neglect leaves a gap in the progression of our understanding in the quadrivium and the other arts, as well as negating the means by which to address formative knowledge that cannot be found anywhere else. Thank you.
So for this conference, I wrote a paper called Teaching Harmony, seven Key Aspects. I just realized I didn't mention that in the paper, and there's some things that wouldn't make sense. So this is a not extrapolation, but narrowing down that longer paper. And I forgot to mention that this is from a different paper, so it's not as thorough as the paper would be. But here we go. Teaching Harmony, the 7 Key Aspects. The liberal art of harmony includes what we think of as music as perceived by the ears and received into the soul. But harmony is much larger than the physics and the theory that govern the instrumental or vocal arts. Music, as we generally use the term, refers to one part of harmony, one kind of harmony among the several kinds. The whole of harmony as a liberal art consists of instrumental harmony, cosmic harmony, and human harmony. We're going to have that memorized by the time we leave. Keeps coming up. Musica instrumentalis, or instrumental harmony, is what we hear with our ears and feel in our chests whenever a singer sings or a musician plays. Cosmic harmony, or musica mundana, also known as the music of the spheres, is the study of the harmonies between motions of the heavenly bodies. The third kind of harmony, musica humana, or human music, occurs both within each person and within human society as a community of people. Though Boethius didn't mention the human society part. I think it applies just as much. If a person is physically healthy, then the body is working harmoniously. When a person is spiritually healthy, the human soul is in a harmonious relationship with its creator. In society, human harmony can be assessed through a proper consideration of concordant and discordant relationships between people and groups and cities and states and nations, and maybe planets one day. Elon Musk gets his wish. Given that instrumental music is only one of the 3 divisions within the liberal art of harmony, having a choir, a band, and or a music theory or appreciation class at one school means that the students are receiving instruction in one portion of the liberal art. If musica mundana and musica humana are not taught, then the liberal art is not being taught in its entirety. In saying this, I do not intend to denigrate a solid music program or the folks that are laying their lives down to make it possible. The studies of the other 2 kinds of harmony can be constructed upon the solid foundation of a school's music program. The goal of my paper, and indeed the goal of the rest of my life, is to help schools broaden their visions of harmony and to not only include all 3 harmonies, but also to develop habits of thinking and living that seek harmony as a central aspect of wisdom and virtue. Regarding my usage of terms, which I want to thank Ray for pointing this out to me. He reviewed me, and Alec reviewed. The reviews were great. By the way, this is a great way to write a paper. People giving you feedback before anybody else sees it. It's fantastic. So good. But Ray pointed out I had some vagaries, ambiguities, so I'll clarify here. Regarding my usage of terms, I like the term harmony as the name of the liberal art over the term music. Both terms have a noble historical pedigree. Aristophanes, Ptolemy, and Nicomachus writing about the former, and Augustine and Boethius writing about the latter, while all 5 of them were writing about the same liberal art. In our day and time, harmony is used for the instrumental and vocal arts, and also in broader applications of harmonious relationships, social harmony, etc., while music is generally reserved for the vocal and instrumental arts. I like the name harmony because I can use it either in the narrower sense or in the broader sense in modern English usage. So today, in this paper, I'll be referring both to the discrete liberal art and the broader principles underlying that art as harmony. Did that help, Ray? On a personal note regarding this paper, after quitting my job as a curriculum developer 2 years ago, in order to focus my attention on a harmony curriculum, this symposium is the first opportunity I've taken of organizing my thoughts and trying to communicate them. I'm reminded of Andrew Louth's opening statements in Discerning the Mystery, where he says, "This work is an essay. That is to say, it is not a definitive statement, but rather a suggestion intended to provoke not so much assent as discussion." I have no pretensions that there are any other similarities between my essay and his, save that they're both written in English. But the essay similarity does exist, and I do covet your feedback on these ideas. The focus of the paper is on 7 key aspects of teaching the liberal art of harmony. Harmony should be taught from the earliest days of a child's life, and this list is in your handout. Relationally, poetically, astronomically, geometrically, arithmetically, verbally, and liturgically. The breadth of the scope should not be seen as an addition to the ancient understanding of harmony, but a parsing of how they thought and wrote about it. From the earliest hints in the Pythagoreans to the explicit instrumental, astronomical, and human aspects in Plato, to the codification of the three harmonies in Boethius, the arithmetic and geometric harmonies have been manifest in the instrumental and in the astronomical parts of creation. Given that my list is 7 aspects long, but that time is short, and given that this is a conference on the quadrivium, in the rest of my time, I will only address the aspects of teaching harmony that are drawn from the quadrivium, astronomically, arithmetically, and geometrically. Though lists of the quadrivium frequently end with astronomy, I begin here, because that which astronomy studies is so readily apparent to the senses, perhaps even more so than instrumental and vocal music, as music is a work of man that can either be present or absent, but the fixed and wandering stars display their glory and that of their creator every night. Clouds and light pollution can hinder our ability to see them, but the heavenly bodies are always there, too far away to be touched, but too obvious not to be seen by anyone who has ever lived and can see, of course. I also begin here because the relationship between the art of harmony and the experience of the heavens has always been hand in glove. The earliest Western students of harmony were Pythagoreans, for whom the numerical ratios that govern aural music on earth were understood to relate the distances between the heavenly bodies as well. Continuing in the academic tradition from Plato to Ptolemy to Kepler, the heavens were nothing if not musical. Embodying this aspect, embodying the liberal art of harmony from the astronomical aspect with the very young. I have 2 subsections, embodying it with the very young and embodying it as they grow. So you'll hear that repeated. So embodying the astronomical aspect with the very young. The astronomical aspect of harmony begins to be taught by heeding a bit of C.S. Lewis's advice in The Discarded Image to go for walks at night. On these children's earliest nocturnal wanderings, no books or charts or explanations of the stars are needed, but simply a sensory experience with the heavens. The visual grandeur of the heavens can be acknowledged by a little one, providing a sense of proportion, i.e. harmony, that cannot yet begin to be explained. The heavens are big, and I am small, can be poetically sensed long before it can be analytically expressed. Parents would do well to prepare for these walks by learning the stories of the zodiac and the other constellations. The goal is not to walk down the driveway with a flashlight or a book, not to read the stories, but to tell the stories. Through the stories, the constellations become so much more than dot-to-dot arrangements of stars that resemble recognizable forms. They become characters in a movie that only God could have created, directed, and produced. Any rational understanding of what is being heard or seen is according to each child's natural propensity, not based on any expected aims or outcomes of the nocturnal walk. Perhaps they'll never know a day when they didn't recognize Orion or the Great Bear or the Summer Triangle. Perhaps that will be what they gain. If you live in the city, I understand this can be a problem. It is well worth a visit to the country to make the most of what God displays every night. Embodying the aspect as they grow. As the student of astronomical harmony grows, he should also become increasingly familiar with medieval cosmology. To know that the heavens have not always been understood as they presently are is one liberating aspect of this liberal art. This familiarity should be taught amicably so that the medievals and the ancients contribute to a grander universe rather than merely a critique of how wrong they were based on our modern understandings. C.S. Lewis is a good example of how a medieval understanding of the cosmos contributes to a more magnanimous soul. Students of harmonic astronomy, or astronomical harmony, should be taught the history of Western astronomy from Pythagoras to Plato to Ptolemy to Copernicus to Kepler, etc. The consonances and dissonances between different cosmologies contribute to the student's larger understanding of harmony outside of an instrumental and vocal context. In Boethius' tripartite delineation of the liberal art, harmony is only complete when astronomy, or musica mundana, is part of the study. By extension, though not logically necessary, I propose that astronomy is not complete unless harmony is a part of the study. And given that neither harmony nor astronomy can be studied without applying arithmetic and geometry, it is to those that we now turn our attention. Teaching harmony arithmetically. As the child develops a sense of naming and counting, which is very early in their lives, the arithmetic aspect will be added to the child's experience of harmony. Consider a quote from David Berlinski on the relationship between naming and counting. The natural numbers 1, 2, 3 play a twofold role in our ordinary affairs. Without them, there could be no counting, and so no answer to the question, how many? A man who is unable to tell whether he's looking at 1 sheep or 2 sheep cannot identify sheep. He is left staring at so much wool on the hoof. It is the natural numbers that offer him relief from sheeplessness. Now he quotes, theory of Chart, go figure, the creation of numbers was the creation of things. Continuing with Berlinski, as counting endows things with their identity, so it imposes on them their difference. 3 sheep make for 3 things. The natural numbers are the expression in nature of division and distinctness. Between the number 1 and the number 2, there is, after all, nothing whatsoever, and nothing between things that are distinct either, however much alike they might be in various respects. The discreteness of the natural numbers is as absolute as the one enforced by the surface of our skin, which permits contact, but not, alas, commingling. End of the quotation. The sense of naming specific things after distinguishing them from other things is the essence of counting by ones, which, accompanied by distinguishing equal parts, begins the child's experience of arithmetic harmony. The experience of distinguishing between parts and wholes and identifying between broader and more specific units continues all the days of our vaporous lives under the sun, counting and naming and counting and naming and counting and naming, harmonizing our thoughts about the world around us with reality itself, embodying this aspect with the very young. It may go without saying, but arithmetic harmony concerns that which is quantifiable, i.e. able to be counted. For the youngest children, the presence of 1 bowl, 1 spoon, 1 cup, and 1 napkin per person at the table creates a consonance with no tension. Place an extra setting at the table and watch your young children ask who else is coming to dinner. The extra place setting is a dissonance, a tension that would be alleviated by having 1 more person present. If 2 people walk in, a new dissonance is created. Whether they can recite the numbers or write their Arabic numerals, they can count by 1, and they know when there's 1 too many or 1 too few. On a personal note, I have a 4-year-old grandson who always counts the chocolate chips in his pancakes. He is happy to have more than his little brother, but he's even happier when they have the same number. With these little bitty ones, we are not teaching arithmetic harmony as much as recognizing that they have a sense of harmony that is directly related to their ability to count. Rather than thinking we have to either avoid or find some way to teach philosophy here, we would do well to simply look for moments to ask them questions about relationships between the things that they are already counting and already harmonizing, embodying the aspect as they grow. First steps in Pythagorean harmony are not much more complex than counting chocolate chips in a pancake. The simplest whole number ratios of 2 to 1, 3 to 2, 4 to 3, etc. make Pythagoreans extremely happy. If your children are singing, playing, and listening to songs written according to the principles of Western harmony, with a little instruction, they can learn to recognize the roles of octaves, 2 to 1, dominant intervals, 3 to 2, and subdominant intervals, 4 to 3, in the way the songs are structured. As they are playing their instrument and singing in a chorus, they will be able to imitate those intervals, as well as recognize them on the musical staff. As they grow in their mathematical studies, they will not only experience the harmony of calculation via the Arabic numerals, but also the graphical correlations, i.e. harmonies, of those same quantifiable truths as they are represented on the Cartesian grid. Their arithmetic study of harmony will continue to mature as they eventually consider the tension between the continuous and the discrete and their introduction to instantaneous change via the calculus. To teach harmony arithmetically is to count the correlations in creation that can be quantified, with the goal of directing the students toward the ratios and proportions that relate the divisions and multiplications of a unit whole. Given their growing understanding of harmony in general, the student of arithmetic harmony will grow to discern between that which can be counted and that which cannot. That which can be moved, that which cannot. Teaching harmony geometrically. Geometry literally means earth measure and is commonly described within the quadrivium as number in space. Geometry takes the earth, the heavens, each thing on the earth and in the heavens, and compares that thing's extension through space to a given unit. That is how we measure. Measurement is a comparison, a relationship. The unit may be a naturally occurring thing or an arbitrarily assigned thing, but all measurement happens against a unit and results in a proportion. St. Augustine defined music as musica scientia bene modulandi, often translated as music is the science of modulating well, and made clearer to the English reader as music is the science of measuring well. If no word in his definition is superfluous, then the measuring well is essential to music. One who measures poorly is a poor musician. As in harmony, when a geometer measures well, he is musical. When he doesn't, he is not. And remember that via Euclid, that geometry is every bit as much about the construction and measurement of an argument as it is the construction and measurement of a figure. Embodying the aspect with the very young. Most of our earliest educational experiences with geometric harmony probably involve 3-dimensional plastic shapes and a container with corresponding shaped holes in the lid. Through both imitation and trial and error, we each learned how to place the cylinder through the circle, the triangular shape through the triangle, and the cube through the square. And we experienced the truth behind the idiom, you can't fit a square peg through a round hole. Tension, dissonance. Whether through Duplo's Legos, spirographs, or hundreds of other geometrically based toys, we each played our way toward geometry. On a personal note, my 4-year-old grandson loves to walk around the house with me with a tape measure, measuring anything and everything that he can reach. I know this is not geometry proper, I understand, but it does cultivate his sense of extension in space and the relationship between the couch and a given unit. Embodying the aspect as they grow. As a straight edge and a compass will be the tools of the trade when students eventually sit at Euclid's feet, there is every reason to begin drawing lines and arcs as early as motor skills allow. Hobbies like woodworking, carpentry, sewing, etc. can create geometric experiences with the world. At some point in their education, students of harmony will encounter the monochord, hopefully build a monochord, and begin to see and hear the musical consonances and dissonances according to geometric proportions. In conclusion, harmony is the correlation between two or more things, distinct things. Harmony is the correlation between two or more distinct things existing in either the physical or the spiritual world. If two things exist, then there's a relationship between them. The degree of correlation, i.e. harmony, will vary across an infinite spectrum between discord and concord, between tension and resolution. The liberal art of harmony is the study of those relationships. For a man to fulfill his tasks as the sole image bearer of God in creation, wisdom is required. And a part of wisdom is the recognition of consonances and dissonances, and then the identification and execution of appropriate responses, given the degree of harmony that exists or does not exist. The liberating art of harmony not only helps to create beautiful music, but also to live a wise and virtuous life. Thank you.
I come before you in a slightly different role. Not a person who has any background in music, not in math, not in geometry, but I come to you in my role as founder and head of school. I want to read a key passage for you that sums up all I'm about. It's from 2 Peter chapter 1, verse 3 to 11. His divine power has given us everything we need for life and godliness, through our knowledge of him who called us by his own glory and goodness. Through this, he has given us his very great and precious promises, so that through them you may participate in the divine nature and escape the corruption in the world caused by evil desires. For this very reason, make every effort to add to your faith goodness, and to goodness knowledge, and to knowledge self-control, and to self-control perseverance, and to perseverance godliness, and to godliness brotherly kindness, and to brotherly kindness love. For if you possess these qualities in increasing measure, they will keep you from being ineffective and unproductive in your knowledge of our Lord Jesus. But if anyone does not have them, he is nearsighted and blind, and has forgotten that he has been cleansed from his past sins. Therefore, my brothers, be all the more eager to make your calling and election sure. For if you do these things, you will never fall, and you will receive a rich welcome into the eternal kingdom of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. I memorized this passage nearly 30 years ago. And at that age, it was important to me to live a life that was effective and productive. For those of you that were here on Thursday, I shared in the panel that I am a disciple maker first. I came to Christ at a young age, and then I got introduced to a movement that taught me how to be a disciple and how to help others become disciples. And it is that background that led me to founding a school. There were a lot of steps before that. But when I chose to begin a school, I was responding to what I was seeing in our society. Like Nehemiah in the Bible, I was very aware of some of the ruins in our society. A lot of things seemed to be broken. The education system seemed to be broken to me. I couldn't quite explain why, but I knew that there were things that were not okay. Today, I want to just talk a little bit about how we at Veritas Academy are going about restoring some of the ruins. You remember Nehemiah when he began the work of repairing the broken walls in Jerusalem. Men were his methods, people were his methods. And he divided people by skill, by interest. And he had different people working in different parts of the wall. I see those of us that are in the classical movement as people being assigned a part of the wall, using tools that we are passionate about to do the work of restoring. And as I think about music, music is that little aspect of that big whole that we have in the classical curriculum. So in my role, how do I go about restoring music to the classical curriculum when I myself do not have a background in music? I rely on people like all of you that I've been listening to these past couple of days. You are the brilliant minds that enable me to fulfill my call. I look for teachers such as yourselves. So one of the methods that I have to use in this calling is to measure, to have accountability, to be sure that we are staying on track. I've listened to a lot of ideas and I'm thinking, yes, a few months ago I didn't think very much about math, arithmetic, in the role of music. Yes, I was aware that it plays a key role. But I don't have to know all those aspects. But what I do have to know is how to measure it. So how do we measure the effectiveness of our work? How do we measure music? I think to begin to do that, I have to define for myself what it looks like or what it is that we are doing. And I love the definition that Cersei has for classical education, which is the cultivation of wisdom and virtue by nourishing and the soul on the true, the good, and the beautiful by means of the 7 liberal arts and the 4 sciences. The last part, so that the student is better enabled to know, to glorify, and to enjoy God. That's what we're trying to do as we work in disciplines such as music. As we expose children to music, we want them to enjoy it. But we hope that at the end of their time in our school, they will have learned about God. They will be drawn to Him. We are exposed to music so early in our lives. Our parents sing to us when we're little. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, we respond to it. And I cannot explain to you also why my hair stands anytime I hear a student go on stage and sing a beautiful song. I don't know why that happens, but I know that the beauty of the sound that I hear does something inside of me. And if that doesn't move us towards the maker of music, the creator of those beautiful voices, then we have failed. Peter Ulrichsen, author of Teaching the Quadrivium, lists the following components of music in a lesson plan: sound, the monochord, the tone, approximation, the atonic genus, and the Gregorian modes. He also defines, he also offers a definition of the canon as a standard. He states that canonical texts are those that are essential, central, enduring, representative. Now I bring these 2 thoughts before you because as part of this process of us teaching music, we have to think about what else we're teaching our students. We're not just teaching them about music. We're not helping them see the connections to math as they count the different beats. We also want them to think about what is being represented in music. Music in our society is broken. There is desperate need for restoration. Not just in the lyrics that we hear, but also in the way that it's played. We take shortcuts. We've forgotten what it looks like to patiently work through something, slowly making it better. 2 challenges that I face in trying to accomplish my calling lies in the people that we have to work with. I like to think of them as the raw materials that we bring on the table so that we can accomplish the work that we're doing. We've got the teachers that we bring who want to teach. Many of them have a passion for music. But sometimes they're coming to us with a background that doesn't really work well within a classical curriculum. Many of them have spent their careers working in studios, teaching kids an instrument, piano, violin, beautiful things. But they're pushed and pressured by the parents who bring in their kids, who want those kids to be able to play piano like name any composer within a year, within a few months. And when they don't accomplish those goals, the parents leave them and go find another teacher. The parents talk to each other and say, my kid can do this. You should try this teacher. So they come to us already programmed to think that what parents want is what we have to shoot for. Parents want their kids to play. I remember I used to work in higher education before moving to work in K-12. And there was a push to make money, to create programs that can bring quick cash. And there was a weekend class called Instant Piano. No, you didn't have to add water and put in the microwave. But it was fast. It promised that in one day you can learn how to play piano. I don't know how anyone can accomplish that, but that was the thing. In Norms and Nobility, David Hicks says it considers the aim of classical education to be the formation of a mature person who loves inquiry, that reaches into earthly as well as transcendent realms of knowledge, who makes the connection between this knowledge and his responsibility in the life of virtue, and who struggles against long odds to fulfill in himself the high exigencies of the ideal type. Last year, I was blessed with a teacher that reminds me of this description. He's an internationally recognized orchestra artist. As a matter of fact, I don't even believe we deserve this teacher because we are so small and this guy is such a giant in the music world. I've watched him work with kids in this last year, and this is his second year at our school. He's doing amazing things. I sit with him sometimes to just watch how he works with the students. Yes, I don't understand half the things that he does, but I see the outcome. I've heard him say things like, I need at least 4 years to get this student to this place. He looks at it for the long haul. He's committed for the long haul, the long range. He recognizes that it takes time to teach music the way it's supposed to be taught, and he refuses to give in to the pressures that parents bring into the equation. Students come to us broken as well. Not just broken because they came from a system that was broken. In fact, where we started our school in North Branch, Minnesota, our district is one of the bottom 10 in the state in terms of performance. We are in a very difficult district. Some of the students that come to us are coming because they spend so much time in detention, the parents think a small school is going to fix them. So those students are not going to sit and wait for the time that it takes for them to learn something in music. So what do we do as we pursue all these great things? Again, I go back to how do we measure effectiveness? Can we measure virtue and wisdom? Can we really do that? Well, we probably can, but it takes years for us to be able to look at the fruit of the work that we've done. When these children have matured and become adults who are choosing to listen to the good music instead of the easily satisfying pop music that is only good for 3 days. How do we measure that in our context? Well, we have to begin by discovering what it is that we're looking for and then finding ways to measure those little steps that we make on a daily basis. I walk into the classrooms at my school and I look at what kids are doing and I talk to the teachers and I say, well, what are you doing today? What are you seeing today? The teachers are required to submit their lesson plans at least on a weekly basis. That's partly because we are an accredited school and we have to show certain things. Some things are hard to ask of teachers, but I have to have something. So we've spent a lot of time trying to decide on what curriculum is best. We have a curriculum review cycle every year, and we look at the different subjects that we teach. So the last 2 years we reviewed our music curriculum, remembering that we had a very humble beginning. In fact, as I've told you, I don't have a music background, but the first year my husband and I were teaching music using Veritas Press curriculum and trying to find voice tapes or CDs so students can learn from people that are experts and we're not. But we've evolved and now we have somebody that we feel like is going to help us get to the next level. But we still need help. I want to show you one thing that we do with music because music is expressed in so many different ways. We use music a lot in our school. During assembly, we sing the Latin songs, we sing hymns at chapel. And this week, when I came to this place on Wednesday, I remembered, oh yes, it is School Choice Week. What are people doing? Then I discovered the National School Choice Administration Office had sent out a video giving instructions on how to dance to a song that was being used nationwide. I want to show you a clip of that.
Hi, welcome to the National School Choice Week. Come on in.
Okay, dodging all the hate like Ole. I ain't really messing with that bull, ayy. No way, I'll be on my grind every day till my old age. Catch me in the show doing flips, Cirque du Soleil. Woo! I'ma need that green guacamole. Woo! I'ma need my team, we all on it. Woo! Coming with that speed, supersonic. We've been running full speed. Other teams, they just jogging. When I say let's go, you say. 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 Eso, 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 hey.
You can pause.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Stop it, yeah. You can find it on YouTube if you want to see the rest of it. But I thought I'll just give you a sample of that to show that, yes, as a person who doesn't have a musical background, it doesn't take a lot to notice that there's a lot of math in there. The students are counting. They need the numbers. They need the arithmetic to be able to follow the music. And yes, some of them need a lot more work in learning how to dance, right? But seriously, when I think about combining all of these things, I am reminded of an illustration that I learned through my work with the navigators about the obedient Christian in action. They use a bicycle illustration, and that really comes to mind when I think about what we're trying to do. In the bicycle illustration, the outer rim, the wheel, is what is known as the obedient Christian in action. If you've ever seen a bicycle in motion, you might see the outer rim, but there's something else that you notice. You notice the hub in the center. In that illustration, the hub represents Christ. So you've got the obedient Christian in action that will going round and round, and you see the hub in the center. But there's some things that you don't see. You don't see the spokes. In that illustration, the spokes represent the Word of God, the prayer life, fellowship with other Christians, and witnessing. If you're living right, those things are not going to be visible. All that people will see will be the hub in the center, and that's what we hope for. When I think about teaching the quadrivium, when I think about restoring music, I am hoping that I don't have to tell the students, now you're learning math as you do this. I do hope that they make those connections themselves as well, that they realize that, oh yeah, that reminds me of geometry. That looks like astronomy. I want them to notice those things. But I believe that if we're doing our job right, it'll be very much like that obedient Christian in action. We will see the fruit. We will see Christ at the center. We will see God being glorified through what we do, because we are cultivating wisdom and virtue that will be seen without us having to explain all the time how we're doing it and what we're doing it. Those who know, know. Thank you.
Hello. Last year, music ate my presentation. So I wasn't going to play for you, but then the wonderful, fabulous Patty Bianco asked me if I was going to play something today, and I think I probably should honor that request. So I will play a little something, and hopefully there will be some tidbits of this talk left to share. True education is always aimed at mastery. In the case of liberal arts education, the ultimate objective of mastery is to master oneself. In this sense, a liberal arts education is supposed to bestow freedom upon a student in two ways. First, freedom from slavery to base desires, and second, freedom to obey God. When in Dante's Purgatorio, Virgil says to his apprentice, "I have led you here by strength of mind and art. No longer wait for what I do or say. Your judgment now is free and whole and true. To fail to follow its will would be to stray. Lord of yourself, I crown and mitre you." Virgil notes that the perspective Dante has gained from his pilgrimage has granted the wayward Florentine mastery over himself. Practiced well, each of the liberal arts play a distinctive role in moving a student toward mastery, the discovery of our principles and the practice of sound judgment. Among the quadrivium, the art of geometry educates the student in the right use of logic. The art of astronomy educates the student in the harmonious relation of physical bodies in creation. The art of mathematics educates students in the elegance of proportion. Unlike geometry, mathematics, and astronomy, music is the least well understood as a fundamental educative domain. We have no record of a single culture or civilization that existed without music. Given its obviously essential role in humanity for thousands of years, why is it often relegated to a negligible role in curriculum, not only in modern education, but also often in classical education? How have we arrived at the point where the fundamentals have been reduced to luxury, pastime, or extracurricular activity? The major shift that pushed music to the margins was a shift in epistemology. Ever since the Golden Age of Athens, true knowledge has been reduced to that which is articulable. As a result, that which is knowable in our post-Enlightenment materialistic age has been weighted toward that which is measurable, a form of articulation. Thus, while the quadrivial disciplines of mathematics, geometry, and astronomy have sat easily within curricula of all sorts of educational programs, because though these are all skills with inarticulable dimensions, the going belief is that the practice of these arts yields outcomes that are both articulable and measurable. The only acknowledged criteria for what counts as knowledge in our day and age. By contrast, music has been displaced because the ultimate value it bestows on the one who practices well is as inarticulable as it is real and lasting. The import of music in a human being's education is, as I will explain here, the cultivation of the skills of sound judgment and interpretation, both essential to human existence and both with inarticulable and very real processes. All the liberal arts cultivate skill. However, those arts that broker in measurement, and therefore articulation, do not always foreground the concept of skill development. Measurement is often related to calculation, which is related to quantitative problem solving. Though in art, quantitative enterprises in education are often reduced to the level of technique or mechanism. One simply plugs and chugs when it comes to numerical arts. In the belief that mathematics is merely a mechanical process, our culture has become convinced that the mathematical enterprise gives our species the truthiest truth, because the mechanism of problem solving eliminates the wily variable of human judgment. Of course, nothing of the sort takes place. All human enterprise requires personal judgment, because all knowledge is known by persons. However, this observation has not disabused us of our penchant to pretend that we can know the world best by eliminating the limitations of knowers. Music is an art, and arts tend to be the least likely to be deemed mechanical. Though one can certainly practice music as a series of mechanisms and techniques, the concept of art in modern Western culture is imbued with personal judgment, taste, subjectivity, and all kinds of other manner of hobgoblins that prevent us from making progress toward harnessing nature for personal use and achieving utopia for ourselves. However, since music is considered an art by the culture at large, art is still a domain of practices in which mechanism gives way to make room for mastery. So what is mastery? By mastery, I mean a capacity to achieve desired results by means of controlled imperfection. A capacity is an ability to attempt. By result, I mean a foreimagined whole. By control, I mean pacing oneself properly in a given context. And by imperfection, I mean to exist in a state of process and becoming. Mastery is demonstrated and pursued in and through the application of a skill. By skill, I mean a form of knowledge that is largely inarticulable that facilitates perception, judgment, and execution. The one with skill perceives, judges, and executes well. The one without skill does not. Hungarian chemist and philosopher Michael Polanyi introduced what he called personal knowledge. Personal knowledge has two aspects, the articulable and the tacit. Articulable knowledge is a description that can be verbalized with sounds, signs, or symbols that have lexical and transferable meaning. This paper you are hearing is an articulation of knowledge. Tacit knowledge, on the other hand, is an interpretive process derived in part from personal experience. You can use your articulable knowledge to tell someone what this paper says. You will use your tacit knowledge to understand what this paper means. The meaning of this paper is not in the sounds or shapes of the words. Someone illiterate in English could pronounce the sounds of these words just fine by merely using the rules of English pronunciation, but have no idea what any of it meant. It is not your articulable knowledge of the rules of pronunciation that allows me to transferring the meaning I have in my mind to yours through the use of these symbols. It is your tacit knowledge that makes meaningful sense of these symbols into a coherent, intelligible, hopefully, set of ideas. In reality, absolutely all skills involve both articulable and tacit knowledge. The difference with music is that because it demands exceptional control of the body, a domain of tacit knowledge becomes a point of focus rather than something operating in the background. For example, a writing implement is used for solving geometrical equations, but hardly any geometry education begins by teaching students how to handle a pen or pencil. This is already assumed. The reality is that our entire body is called into action in one way or other whenever we have to practice a skill, for we are embodied creatures. Music just makes the discipline of one's body a focal point. To approach this expressive art, musicians must triangulate three simultaneous operations, though they are independent. Those systems are auditory, optical, and tactile. The auditory deals with both hearing and listening, which are two different operations. A violinist in a symphony is always hearing the entire orchestra. However, to get his entry perfectly, he may only be listening for the oboe. Auditory systems are essential for the proper use of rhythm, tuning, and tone. The optical deals with both looking and seeing, which are also two different operations. A violinist will be looking at his part in a Beethoven symphony, but he will need to see the conductor for cues about how to take a ritardando or a crescendo. The tactile deals with the exercise of fine motor control in concert with gross motor control. A violinist must literally feel the amount of friction his bow applies to his strings and must adjust accordingly. It is this tactile dimension that is most distinctive of mastery in music. In Polanyi's thinking, there are two kinds of awareness, focal and subsidiary. When using a hammer to hit a nail, our focal awareness is trained on the head of the nail, the thing we are trying to hit with the hammer. The focal awareness concerns itself with a goal we have in mind. Subsidiary awareness, by contrast, is every other aspect of that physical action that occurs in pursuit of achieving the goal. Within subsidiary awareness would be the angle of our elbow as we swing the hammer, the texture of our shirt as it rubs against our shoulder while we swing the hammer, and whether we are squinting or wide-eyed and fixing on our target. All of these sensations, movements, and textures are part of hitting a nail with a hammer. However, the majority of them haunt our subsidiary awareness. When training fine motor control, as in music, a student must pull into focal awareness domains of movement that until that moment were known only in subsidiary awareness. Mastery in music requires the triangulation of the auditory, optical, and tactile, and this triangulation provides a rare and valuable benefit to the student. If you are merely looking at a painting, you may be content with judging it based on how it looks. If you are merely listening to a violin sonata, you may be content with judging it based on how it sounds. If you are playing a violin sonata, however, how something sounds is only one of the criteria that needs to be satisfied for something like mastery in music. Tactile and optical systems must be satisfied as well. And in this demand for the satisfaction of integrated systems, a curious thing happens. They all constrain and discipline a musician's interpretation of what he is doing and tell him if he is doing it well or poorly. A student violinist can satisfy his tactile system if holding his violin feels right, but he will have failed to satisfy his auditory system if his tuning sounds wrong. Likewise, a student violinist can satisfy his auditory system if his playing sounds right, but he will have failed to satisfy his tactile system if he is holding the violin with bad posture and creating tension and pain in his hand. The student violinist can satisfy his optical system if he sees right and takes the conductor's cue to come in at the right time, but he will have failed his auditory system if he's playing the wrong notes. How does this translate? The auditory, optical, and tactile provide a sort of checks and balances system for the student of music that teaches him that they cannot rely on a singular source for their interpretation of whether their music is any good or not. All three systems must be satisfied before a student should conclude that their interpretation is any good. And the development of all three systems must be continuous and cooperative. A musician who cannot hear his instrument will struggle as much as a musician whose hearing is perfect, but who cannot grip the instrument properly. And therein lie 4 critical points of translation from the skill of learning music to the skill of interpretation. Number 1, it teaches us that education is not just information, that it is skill. 2, it teaches us skills are deep and complex. 3, it teaches us that knowledge can be real even though our ability to fully articulate it is limited. And 4th, it teaches us that if knowing is a skill, then so is interpretation. Because music demands of the body are so unrelenting and conspicuous, we readily see the learning gap that can emerge between information and skills. The study of music brings into high relief that knowledge is deeper than mere articulation. As such, the study of music makes us aware of that which is real, but that which is difficult to articulate meaningfully. It puts us in touch with the intangible aspects of our existence of which we can barely speak, but about which we deeply feel. Most importantly, the study of music both validates and disciplines personal experience. Feeling something to be true is not necessarily enough to validate it. Feelings, the tactile, must be cross-checked with other systems and sources so that one's feelings may be disciplined into conformity with reality. However, this approach also makes room for one's inarticulable feelings and sensibilities to be viable domains of true knowledge about the world, and that just because one can only articulate about the tip of the iceberg doesn't mean that things out of sight are any less real. All skill requires practice, that is, repetition designed to change the practicer. However, because music is a time-sensitive art form, it is also process-centric. Though one could spend hours or even days looking at a painting by Rembrandt, a painting, when finished, exists as a whole thing. When it is finished, it ceases to become. Though it may take a long time to process a painting, one can see all that is visible in a glance. Though musical scores exist in finished form as static physical objects, the musical instructions they contain must be realized in the unfolding process of time. While painters, sculptors, and poets are no less aware of the role of process in their arts, process is a point of focal awareness for a musician because training the tactile means contracting and extending a muscle thousands of times. It is all process all the time, whether one is practicing a few short measures or whether one is performing a concerto. Practice and performance both are process. The student of music learns valuable lessons about what it means to be in process. The student learns that even the slightest alteration, error, or discovery must alter his interpretation to some degree. Rather than such subtleties creating ongoing instability and hopeless floating, the student's process is anchored by a desire to produce harmony instead of cacophony. The student of music learns to apprehend and embrace a standard of goodness and excellence that, though it is beyond and outside of himself, he works hard to approach, little by little, one practice session after another, building up his strength, stamina, and precision, fine-tuning many areas simultaneously. This is incredibly hard work, and these insights are hard-won. And when a student has earned his reward, the ability through discipline and sensitivity to bring a transformative experience to others by decorating silence with music, he recognizes that process is endless and that his options in life are ultimately to either become or to deteriorate. There is no resting on one's laurels for the true student of music because muscles can lose functionality as much as they can gain them. A student of music learns that persistence and self-discipline are not merely their own reward because they transform for the better the one who practices them, but that they can also be a gift for so many others. Music, as I have hopefully demonstrated, provides a dimension of a liberal arts education that is distinctive. By requiring the triangulation of multiple systems in a process-oriented art form, not least of which is extensive conditioning of fine motor control, a student learns what it means to be in process with his existence, but being a disciplined and sensitive interpreter of reality as he encounters it. The sort of self-mastery of which Dante speaks in Purgatorio, and that which a liberal arts education promises, is ever more imminent when the art of music is practiced at the center of the quadrivium and not on the outskirts. For education is really only worth what one is asked to practice, and reflection, interpretation, and self-discipline make an education worthy. Thank you.
Thank you all. Questions? Okay, good. I'm going to ask a question first. Greg, when you translated that line from Augustine, St. Augustine, knowledge of right measure, is measure a verb or a noun? Both?
I actually think both. And I think in right is also, I think, has an ethical quality too. So it's not just you're doing it well, but actually that it has that it is talking of the good. So I think, and that's something I've wrestled with, whether it is noun or verb. And I think effectively you could think about it, or at least wrestle with it both ways, and see the implications of it in a much more full form. Which is why I think that's the part of the beauty of it. It is such a simple set of words, but the implications, no pun intended, resonate really far in terms of what the implications of what those mean in other fields and other discussions.
So my thought is that when one is practiced in noticing that things are complex, nuanced, and multifaceted, and I turn to an area of ignorance for myself, I can also wonder, this might be more complex, nuanced, and multifaceted than it appears at first glance. That is the kind of thinking that I have in mind, not merely music makes you good at thinking about music, which hopefully it does at least, but that's in my mind where the translation should be, to a discipline about looking for all the pieces and a sensitivity to all the pieces.
That was good. I'm not sure I understand the question, but I'm not sure you understand the question either, so I'll just answer it. In thinking, just whatever your question jogged, just the idea of, you specifically mentioned in society, but I don't know, there's a quote about habits turning into virtue the 10,000th time. You know, the first 10,000 times you're developing it, but then the idea of it coming naturally on the 10,001st time, like, is that, if I know that quote, or that idea that you're instilling it for a long time, and then you might say later that it becomes a natural response. Well, why did you do that? I don't know, it just seemed right. But it probably didn't seem right because you had just encountered the idea, but because you'd been nurturing a virtuous habit for a long time, to where you had to think about it, and then you could stop thinking about it and still do the right thing without thinking about it. And I wonder, when it comes to arithmetic, just in that context, if you also have a sense of arithmetic proportion without counting. You know, so if you're doing music explicitly, you're like, okay, 2 to 1, 3 to 2. But then, I don't know, I didn't count how many people are in this room, but I'm interacting with the room in a certain way because it's a large number of people. If I'm sitting at the table with you, we shift the way we behave, and I think appropriately, not putting on airs, but appropriately. So maybe there's a sense of, I'm always counting, and I'm always making decisions based on the quantity that I'm confronted with or that I'm interacting with, even without counting. I don't know if that answers your question, but
I think in book 6 of Augustine's De Musica, he shifts from the mathematical aspects of things to a more theological discussion, and he talks about the idea of hearing and number, and the difference between participating in music and hearing music passively, remembering music, and then ultimately how you're judging it, but ultimately what it represents in a more theological sense. And so he shifts to that idea that it's not these are part of the process and the means, but it's the theological that's of the greatest significance as we get there. But I think part of this is too that I was so glad that Andrew brought this up again yesterday. Keeping in mind also what is the difference between the purpose and the blessing, and that there are wonderful things that occur, I believe, formatively when you do all sorts of disciplines, when you enter into all sorts of disciplines, and the end of that may not always be. I mean, I don't think the purpose of playing an instrument is so that I can subconsciously be thinking about mathematical formulas and connections the whole way through. It's there. I mean, that's what enables you to do so along the way, but that's not the intent. And it's not so much that the math gets you there, but there's the embodiment of what it means to participate in that.
I think what I was trying to get at is I think in many ways we see how music is used, how it's even enjoyed sometimes, and it leaves us feeling that there's got to be more to this. So, for example, like even just listening to that song, I don't know what the lyrics really are. I just learned about that song the other day. It's a beautiful tune. It's something that can stick in your head for a while. But some might agree that maybe when we think about good quality music, we might define it differently. So I think what I've been seeing mostly is just maybe one way to look at it is when you think about food, you can eat food just to get full, or you can eat food that is good for you that you take a lot of time to enjoy. I think we've lost something in the way that we approach music, how we enjoy it, how we make it. So it's a subjective thing, but still solid enough to want to take time to teach kids to enjoy good music, to enjoy the process of making good music, to take the time to savor it and enjoy it. Yeah, so yeah, I don't know that it's as concrete as saying, oh yeah, this is wrong, this is right, but just sense of the quality, a feeling that you have when you listen to something beautiful and wonderful. Does that make sense? Yeah. Does anybody want to take it? Yeah.
Enjoy
it. Enjoy it. Yeah. Yeah. You might. What do you think? Yeah.
I would have to think about that a good while.
I don't know, as far as complexity and discord and good music, just been thinking about, and brevity. You mentioned brevity. Like what Elliot played, so much folk, not just Irish music, but folk, a lot of folk tunes, especially like fiddle tunes, whistle tunes. You can make it through the whole piece, right? It's a repeat of 8 bars. You can make it through the whole piece in a minute and 10 seconds. And you're like, is there something wrong with it because it's short? But then it's interesting because when folk artists get together to play, you can play a minute song for 20 minutes because of the communal aspect of getting together to jam. There's not it's not even a performance. We talk about performative music, but a jam is not so much performance as it is communal music. And you pass that solo around, and it's just about as much about giving it to the next person as it is for your turn to arrive. You know, so it's interesting because the entire song is complete in a minute as far as the ideas contained in the song. And in the Irish reels, there's not a lot of tension. There's musical tension. You move away from one. You move away from the tonic of the key that you're in, and you come back. That's enough tension for something to be musical.
I think one thing to recognize, too, with regards to music, and I've said this to several of you in conversation, I'm not going to show you, it'd be really hard to offend you with a triangle by showing you a triangle. But if I talk about a particular piece of music as being better than another one, I may have just stepped on somebody's toes. And in a conversation with Ken Myers years ago, we were talking about music, and he said, there's such a personal identity aspect with what we listen to that he said the closest thing that he could reckon it to was sexuality. I mean, it's very much a part of our identity, especially now that it's not a communal thing. When you can listen to your own list of music and you have your own preferences. If I don't like your list, if I speak ill against somebody that you like, that's a minefield. I don't know what you think of Sgt. Pepper. Am I going to offend you? Am I going to encourage you? I don't know. But because you have these lists or things that you listen to, when you get specific about talking about one of those things, you can very quickly shut down somebody's receptivity to talking about music in the greater sense or an objective sense. And that's different for me. I've taught several of the quadrivial arts over the years, and when I approach music, I have to come from the side. We're talking about these ideas first before we make the application, because of that potential resistance right away, because it becomes very personal. And I think it happens. I think one of the other things too is there's an additive quality. I've been teaching for a long time. So back in the days of CDs, when you introduce somebody to new music, I mean, the analogy that I was thinking through is, it's not that you want people to throw away their CDs. or burn their albums. That's even more relevant, right? But that you want to start replacing CDs in their case. Now that's you're talking about a finite. You've got a case that holds 24 CDs, and so it's going to be the 24 things that you're going to listen to, not an infinite Spotify list. But if you can introduce something new that they enjoy, that's going to be better for them, that then displaces something else, you're moving them on a trajectory. It becomes more complicated, as I said, when you're dealing with lists and things. But that's part of it. I think moving into that conversation, but very carefully moving to that conversation. And I think some of the objective aspects of the quadrivial arts in music becomes very helpful with regards to having those conversations.
I want to add one thought to Greg's excellent thoughts, and that is that we generally encounter music completely decontextualized. So we don't know the Beatles personally. I mean, it's a lot about kind of what Greg was talking about in terms of context. So music, we receive it as just content, like what it sounds like is all there is to it, and moral action is more about what there is to it. There's what's intended, and there's how we end up interpreting what the content actually is. So there's an authorial intent mechanism that we have to, in my mind, think about in terms of how to respond to the song, because what does the author think I should do it with it? What's the intended use function of this music or this painting or this sculpture? What should I do with it? When you come to a cathedral, the use function is pretty widely known, but when it comes to a Sgt. Pepper's or the music that you play, it's like, well, I don't know exactly. Like, what do you guys want me to do with it? What should I be doing while I listen to this music? And so we can fabricate explanations for that and say, oh, it sounds like X, so I must use it like Y. I think that's a valid line of reasoning to a point. But the other question is sort of, well, if moral action is rooted partly in my intent, and I don't have that intention from the author, well, I might have to suspend judgment about whether it is or is not a good thing to interact with. I'm not saying it's one or the other, but I think it's a worthy question that is involved with the sort of question that you're posing. Hope that makes sense.
And I really do appreciate your question, because I realized that, I did think through what I said there, but as we talk about music at school, we think a lot about things like, what is the purpose that we're making this music for? What is it for? Yes, there's a place and time for some of those songs that are going to be quick and easy to make, the ones that you enjoy for a short time and then you're ready for something else. There's a place for the kind of music that stands the test of time. It is enjoyed over a long period of time. So it is contextual, of course, yeah.
Sorry, this is more on the practical side of things. I think it is far better to dance badly than not to dance. And I think it is far better to participate in a piece of music poorly than to just listen to perfect performances that are abstract. There's something very different about participating and being inside the music and recognizing how your part fits in with everybody else. That is something that you don't get if you're just objectively on the outside, passively participating. So.
Well, thank you all. Thanks for your questions. We're going to go ahead and take a break and come back for the last excellent panel of the weekend in 15 minutes. Thank you.
I haven't finished it yet.
Oh, okay.
I was primarily using it initially. I was using it because of them, and I was using it in an apprenticeship that I'm leading on how to develop curriculum. And so I want them to imitate my writing. And so I'm using like Yves Lenoir, whose style of explaining things and describing is off the charts perfect. And then, can you imagine a curriculum written like Yves Lenoir? but also Moby Dick, his capacity to put a seed thought into a sentence and carry it. It goes on a journey through the paragraph. Time?
Gotta cut you off.
So we'll have to. I need you to teach me some more about it.
Paul Hemus.
Okay. Oh yeah, I have to introduce them.
Mueller. Derek Fawcett. Nikhil Jandiala.
Nikhil. Okay.
Jandiala. And then we're supposed to end around 5:45.
Okay. Okay. Well, I need to clear out this group of malingerers so that we can get the next panel up. So if anybody has the old-fashioned hook that you use to pull people off the stage, just pull them away. And Gavin Polhemus, if you would come up, and Jonathan Mueller, Derek Fawcett, and Nikhil Jandiala. Come on up here. And I look forward to hearing from each of you. So Gavin will be addressing high school physics saved by the quadrivium. I had a chance to chat with him a little bit over lunch, and I can tell you that he's got some really unique insights, and he understands physics very well. And I'm anxious and excited to see how he attaches it, how he shows the connection, to how it was saved by the quadrivium. And Jonathan Mueller will be talking about the music of the spheres and bringing us into the direct conversation over astronomy. So welcome to our event, and as it's coming to an end now, welcome to the closing session. Derek Fawcett will be talking about mathematical understanding or the apprehension of mathematical concepts, obviously an important principle in the tradition, one that is much neglected. So Derek, thank you for coming to address us. And Nikhil Jandiala, are our schools doing their jobs, bringing in some Mortimer Adler. So I'm looking forward to how the Paideia proposal can help us think this all through. So let's start with Gavin, and I look forward to hearing from you. And, sorry, I'll be right there giving you time markers.
I actually find the podium kind of intimidating, so I'm going to come right out here. There's not a whole lot of you, so and I'm going to see if you can't hear me at any point. Just give me a signal and I'll go back to this. Little okay, great. I'm happy to do that. I just didn't, that makes sense. I come from kind of a different world. This has been very interesting. I'm from the physics world. I studied physics. I have a PhD in physics. I got into teaching at a not classical school. I went to a classical school because my school wouldn't let me teach Calculus 3, and a friend who was at a classical school said, I think they're looking for a calculus teacher there. You could, so sure, I'll give that a try. And so I kind of came at this from a different place, but I have really grown to love the classical education model. I want to hit kind of three things. I want to say just a couple of really practical things because a lot of people have asked me some practical questions because of my background in another world. Then I want to talk a little bit about my course, and then I want to kind of connect it to what you guys have been saying. Is this working okay for people that I'm out here in the middle? Okay. So really just a quick practical thing. A lot of people have been asking about mathematics curriculum, and I don't make one, but there is something outside of the classical world. There's this art of problem solving program. This art of problem solving company makes some really interesting stuff. It was created by a guy who did mathematics competitions, and he really wanted to create a math book for people like that. And there's a 2-volume art of problem solving book, but that's kind of towards competitive math people. But then they made a regular high school, middle school curriculum with the normal courses, and they're very focused on the wonder and the excitement and the puzzle aspect of math. Nothing explicitly classical, certainly nothing explicitly Christian about any of that, but it does reflect a lot of the same values that I hear of wonder and excitement. They also have a elementary curriculum now called Beast Academy. It's cartoon books, and the monsters are talking about solving puzzles. Again, doesn't look very classical on the surface, but the puzzles are really, really interesting. So I hope if you're looking for a math thing that fills in gaps, because you guys can put in the classical piece, you guys can talk about the beauty, but if you've got gaps in your math rigor where you're teaching your students, these might be a good fit to fill some of that gap. So just take a look, talk to each other about it. If you guys hate it, I'm sorry. But that was a practical question people were asking me about. Also, in the physics community, there has been a big move towards physics education research. And this started in the 90s because, in particular, a professor at Harvard found out that his students were great at solving the questions on his exams, but they had no idea what was going on in the physical world around them. If he asked them questions about actual objects in their environment and what was happening, they had no idea. And so they started really studying how do students learn. And a lot of what they've done since, over the last 2-3 decades is rediscover a lot of ideas that I now see in the classical community. A lot of problem solving in groups, which is very much a Socratic discussion sort of thing. A lot more of describing why you are solving problems in a certain way, which is bringing in aspects of rhetoric. So when I came to the classical school, and I was already using a lot of these peer instruction tutorials, they're called in this community, a lot of these physics education research things, it fit right in with actually the classical school I went to was very much sage on the stage. So I was the outlier because I was circling around like this with my students and having them work together on problems, but it very much fits the Socratic classical approach. So if you're looking for people who are understand the classical education ideas, people who come out of the modern physics education research world, are going to be a fit, although their vocabulary is going to be totally different. They're going to call it tutorials where you call it Socratic discussion. So just, those are my 2 real practical things. The course I teach is a physics course, and it's based in the quadrivium. We start with the quadrivium, and we end with the quadrivium for the mechanics portion of this course. This course is required for all students at the school that I was teaching at, Liberty. So all kinds of kids are in there, and I wanted it to be a course that would be valuable to students who weren't planning to go on to work on physics after their time in high school. I wanted to be something where musicians felt like it helped them understand sound, where artists helped them understand light and color, for historians, understanding the role that our evolving understanding of the universe has played in history. So
That was a real goal when I took over the course. And as a result, I found that starting with the quadrivium was incredibly helpful. It is a physics course, so we're not doing the quadrivium all the way through, but the very first unit is about the arithmetic model of consonants in music. So understanding that simple ratios of small numbers predict consonant sounds. So that we have these pipes that are all different colors. They're called Boomwhackers is the brand, but you could make your own, right? And they're different lengths, and you can do real simple experiments, right? I hold up 2 Boomwhackers, we see if they're related by a simple ratio, and then we whack them on the table and see if they sound good together. It's really brings down the stress level a lot when the first activities are using a mathematical model that is so simple, so interesting, and so easily testable. So most physics classes start with the quadratic calculation of uniformly accelerated motion. That doesn't really embrace where the students are coming into the class frequently. So this is a really nice place to start. We talk about circular motion around the Earth as being an initial model of astronomy. And so we're talking about mathematical models starting from the quadrivium, arithmetic as a model of harmony in music, and geometry as the basis for our model of astronomy. We get through that fairly quickly, talking about the basic scales and perfect fifths and Ptolemy's addition of consonant thirds and the sort of evolution of up to equal tempered scales, and then the more disrupted evolution of the astronomy model from being geocentric to being heliocentric. And we see the role of motion in all of these things, the motion of musical instruments and the motion of the planets, and that kicks off our study of motion. Then it is the second feature of the course is it's a historic evolution. It's a historic approach to the physics. So we start with the Pythagoreans, we get up to Galileo in the first couple of weeks. So that's a little fast for you classical people. And then we are doing Galileo, Newton, Leibniz, Daniel Bernoulli, and following things up to Hamilton's, William Rowan Hamilton's Hamiltonian mechanics at the beginning of the 19th century. We follow some of the debates that happen, and that's been a lot of fun. We do some of the historical experiments that they did to understand motion, collision experiments with things hanging from the ceiling to understand conservation of momentum, and things sliding into blocks and things to understand the vis viva, which was Leibniz's predecessor to kinetic energy. And so this historical approach has been incredibly valuable for the students because they have a story that goes along with it, and we retain stories a lot better than we retain formulas. And so that has been really helpful. And if I ask a question and a student answers, back before I started doing this, I didn't have a lot of options if they were wrong. Like, well, you're wrong. What am I supposed to say? Like, good try. But now I really have a strong response. I can say, yes, that's the way Galileo thought about it. But remember what Newton told us. Remember what Emily de Châtelet told us. Remember what Daniel Bernoulli told us. So I'm telling him, yeah, you're as smart as Galileo, but we're trying to do better than that. So it's not putting them down. It's really bringing them up to, like, you guys get to be smarter than Isaac Newton now. So that's been fun. Okay, I had a student say once, you're so good at dumbing it down. And I'm like, no, I'm smarting you up. That's what we do here, right? So the historical approach has been really good. And I also have a 21st century perspective. And this, I think, feeds in a little bit to how I relate to this community. I'm doing a historical approach, but there's so many dead ends. There's so many mistakes that people made, things that didn't really work out. The whole formulation due to Euler kind of didn't turn out that great after the 20th century happened. And so I'm always thinking from my perspective of what we know now, what are the important things to teach so that we can get to our current understanding of the universe? And sometimes that leaves out big parts of the history or things that were very accepted and very important in their time, but were overthrown, especially with the revolution at the beginning of the 20th century. So that perspective helps me make sure that it doesn't take them individually 400 years to get to where we are today from Galileo. We haven't got that much time. So we've got to stay really focused on the path, but we do follow the history just with a focus on what really works. And I want to say that to interact with this community, the world I'm coming from, I hear people here talking about it, and sometimes it doesn't sound like the world that I remember. So I want to say that there's a tendency to conflate what's happening with engineering and the project of creating things that are practical and useful, which is admirable in its own way, but also seems separate from the classical tradition of pursuing truth and goodness. My experience as a physicist training was that there is still this same thread going through. When I decided I wanted to go to college and study string theory, it wasn't because I wanted to build an iPhone or an atomic bomb, right? It's because I wanted to know the deep truths about how the world works. So we are still doing that. We are still really caring about finding the truth, finding some sort of synthesis of ideas that is, the logos animating the universe. We haven't lost that. So we're actually very conservative in our tendency to want to stick to ideas that have worked in the past, but because technology in physics especially allows us to build telescopes that can see much farther, build microscopes that can see much smaller, we have been evolving in a way that the humanities don't. The ideas about virtue, you could see people living virtuously in ancient Greece and see what drinking too much did to you in ancient Greece. You didn't need the James Webb Space Telescope to tell you that that was going to be destructive or beneficial to you living in these different ways. But in science and physics especially, these new tools have led to a lot of evolution in our understanding. And it can lead to this sort of progressive problem of, well, only the newest thing matters. Only the latest, greatest thing is what's important. And that's an error. But it's also an error to go too far the other way and try to say that, only the old stuff is what matters. I really like trying to think about where we are today and how we connect it across the whole arc of human understanding. You can't figure out the truth or the value of something by just placing it on the calendar. It has to be looking at how it integrates with all of the ideas. So I think that wraps up what I wanted to say. And I want to keep the conversation going with this community that I feel a little out of place in. Okay, well, thank you very much. I'll hand this off to...
Well, thank you for that. Hello, everyone. I want to talk to you today about astronomy in the classical tradition and in the context of the quadrivium. I want to use as my starting point was actually my starting point about 5 years ago, before I went on a journey through the heavens, as it were, to design and teach a classical and contemporary astronomy course at the St. Constantine College and School where I work. And I was very struck around 5 years ago by revisiting Cicero's The Dream of Scipio, by the moment when the title character is, caught up into the heavens for a vision with his ancestor, and he begins to hear a sound that is variously deep and high and crystalline, and isn't really sure what to make of it. And when he inquires about this sound, his ancestor says that it's the music of the spheres, which we on Earth have become deaf to, but is always occurring and is always around us, but we have become deaf due to our fallenness and to our obsession with earthly things. But if we would see the cosmos as he sees it, we could begin to hear that music again. And that notion of, now granted, it's taking place in the context of a Visio, what would it mean to begin to hear the music of the spheres again? Is that something that we are able to do? That was my driving question. And I also became convicted of the fact that we were a classical school that considered itself very principled. We were very intent on scrapping everything or anything that ought to be scrapped from trappings of academia and education, and saying, what is right? What ought to be done? What does the classical tradition demand, and the best that we can do today? And so I took the approach that astronomy is a fitting capstone to the quadrivium, and I really appreciate, I wish she was here, Leslie's attention to the different orderings that have been available, at least in a couple of iterations today, of the quadrivium, and there's some kind of debate about which one first, what age, etc. I'll just be cards on the table. I'm one of those pesky Plato guys. I won't call myself a Platonist per se, but I will call myself a friend of Plato and a student of him if I can. And so I'm following the order that we receive in Republic Book 7. A kind of outline of the quadrivium is given in a passage that I arrived late yesterday, so I may have missed it, Matt, if you paid attention to this. But it's a passage that, at least on a first read-through, people often miss because it comes almost directly after the image of the cave. And the image of the cave is so cool and so captivating and sticks in our minds so well that this conversation of the quadrivial pursuits, which I think is actually the bigger point of Book 7, sort of evaporates in our memory, because the image of people chained facing a wall with fire behind them and puppeteers in between is just so compelling when we think about the ways that that's true in our culture and in our own lives. But Socrates initially puts astronomy as third in this moment in Book 7. I'm summarizing at lightning speed, so please go revisit the moment. Book 7 wouldn't take you long to reread. Socrates initially puts astronomy as third, but then he opts to put it fourth. And so I'm following his lead there. But I think it's not just because of my desire to follow Plato around. I think astronomy affords us the unique opportunity at both low and high levels, and probably this is true of all the quadrivial pursuits. And when it comes to the quadrivial pursuits, astronomy is now the one that I'm most familiar with, and so that's the one I'll speak to. But it is also the case that in the classical tradition, I think someone, maybe it was Mark a little bit earlier, who had said something about he would start with astronomy because it's the one that's right there and so available to you. And I like that. I think for children who couldn't begin to talk about the geometry, trigonometry, and calculus involved in these kinds of things, then walking out into the night sky or hearing the poetic myths of the constellations, this is absolutely right and what should be done. But astronomy has this unique capacity to encapsulate both those moments and extremely high and difficult abstract mathematics and thinking, but also philosophy of science and reasoning about first principles and first things. And so I think it makes a uniquely fitting capstone to the quadrivium. We're used to talking about the quadrivium, astronomy within the quadrivium as number in space and time. And maybe, I appreciated Junius's puckish decentering of number earlier. I'd love to talk more about that. I'm not sure that one could displace or decenter number in the quadrivial pursuits successfully, but I am all for reinvigorating and pursuing a more robust vision of numbers. And since it's the last session of the day, I might as well say a sexier vision of numbers. And that too is the Platonist within me, because for Plato, anytime someone talks about the kind of cold, abstruse calculation of Platonic thought, I think, wow, there are just some really spicy passages of Symposium when it comes to gazing upon the great sea of beauty that you just maybe aren't thinking of at the moment, because for Plato, finally, this erotic desire, this loving vision of the beautiful, the true, and the good is what motivates the ascent from the lower to the higher things. It's not so that we can be Gnostics. It's so that we can desirously pursue the beautiful with all of our being. I think classical education must recover and emphasize astronomy. And I think not to the denigration of anything else that I've heard today. I think we all come in thinking, yeah, I know the one that is maybe most at stake in our culture and that we ought to be especially careful of. And I'm not triumphantly thinking that I'm definitely right about this, but I began to be worried when I read that passage from Cicero and wondered whether we could begin to hear the music of the spheres again. I began to be especially worried that in the world that we live in, we in our classical education circles, we're much more familiar with talking about the pitfalls of modernity when it comes to moral philosophy and moral thinking and moral living. But then there's this very also tangible one too of something as simple but pervasive and profoundly life-impacting as light pollution. And the fact that so many fewer of the stars and constellations and planets are visible to us on a daily basis, a nightly basis. And that this is actually a really important thing, because when Socrates in Book 7 is inventing this outline of the quadrivium, he says, in order to, he makes the analogy, the image of the cave, so that he could explain to you what it's like to move from visible things to the realm of understanding, the noesis. And he says, the area where we begin to do that, is it not the simple distinction of the 1, the 2, and the 3? And Glaucon is like, sure. Wait, what do you mean? And we go on, right? But Socrates says, look, the fact that we have day and night at all, and that we can count the stars, this is actually sort of endlessly pedagogically rich material for us. And that is now in jeopardy in some historically unique ways in the modern world. And so one of the things we do in this astronomy class at the St. Constantine School is drive students out west 10 hours to the Big Bend National Park area. We're based in Houston. We drive 10 hours just south of El Paso to go to the McDonald Observatory, which is in one of the first national dark sky preserves in the continental US. I highly recommend it. If you haven't been out there, you should absolutely go do it. Go with children, even if they're not your children, so that you can show them, well, you shouldn't kidnap anyone. Find some friends is kind of more what I meant, but there you go. But just to enjoy the vision of the night sky that is, and just so that you can see what we are so often missing when we go out on a night sky, to see the night sky. Like if we walk out tonight, I hope some stars are visible. Last night, not so much. But it will still be difficult to see, even probably if you were to try and count maybe 30 to 50 individual stars as opposed to the thousands that should be readily countable. And to say nothing of the constellations, right? And we are impoverished, despite the tremendous advances in the world of astronomy and astrophysics today. We are impoverished in our view, our nightly experience of the cosmos, because we look up and we see a handful of bright stars and maybe some planets. Tonight you can see some planets. But if we go out to Big Bend, for example, you could see not just, as Socrates says, the blazonry of the heavens, but we are also impoverished that we have no stories to put to them, right? And this is why I insist on teaching ancient and medieval astronomy for a whole semester with our students, so that we learn the mythology, the cosmology, the constellation myths, the poetry involved. If you want to enrich your reading of the great books, my guess is if you're in this room, you either teach great books or you think that's a good idea, you're on board with it in some way. If you start intentionally learning more about astronomy, you will be astonished by how the great books come alive with astronomy and cosmology that you never noticed because it wasn't apparent to you just how deeply embedded it is in the psyche of the great authors of the ancient and medieval period. I think also one thing that I'd like to suggest is that there is something that must be recovered in the ancient and medieval approach. As I said, despite the fact that our mapping, our data is so much superior in the day that we live in, our whole picture of a model is just unavailable, right? And a coherent model that could spread from mythology all the way up to metaphysics, ontology, and theology. That is a coherent model that is missing despite whatever excellent efforts by scientists of our day, and despite excellent efforts by philosophers of our day and theologians, because now that we are fractured in our disciplines, it's all too difficult for one mind to contain, is what we often think. And so a venture to recover astronomy and emphasize it is a venture to restore a coherent view of the cosmos. And this is where actually the ancients can help us, because as Gavin was just saying, there's plenty that was disproven, right? And we can hold some of those things more loosely, though I think there's a tremendous value to learning some of the practices that inform a cosmovision, as one might say. But when it comes to philosophy of science and a way to integrate literature and mythology and theology with cosmology, we're just completely inept compared to the ancients and the medievals. And this is something that we find if we look in places like the Timaeus, where Timaeus actually gives us an excellent model for pursuing cosmology and philosophy of science at the same time. Before he begins, he gives a prayer. But in Greek, what he gives is a prooimion, which means that he probably sang that moment in the dialogue, which is actually wonderful to think about. He sang a prayer to the god to guide him before he set out to describe the beginnings of the universe. And then immediately, he makes essential philosophical distinctions between that which is and has no becoming and that which comes to be but never truly is, right? The world of being, the world of becoming, and drops these little gems on us, like anything that comes to be as the result of some cause. And you just think like, oh, whoa. We are still unpacking that phrase, right? If you've ever sort of happened onto pop versions of the Kalam cosmological argument, it has its roots there in that one line in the Timaeus. right? Nothing comes from nothing. Nothing ever could. Sound of Music also has its roots in the Timaeus, apparently. Timaeus also shows us that the eikos logos, the likely account of the universe, must at some point give way to the eikos muthos, the likely myth of the universe. And this isn't to say that we should not care about science and just pursue mythology. That's not what Timaeus means at all. Rather, Timaeus is painfully aware of the limits of reason, but he's not sad about it. He wants us to know it's our job in our day and age to give an account. The eikos logos is the likely account, no less likely than any man could possibly come up with. But we have to be willing to say at the end of it, eikos muthos, it would be hard, impossible maybe, for a man to say exactly what the answer to the mystery at the ends of the cosmos is. But to say what it is like, that's a task fit for a mortal. And I will set out on that venture with the God at my side. That's the model we get for philosophy of science, for cosmology, for astronomy, if we pay attention to this 2,400-year-old text. Our astrophysicists would do well to learn from that model. They don't need Timaeus' planetary theory. It was the best of its time, but that itself is outdated now. It prompts these first principle questions, which we see also in the scriptures, in Psalm 8. O Lord, our Lord, how majestic is your name in all the earth. You have set your glory above the heavens. When I look at the work of your fingers, the sun, the moon, and the stars that you have set in place, what is man that you are mindful of him, or the son of man that you care for him? Just looking at the stars, an activity that is also fit for the child, should prompt the lover of wisdom to ask the most essential questions about God and the cosmos. I'll stop there. Thank you.
You know, my pastor always says, if there's not discomfort in your faith, there's not growth in your faith. Same can be said with learners like ourselves. I can tell you I'm very uncomfortable right now. So that means there's growth. I don't stand in front of adults very often and talk. What I was going to talk about, I'm going to change it a little bit. I'm still going to talk about something very much related to the quadrivium, but I'm going to look at discovering mathematics through story. Some of us have talked about and heard others talk about story, and I'm going to kind of expand on some of those ideas. So first of all, let me say, by coming here and listening to many of you, I've realized two things about myself. Number one, I'm not a mathematical thinker, right? I might have my bachelor's in mathematics. However, I am not a mathematical thinker. I've never really been forced to think in that way. And then also, number two, I realize how much of a child I am. I still have a backpack with 2 straps. I still have He-Man and Skeletor on my cup, and this right here, this little tablet. I've been teaching middle school now for a very long time. It has a case that is indestructible, so I've realized those things about myself, which is always good. With that said, we heard yesterday from one of the panels about teaching in a way in which students would fall in love with your subject, whatever it is you're teaching. So how do we do that? I'm going to try to give you one way to attempt this in your classroom that I believe is important for us to really investigate as classical educators. And that whole idea is fairly new to me as well. But I want to start out with a quote that I can't get out of my mind. I found it in the opening pages of Paul Lockhart's Mathematician's Lament. Side note, not sad, but I'm actually building a class called Engaged Mathematics, and it's a junior-senior class. And We started out the year by reading that book, which is really good, and there was so much great discussion from those students. But here's the quote. If you want to build a ship, don't drum up people to collect wood, and don't assign them tasks and work, but rather teach them to long for the endless immensity of the sea. So as we talk about mathematics and storytelling today, I want you to keep that quote in mind, because this is what we are trying to do, right? That's the whole point. So through the course of the last 2 days, we've heard that the quadrivium is the study of 4 things: arithmetic, geometry, music, astronomy. 7 things, all of that plus grammar, logic, and rhetoric. And then we also heard that the study of the quadrivium was 1 thing, which is the study of everything, right? The collective learning of all of that stuff together in one. Again, how do we do this, and how do we do it well? How do we teach all 7 parts of the quadrivium and trivium in our classrooms? The attempt to answer this question is why most of us are here this weekend. If any of you have a definitive answer to the problem, let me know, and we can all go home. No? Okay, I'll go on. In order to understand the answer to this question, we have to go back, way back to where it all went wrong. There was a time in our human history where the conversations that we're having here this weekend were completely unnecessary and mute. Genesis 1:1-2. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was without form and void. Good. Genesis 1:27, the creation of man. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God, he created him, male and female. He created them, and God blessed them. Moving forward to Genesis 1:31, God saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was good. There was a time when we were good. It's hard to think about that, but there was a time. We were perfect. The world was perfect. There was no toil, there was no dissonance, and therefore no problems to solve for practical reasons. I can imagine Adam and Eve having great philosophical conversations about mathematics. And I wonder, what would that sound like, just to hear them talk about these things with perfect understanding? In order to get a good idea of what life today might be like, if we did not choose to eat the forbidden fruit, you can read C.S. Lewis's Out of the Silent Planet. Dr. Williams mentioned this earlier today, but I'm going to just touch on it real quickly so it fits into what I want to talk about. It's a fictional work about an explorer from Earth who, by happenstance, ends up hitching a ride to a far-off planet. Now, on this planet, that civilization has not fallen, so it is perfect. Their relationship with God, their relationship with each other, their relationship with their environment was still perfect. But that's not our story. Our story is told in Genesis 3. Then the eyes of both were opened. We made a bad decision. We wanted to be like God. We wanted to be or have the mind of God, and it's the fall. Everything shatters. Our understanding of the world, our understanding of God, our relationship with God, our relationship with each other, our bodies become susceptible to time and its environment. Knowledge is now only gained through much toil, which is a pain, right? I guess it would be out of a job if it wasn't. The understanding of the infinite no longer belonged to us. So today I'm going to talk to you about mathematics and storytelling. Yesterday, Philip Johnson and Winston Brady, also known as Rene Descartes, right? He was the man with the amazing French accent. In my house, I'm not allowed to do accents. My kids and my wife say, nope. They kick me out of the room. So they both talked about teaching through stories. So you have some introduction to what I'm going to be talking about. First, let me tell you a little bit about myself. I've been a math teacher for 20 years. I've taught in Ohio, Missouri, Iowa, North Carolina, then Missouri, in that order. And that's where I'm at now, in Kansas City, Missouri. I teach at Faith Christian Academy. I've been there for 6 years. So I'm, like I said earlier, I'm fairly new to this idea of classical education and what that looks like. And our math and science department has been looking at what that looks like as well. So being here, listening to all of the experts, all of you, having conversations with you, listening to you speak, it's been very eye-opening, and it's definitely going to change the way that I teach. So there was a student that I had in the time that I was here in North Carolina, down the road at Asheville High School. His name was Duncan Britton. And I'm going to talk about this student. And again, I want you to think about that poem all throughout what I want to talk about today. Duncan Britton came to me as a sophomore. I had him in honors pre-calc, and he hated math. But Duncan, you look at Duncan, and you might think, oh, Duncan, I'm going to pay him to do my math homework. No, Duncan hated math. He didn't get good grades in math. He got B's and C's. So he's in my honors pre-calc class, and he didn't want to take any more math his junior, senior year, but I convinced him, like, Duncan, you're a cool kid. Just hang out with me. We can get through these classes together. So he took AP Calculus A, B, and BC with me his junior and senior year. And his mind, I got to watch this. His mind just exploded. He fell in love with mathematics. And it's because he was given the time to see the relevance to himself. And for Duncan, the relevance was found in computer programming. He loved it. He would stay after school every single day in my classroom and write programs to mine this stuff called Bitcoin. I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but he would sit in there and write programs to mine Bitcoin. Looking back at Paul Lockhart, he alludes to this in his Mathematician's Lament, the idea of giving space to students to make connections and understand mathematics in a way that's personal to them. As classroom teachers, we cannot allow all of that. Like for him, it took 3 years. That's the space he needed. We can't do that in the context of a day or even a year or a semester in our classroom. Nonetheless, we need to think about how do we allow that space so that they can create their own learning synapses. Teaching classically, I believe, is akin to teaching through storytelling. We want our students to learn about something specific in history, science, or even, as we're going to talk about today, mathematics. Teaching mathematics classically and with the quadrivium in mind isn't much different in that it should be a type of storytelling. The story being told is one as ancient as creation itself and helps us to understand God and his designs, or as closely as one possibly could understand them. Remember, we're broken. Teaching mathematics classically will help students see the truth, beauty, and goodness of our God and how he has wonderfully and creatively designed our world through the study of numbers and patterns. This is our goal with any subject, according to Dr. Stephen Turley in his book, Awakening Wonder. Then we come to the second Adam. We know this is Jesus. He did the storytelling. He taught through storytelling all the time. When he tried to explain to his ignorant disciples what heaven is like, or anybody that would listen, he told them stories, trying to connect to them what heaven was like. In Luke 15, there are multiple occasions when he's just sitting there talking to a crowd because the Pharisees are looking at this guy who's surrounded by sinners, tax collectors, the scum of the earth, the Pharisees would say, not my words. But Jesus just starts talking about what it means to be a follower of God, a lover of God, and hear it. And it's like our students. If we just give them the answers to what they're wondering, they won't hear it. It won't make sense to them. We'll need to allow time in order for them to get it. However, in the teaching of mathematics, even in the classical school setting, we tend to get to the punchline or the end of the story a little too quickly. And from there, we try to branch out and just really hope that our students make connections to some of the other ideas and concepts that they've been learning all along the way. We really never take time to weave back and forth from one content to another, or one concept to another. We show them how one idea leads to another without ever allowing them to find those relationships themselves in their explorations in their own time. Admittedly, it's easier to give the formulas along with 50 practice problems than it is to design a lesson that places the student in the story of mathematics where they become discoverers, making their own personal connections to their learning. As classical mathematicians, it is our duty to continue the storytelling even in our mathematics curriculum in classrooms. as mathematicians and Christian math teachers. We have an amazing and beautiful story to tell about our God and our world and how it was wonderfully and beautifully created by the greatest supreme mathematician, to use an adjective that has been used several times. We're cheapening the education of the students by skipping over the beauty and wonder and getting directly to the end of the story instead of allowing them to work up to the conclusion of what we're trying to teach them. We tend to want to just get to the end as quickly as possible and then give them 10, 20, 30 practice problems. In doing this, the students are not learning the intriguing, fascinating story of mathematics. They're not gaining appreciation for or even given the opportunity to see the truth, goodness, and beauty that is inherently found in mathematics. The importance of telling a story is that all of the ideas, the happenings, in this case the concepts, come together beautifully and wonderfully in the end. The student should be given the opportunity to see the value of everything that has to happen in order for them to get to where they are, because it all fits into the story we're telling. For example, let's consider two people reading the same book. The book contains the same letters, words, sentences, and paragraphs. The book has the same ending for each reader as well. The same goes for the characters, and all that happens is in the same order. So, where does the creativity of the reader come in? Imagination. Paul Lockhart talks about the importance of imagination in the learning of the student as well. While the book's text might be specific about the characters, what the characters look like, or how the landscape might appear, each reader is likely to come up with different thoughts on the particulars. Their understandings might be pulled from their own life experiences. So one way to do this is to design the instruction in classroom in a way that allows for imagination. Being vague is not what I'm talking about. While vagueness is useful in some circumstances in the classroom setting, here we need to create structure enough that will allow them to explore the confines of what's being taught. However this is done in your classroom, just remember the student is the explorer. They find the treasures for themselves. It is best they learn to work with others in these explorations too. And I had some ideas of how these can be implemented into the classroom. I'm not going to talk about that. Like I said previously, you all are more experienced, you're more intelligent, you're more learned than I am. I'm sure you have some great ideas. So I'm just going to kind of jump down a little bit. Truth is not simply found by a statement of fact or facts. It's not found by any single formula. It is delivered from a series of experiences towards what is beautiful and what is good, in which we are to guide the student towards. It is something experienced versus something that is taught. As Christians, we're all a part of the same story of God, and the truths of mathematics can easily fit into the truths of our God and into his story, since he is the designer and creator of all things. One cannot design or create without the use of mathematics and all its wonderful properties. Some of the hurdles I'll just quickly run through of this are getting teachers to be comfortable teaching the story. They have to know how the story and all of its parts fit together. There's a lot of teacher training there. Also, you have to look at the student mindset. If they're used to just working 10 problems out on their own versus working one really difficult problem out with their peers, right? There's some instruction that needs to take place in order to change the nature of your classroom. So in conclusion, I really didn't think this would take 15 minutes of that. Imagine a mathematics classroom alive with curiosity, where students don't just memorize formulas, but embark on journeys of discovery. By weaving mathematical concepts into compelling narratives, we can awaken a love for learning that transcends rote memorization. Let us reclaim the beauty and wonder of mathematics, revealing divine artistry woven into the fabric of our world. And as we guide our students through the grand story of numbers and their God, may we inspire them to become not just mathematicians, but storytellers themselves, sharing the truths they uncover with passion and creativity. So my challenge to you all is this: tell God's story through the numbers and patterns of his universe. Teach to the quadrivium and trivium with the backdrop of God's majesty and glory so that students can step into the story themselves and learn to love and praise God through their studies in mathematics. Mold minds of students to have a longing for the open sea so that they would want to build the ship for themselves. And so to end, I can't help but think of going back to thinking of Duncan and how at first I had to give him these tasks. I had to give him the work to build the ship. But now he builds his own ship. I no longer had to, no longer had to give him those everyday tasks. He wanted to build that ship so that he could sail off into the open sea himself, probably to a private island because of the programs that he wrote for mining Bitcoin. Who knows? So that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to preface my talk real quick by saying having to go at the end, the very end of a series of excellent talks given by some remarkable people, I now know what it feels like for that one student in my class who has to go up after every other student has gone up and begrudgingly says to me, Mr. J, do I have to? Yes, but they said all the good stuff already. So, thank you. No, I'm going to share sentiments similar to the ones we've heard over the past 2 days, and hopefully I can add a few contributions by just providing some resources to this conversation. Also, I know I'm going to run out of time, and I have accepted my fate a long time ago. The state of many mathematics classrooms do not meet the standards of a true and liberating education. In my presentation, I would like to turn my attention to Mortimer Adler, the American pedagogue who revived classical liberal learning in America to address this problem. Over the course of this presentation, I would like to show 3 big things to the listener. 1, I'm going to try to show what Adler's end for education is and the means of achieving that end. 2, I'm going to show the ways in which math classrooms have failed to implement what they call didacticism and coaching techniques in service of standards. And 3, I will provide some insights in the hope of synthesizing and integrating his 3-column approach to consider as an avenue to improving the state of math classrooms. As is true with many educators, like the ones in this room, my interest in this talk is to figure out how to incorporate Socratic questioning and seminar in math classes. Yes, we already know that it's a good thing. This presentation will point to avenues that can be taken by educators, while the paper will hopefully provide more clarity on how to actually take these avenues. Section 1. The year was 1939. By the way, that is AD, not BC, for this crowd. A calamitous time for education. Adler delivered a timely speech to a town meeting titled, "Are the Schools Doing Their Jobs?" In this address, Adler tells us what the end of his whole educational model is. Simply put, a good education, Adler demonstrates, is one which allows democracy to fulfill its end, which is to preserve the freedom of its constituents. I am not going to go over the argument for the sake of time, but I promise it is both logic, valid, and sound. So, okay, since the end of education is freedom, the curriculum, the means towards that end, ought to incorporate the texts which are most freeing in the freest manner possible. The subjects which lead men to this profound intellectual freedom are, you guessed it, the 7 liberal arts, which he divided into the mathematical arts and the linguistic arts, which are happily married to what he calls the great ideas. Contrarily, the arts which lead men to slavery are the vocational arts, or the useful arts, which are aimed at a specialized education within a certain skill framework, primarily for the sake of some occupation. Teaching these disciplines fulfills Adler's credo, the idea of reaching people with ideas. However, any good curriculum needs to have a good mode of delivery. For Adler, this is the 3-column approach. didactic, coaching, and seminar, which I have provided for you all at your tables. This approach is Adler's only pedagogical model, and it arises out of a simple epistemology. He thinks that men learn in 3 different ways because there are 3 kinds of information we are capable of possessing: organized knowledge, skills, and ideas. Only when one has wrestled with these 3 kinds of information can one come to exercise their rational function most fully. This 3-column approach remains so general because he didn't want a monolithic program. Rather, he wanted a model which was adaptable to different circumstances. Yet Adler still provides some guidelines in using these columns. For example, the 3 columns are not arbitrarily structured by the teacher. They are, in fact, hierarchically ordered. The first 2 columns, didactic and coaching, are really intended to be in service of the third, seminar. As a student receives didactic instruction through the first column, Adler believes he's acquiring indispensable basic knowledge. In the second column, coaching, the student applies basic knowledge to specific problems by means of questioning. However, both of these columns alone don't fulfill Adler's requirement for a fully freeing education. Unlike the technician, who may only possess knowledge from the first and second columns, the student of this paideia program, he calls it, enters the final column, that for the sake of which the first 2 exist, and is enlightened by the discussion of great ideas. This 3-column approach stands at the center of Adler's whole pedagogy. It is broad and undetermined because it allows for the freedom and prudence of individual pedagogues to apply it with care. Fueled by the liberal arts curriculum, the 3-column approach presents 3 kinds of learning which don't aim towards knowledge for the sake of an occupation, nor to meet an arbitrary set of standards, but aim towards intellectually liberating students. Section 2. Now, Adler's crusade, historically, was against the English departments, the last defender of the faith that something can be learned from books, who chose to apostatize and teach nothing other than basic English skills. Frightening. Today, we see the effects of Adler's mission. In lieu of a heavily rigid didactic lecture on English composition, we see in many classical schools a seminar-based class which engages with primary source materials. However, his lack of careful attention to the classrooms which teach mathematical arts is surprising. While he certainly thought about mathematics, as is evidenced by the fact that he included a list of mathematical works in his Britannica Great Books series. By the way, that series, if you've seen it, is the series which is looks really nice on the outside. It has really small font on the inside, and you can't really read it or annotate it. That's the one. How it ought to be delivered through the 3-column approach is somewhat unclear. Furthermore, the general lack of clarity about whether subjects are column-specific or column-fluid doesn't help either. For example, Adler includes mathematics in column 1 and music in column 2, yet earlier he seems to suggest that columns ought not be discipline-specific, integrated in every discipline in hierarchical fashion. This apparent contradiction makes figuring out how to apply Adler's model to math classes more difficult. Alongside this lack of clarity, it's no help that the mathematical standards of then and even now are antithetical to Adler's own mission. First, while many math classrooms often say they're engaged in didacticism and even coaching, what they're doing is, in reality, antithetical to Adler's model. Teachers work individually with students, though focus is solely on quote-unquote algorithmic skills. Teachers give didactic lessons, but they are, quote, slow with plodding, repetitive exercises, close quote. None of this seems like what Adler is aiming at. Furthermore, they too narrowly focus on standards like, quote, developing skills to prepare students to follow derivations in other subjects, for examples in physics and engineering, or so that they can read popular scientific literature, close quote. Most abhorrent to the liberal artist ought to be the reduction of geometry to a set of basic skills. The standards say that these skills include, quote, effective communication, home projects, and job opportunities, close quote. That's right, job opportunities. How far from the time of Plato we are today when he said that before a student could join his academy, the student first needed to be familiar with geometry only because geometry gives students their first taste of the contemplative life. So if these math classrooms are not applying his model correctly, how does one exactly do that? Section 3. I want to emphasize this point here that I'm about to say. The fundamental starting point to implement Adler's method to a mathematics classroom is to find the right balance between these 3 columns, which starts with reversing the amount of time teachers lecture with the amount of time they coach and seminar. Many mathematics classrooms, Adler says, are, quote, dominated by lectures, textbooks, and worksheets, close quote. Adler, therefore, proposes that 20% of the class should be lecture, while the rest of the 80% is devoted to coaching and seminar, not the other way around. Therefore, the first step to implementing Adler's method is reversing that split. The second step is to integrate his 3 columns. Those scholars have provided some valuable insights into how to accomplish this, such as by throwing in the occasional seminar into a mathematics class and incorporating writing exercises as well. Both solutions, I argue in my paper, fall short of Adler's approach to integrate all 3 of his columns into any given discipline, which I can't discuss here due to time. I'm sorry. Instead, I will now move to the portion which provides avenues to consider in implementing his method for a math class. Adler's claim is that one of the greatest satisfactions derived from mathematics is the certainty gained from mathematical processes. Whether a student be engaged in solving problems or in proof, mathematical procedures undeniably have the following effects on the mind. Quote, order, rigor, logical development from simple to complex, exactness, universality, abstraction, economy, elegance, symmetry, diversity, rhythm, balance, close quote. Therefore, in order to be a fully educated person, one must have sat down and spent time with mathematical truths, even if it is as much as to know the difference between a mathematical proof and a proof beyond reasonable doubt. Okay, if mathematics is essential to being a fully educated person, how are we going to implement it? Let's turn to didactic instruction first. The key to didactic instruction is, Adler says, to make it the cause of active learning. Very often, students are victims of long and unstimulating lectures, unlike this talk, I hope. The best teachers who teach didactically are those who, quote, manage to force their students to listen actively as well as to read actively, close quote. Though I do not have time here to address this fully, I highly recommend that you examine the list of techniques Adler provides to make lectures more engaging in his book called The Paideia Program. Didacticism usually takes place in the earlier stages of a class or even a unit taught over the course of a semester or a year, because that is when the simple facts are first introduced to students. Even in this case, Adler doesn't always advocate for direct didactic instruction lecture format. Sometimes Adler, just like John Dewey, please don't cringe, classical educators, he's okay, it turns out, prescribes giving students a large number of these simple facts, or in some cases figures, in order to, quote, let them try to figure out why things are the way as they are. This is because, quote, what they learn on their own they will not forget, but what they're told they're likely to forget quickly, close quote. Moreover, all of this is done best without the use of any textbooks, something which could cause math instructors some discomfort. Once the student acquires the end of the first column, which Adler calls organized knowledge, the teacher must transform from a drill master to a questioner. If students don't succeed in acquiring basic knowledge, the instructor shouldn't move forward. The course of mathematics, he says, isn't a straight line pointing upward, but instead rising and dipping. Subjects are returned to, and old concepts, operations, and results are reviewed for use over and over again. Now, if Adler is correct, there's a way to lecture well. Supposing one has, how do we coach? So, coaching. The key to coaching is leading the student through a series of questions and comments that result in the student coming to an answer by their own accord, a process often called Socratic questioning, which, according to Adler, is almost totally absent from most of our schools and colleges. Ideally, this is used alongside the didactic approach in a classroom, maybe even more than it. Adler does not specify. Adler provides a few excellent examples in the form of teacher-student dialogues in his Paideia program of what coaching ought to look like. I highly recommend that you look at those. Generally, this form of questioning requires striking the right balance between asking and telling. Easier said than done for anyone who's actually tried to do it. So I'm not going to go over that any much more. Even though it can be hard to quantify something as delicate as Socratic questioning, studies indicate that students who engage with mathematics in this type of teaching, in fact, perform much better in assessments than those who don't. Go figure. This shouldn't really be a surprise that students who engage with material by actively answering questions, especially nuanced ones, are able to produce better work as an effect. Okay, I'm going to skip over to seminar really briefly and then flip to my conclusion since I'm short on time here. Seminar in a mathematics classroom may seem the most elusive, I'm more than happy to answer questions about it or pass along resources, but Adler provides a list of techniques, again, in his work called the Paideia Program. For those of you who have heard of the Paideia Proposal, I didn't know this, and it was enlightening to me. It's actually a 3-part series, Paideia Proposal, Program, and Paideia Problems and Possibilities, all 3 of which address and continue the conversation he started in that. So I highly recommend that you look at that, and I'm more than happy to answer questions in the Q&A as to how that might be implemented in a math class. Okay, in my conclusion, I would like to address one objection that someone might have to Adler's model. Someone might think that the intellectual liberation of students isn't found in Adler's model, nor in his content. Rather, one might say that students become better when they conduct an exorbitant number of problems repetitively to train the same skill, often called the drill and kill method. This, one will say, brings students to know math, even if it is more painful of a process, yet it's still preferable in all cases to the student who fumbles over their formulae and flaunts their liberty. To this, I would say the following. Even if students learn mathematics exceptionally well through a perversion of the first and second columns and are able to excel on their standardized tests, Adler would argue that they still remain in an intellectual servitude. Adler concedes the point that his Paideia model may not produce students who have the formula ready at the go, but they will at least be students who are capable of thinking about those things they know about more carefully, even if they actually know less. Furthermore, if it is possible that the drill and kill method sets information into students' minds faster, mustn't we ask ourselves, what is the cost? Are students questioning what they know? Are they intrigued by the pursuit? What is the point if by the end of their studies, students do not want to come anywhere near a math book, or any book for that matter, in their life because they have drilled and killed so much? Now, my aim is not to discard the drill and kill method entirely, but to bring the proponents of this method into conversation to figure out where, if anywhere, it belongs in the math classroom, or any classroom for that matter, and whether it truly aims at creating good students. In closing, I believe Adler and his Paideia group are responsible for one of the greatest revivals of classical liberal education. Their efforts, as well as others, are proven to be successful by the fact that in the past year, over 500,000 students received a classical education, a number which some forecast will increase to 1.5 million in only a matter of 10 years. With this exceptional growth rate, classical educators need to take a step back and examine their classes, not just their humanities ones, but also their mathematics ones too, and ask themselves the same question Adler asked. Are our schools doing their jobs? Thank you.
It may be fitting to mention that Adler's Paideia plan, proposal, and so on have had a big impact on us at CERSI, and that in our apprenticeship, much of what we do is applying the Adler plan. So if you have ever heard about our apprenticeship, if you want to get 3 years of training in how to teach the way they've just discussed, that's one of the things the apprenticeship achieves, and we owe a lot to Adler for that. Also, we call it the Paideia Prize because of my readings in Adler back in the 90s. So thank you for that. I'm so glad to have him featured. Also, I want to just mention, I know there's a bunch of either questions or opinions back there. I suspect it's going to be questions masking opinions, but I want to mention also that we are in the process also of developing curricula at CERSI, and one of the things we've initiated is apprenticeship on curricular development, the regular apprenticeship, and we're trying to get the curricular resources. So if anybody has completed the apprenticeship or wants to complete the apprenticeship and go on to curriculum, please get in touch with me. And I'm happy to work with you on that. The world needs more people, yes, but the world needs more resources for the quadrivium, and the world needs more physics. Right? So thank you so much for that session. This whole 2 days for me has been one magnificent steak after another, balanced perfectly with desserts and salads. It's been incredible sitting through these sessions. Nourishing the soul on the true, the good, and the beautiful is the essence of the classical practice, and my soul has been profoundly nourished. So with that, enough for me. I just want to get some questions so that we can get more feeding. Let's see. Let's go with, you talk too much. No, I'm just kidding. Let's start with Philip Johnson, then Father Theodore, then Katerina, then who else can you before Matt for sure? Okay. Who else can I call on before I call on Matt? Okay, Junius. Okay. All right. So where did I say we'd start? Philip, you go first. Yeah.
Okay. So I will say we are at a pretty, I think, unique time in that a lot of the models have settled down a lot. On the microscopic side, the standard model, most of the ideas were around in the 70s, and although there was all this wild stuff with supersymmetry and string theory and all this, none of that really produced anything that was confirmed by experiment. That's really stabilized. There are 17 particles in that model. We've seen all of them and nothing else. And cosmologically, things have also stabilized a lot with what's called the lambda CDM cosmology. So I think you can pretty safely decide what sort of mythology, investigate what the mythology or the philosophical implications of that are without worrying about it changing a whole bunch down the road. There are outstanding questions, of course, but they're really getting into the 5%, 10% range where I don't think it's going to change our big perspective on the cosmology. I don't have any qualification to stick any sort of mythos philosophy on that. I'm very specialized, but I will tell you from the physicist standpoint, we've come a long way even since when I was young, and the age of the universe was somewhere between 10 and 20 billion years old. We weren't really sure, and now we've got all that stuff down to the 5% range. So.
And I am not qualified to give the physicist's opinion on this. So I think this is something that I was trying to anticipate in designing the course. There's this wonderful quotation by the astronomer and philosopher of science, Robert Jaspers, who says, for the scientists who have lived by faith and reason, this all ends like a bad dream. They heroically climb over the final ridge on the mountain, and they find philosophers and theologians who have been waiting for them for centuries, right? Which is to say, not to denigrate science, but to say that we're in such an exciting moment of scientific discovery, despite the relatively settled period we're in. We're at such an exciting moment, and it is time to teach a generation of students who are going to rejoin what ought to be cohered. Whereas right now, these disciplines are more fractured. And so the impulse to make coherent what has been divided is, I think, what maybe should be a kind of hopeful note for answering this not answering this question. I think as I kind of alluded to in my brief overview, the Timaeus, I think, when explored more fully, gives us a healthy example for when would we need to let the model go, and be able to consider it like satisfactory for now, not worth tampering with for now. This is true of the Ptolemaic model for so long that it's only something few could have foreseen, the precession of the equinoxes, that ultimately makes it unavoidable that we need a new model, right? But that's a problem that takes centuries to really present itself, even to those who are watching very closely. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Father Theodore.
So this is kind of more, I don't know, whatever. You gave it to me. So this is kind of maybe tying in also with the previous panel as well, but I'm going to throw this question at you. What I've heard over yesterday and today is music, and we're also talking now about astronomy and a lot of these things, and adding to it state requirements and natural sciences, and it seems to me that there seems to be an overload of what our children need to be learning through, especially high school, but maybe if you spread it out as well. And I'm not sure if I heard you correctly, Gavin, but you mentioned something about Calculus 3. Is that what you were talking about teaching? Or was it? Yes. So I'm not saying that the kids shouldn't be going that far, but I'm not sure if everybody is catching up with all of that. At what point, and I wonder if you could all speak to this, at what point do we just say, you know what, let's throw away all the state requirements, let's throw all away all of that, and maybe we need to rebuild this from the ground up with something completely different that makes sense? I was wondering if you could speak to that.
Thank you. Who wants to jump first?
Well, I think that's a question that probably everyone in this room has an opinion of. So just two quick thoughts, and then I'll hand off to Gavin. One, I think we're already past the moment when it would be warranted to say, hey, education is not going well in this country. So let's do right by our children, our cities, and our country, and attempt to recapture what ought to be recaptured and build towards what ought to be built. And then again, Chesterton is in my mind saying, yeah, don't tear down a fence until you were sure what it was there for in the first place. And so I think, this is something that we all feel pretty firmly convicted that the state of education in this country is unsatisfactory. But Chesterton is also in my mind saying, make sure you understand fences and are considering the implications for other people beyond just your own kids before you advocate for massive change in educational structures. Yeah, that I think there is a simpler answer to. You do have to choose in that regard, and there are creative ways to accommodate state requirements, but I think at some point you do have to choose.
Yeah, I'll just go right off of the do have to choose part. I'm not looking at what the AP standards are anymore. I think we're at a state where so much has happened in the 20th century that it's a good time to look at the long story of physics and figure out what are the essential ingredients so that I can give my students a contemporary view based on what we know today, and not get stuck in the 19th century or this 18th century. And I'm viewing this as a long project, as I know many of you are, and I figure eventually, if I do this right, the AP will be looking at what we're doing and deciding that's what they should be testing rather than trying to keep up with them the other way around. I mean, you guys are experts in a lot of things. I'm a physics expert. AP should be wondering what I think is important, not the other way around.
Who did I say was third? Were you third? Who was the Katarina? You were third? Oh, you're going to have to just yell.
So I think I'm not familiar with that pedagogical practice, but if I'm understanding the idea right behind it, I think maybe the one thing that they might be doing right would be reducing the amount of time lecturers actually present in the class. Although maybe there is a real value, and I think Adler would think this, that there is a value in the teacher lecturing in an engaging way. You know, if they're not receiving the lecture engagingly at home, I think that he would critique what they're doing. But the other thing I think is this, which I didn't really get a chance to talk about in my talk as much, and I would like to have, which is what does coaching and seminar actually look like in a math class? And I think that Adler at least is drawing a fine distinction between when, you know, everyone's working silently and a teacher's kind of going around and saying, you know, does this like make sense? Or there's a difference between that and when, for example, there's one student doing a demonstration at the board and the teacher is asking them a series of questions and everyone else is listening attentively. I think that Adler would say, based on the what they're doing in the class, are they filling that 80% well? You know, is that sort of the answer? Okay, I don't know.
We've heard too much from Junius. Let's hear from you.
Yes, that's absolutely appropriate, and I think it's a grave error to leave out those kinds of discussions. Now, as I kind of learned the hard way, You don't have to try and force those conversations regularly, per se. Sometimes it's really good to buckle down into the work that is presenting itself more, in the more scientific or mathematical problems. As if we take Timaeus as almost a microcosm, right? And we think about those moments where he's giving us he divides everything to the same and the different, and then gives us the ratios of the creation of the world's soul. And it's just like this inscrutable passage, so difficult to make sense of. But then we do come up and have those moments where we emerge and say, we have been so immersed in the problem, which is fine, actually, because we needed to solve the problem, but we forgot the good for a minute, right? And this is something to go back to the image of the cave in book 7, right? The whole point of doing mathematical problems that lead us to higher thought, that Socrates describes, is so that we can contemplate the good itself, right? It's not so that we can, just sit there and number away. It's so that we can contemplate and love and pursue the good. And so I think those are really necessary moments, but it's okay to sink into the work so that you can reemerge more meaningfully and help the students make those connections between the work they've been doing, which often has minutia that doesn't immediately connect with the bigger philosophical questions, and then be ready to lead them in inviting them to make those kinds of connections. I'm sure there are probably some.
So I completely agree with that, I think. And but I do want to say one thing, which is if someone were to object to that and say, look, you're contemplating, we're supposed to be doing biology or something like that. We're supposed to be studying the bee, and you're here contemplating about the good in class, and when your admin walks in and they're looking at what you're doing, they might be a little upset by what you're doing, right? I wonder if, just an Aristotelian perspective on this, if the good really is that at which things aim, that for Aristotle is the final cause of that thing. And therefore, in effect, it actually is inherently an explanatory factor of what that thing is. So by answering, what is the good of the bee, you are telling me something about the essence of that bee. And that, I think, belongs in any science class.
All right, Junius, I'm going to give you 2 sentences max to ask one of these people a question that they get 1 minute to answer, because we're just about out of time. The because put you into your third question. Sentence.
I don't think that has to wreck anything in any significant way. I think and I know you would be able to provide sources and so forth, but I would want to get into, when you say the old model, who are you talking about? Like which thinker? Because there's some really varied aspects on this very point. And so I think for Plato, for instance, or at least for Timaeus, in the Timaeus, one of the things that just gazing at these astral deities, the stars, can accomplish for us, right? He says that within us are, our souls are engaged in motion all the time, but right now it's disordered. And if we look up at the cosmos and see the stars moving in their orderly courses night after night, year after year, it actually is one of the things that helps to soothe and reorder our own souls. Now, that activity, like we have to gaze and look, that activity also then requires higher levels of thought to actually realize what's happening in the night sky, in its repeated movement that is also differentiated over the course of the year. That restores order in our own soul. So just as an example of someone in the ancient world with a very direct connection between what's happening up there and what's happening right here, And so I'm not super worried yet by the ability to reconcile that kind of thing. But that, I'm sure, bears more conversation.
Looks like Matt. Oh, there you are. Do you have a really short question with a really short lesson? Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, one of the things that struck me while Jonathan was talking is how much our age is obsessed with bringing order. And if you go online and you read about, or you follow people talking about how to plan your day and journal, everything they say is you journal so that you can bring order to your mind. You plan your day so you can bring order to. Everybody's searching for order. And at the same time, they're using digital technology, which guarantees nothing but endless chaos because it's always disordering the mind. So I think astronomy might be the solution we're looking for all of that. I want to thank you for coming. You may remember that at the beginning of my talk yesterday, I mentioned that I got involved in education for the money. And so I want to just take a moment to point out to you that in your bags or packages was this little card that reminds you that we are a not-for-profit, and we would love to have an event like this again next year. And I am trying to round up 3 to 5 people who would like to sponsor us on a monthly basis of somewhere between $10 and $1 million. There are options on the back going from 10 up to 250, but the other would be where you would put the million. And so if you're interested in becoming a monthly supporter for the Circe Institute, we would be very grateful. But most of all, we're grateful to you for being here. We are grateful for the presentations, the discussion, the fellowship. Thanks to Belmont Abbey College for the hospitality and support. It's been, for me, as I said already, a soul-nourishing time. I look forward to a little bit of chatting afterward, and then see you all next year. Oh, did you ever announce about FORMA magazine? Yes. Thank you. And so if you enjoyed this, talk it up for your friends. Bring them next year. Let's get more papers and more scholarship and more soul nourishing, and keep deepening this renewal. And thank you so much for your involvement. Let's just close in prayer. In the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Guide us as we go home, as we go back to our teaching situations, our children and our students. Give us the wisdom to make manifest Christ, the wisdom of God. For you are holy now and ever into the ages of ages. Amen. And may the Lord remember you in his kingdom. Thank you. I sure hope you feel part of this. Do you believe that we can know reality or about it? Then you're definitely a Platonist engagement.
Okay.
Thanks. The nominalist would just say you can't know it.
Okay.
Is there reality to it? Yeah. Thanks for deciphering that question out.